Assalamu alaikum everyone, greetings, tis I, Shimon, your lovely, awesome, Muslim Bengali person who is born and raised in Denmark. Today it is the 30th of June 2026 and it is somewhat cloudy out here. I hope everyone's doing great. It's not as hot today as it was last time I streamed, where it was scorching. And it was just a little bit hellish. But today is not so bad, which is very nice. Really lovely to see you all. Couch Potato, Trenanders, Way to God, lovely to see all of you. The weather today is lovely, at least in Germany. That's good. Well, you know, I'm glad that you are enjoying good weather. I'm not gonna comment on what I think about there being good weather in Germany. In any case, I hope everyone's doing great. We are going to look at the things that I wrote in the title, which I don't remember that well, so I'm just gonna check. Oh, there you go. Leftism and religion, news, EU chat control, Mehdi Hassan owns a GERM, and probably some Age of Wonders for later. Also, Germany got kicked out of the World Cup. That's funny. That's sucks to suck. I have no sympathy. For reasons which we're also gonna get into when we watch the Mehdi Hassan owning that AfD guy in a debate. Right, shall we get right to it? Transition, ooh, so cool. Let me just close the game as well. All right, excellent. So, first off, I'd like to talk a little bit about leftism and religion, because that's something, you know, is a significant interest of mine as a leftist who is also religious. So let's start somewhere. I saved this one, this tic-tac. Religion taught the poor to wait for heaven so the rich could keep the earth. Like, because it's just, in my opinion, very stupid. Like, I'm gonna be very blunt / like harsh on this take, because it's just like so, like, you are acting as if capitalism doesn't exist. It's like, and the start of religion, too hot here is supposed to be 38 degrees Celsius this week. That's insane. Also, thank you for 55 consecutive streams. Thank you, Shenanders. So this take, my issue with this take is that, one, it puts all religion as like a monolith, which I think is incredibly ignorant. And if you are, I don't know if this person is leftist or anything, I assume they're not. But a lot of leftists will also engage in this kind of rhetoric, which is just not leftist at all. Like, you're just being a reactionary at that point. You are like acting as if you know everything about religion. You are just seeing religion as a monolith, especially considering, and I'm talking at least about this from an Islamic perspective and also from the cursory knowledge I have about Christianity, is that literally tells you that being rich isn't good. Like, you shouldn't be rich. You should help. If you're rich, then you should give out your wealth to others. Like, being rich is not good. Being a landowner is not good. Like, these are bad. These are sins. These, like, and saying that religion taught the poor to wait for heaven so the rich could keep the earth is just ridiculous. These are religions that taught you that. Maybe some religions have. I don't know them, if that is the case. But what I do know is that this is taught by people in power. Like the divine, what do you call it? The divine right to rule or whatever, that kind of shit as well. It's like, from what I can tell, I don't think it's very much rooted in religion as much as, you know, people in power legitimize, like, seeking a way to legitimize their power. It just, like, this shit pisses me off so much because it's just so wrong, and it also perpetuates very just, it's just like, it's reactionary, it's ignorant, it's stupid, and it's shitty. Yeah, that's more or less it. That's what I have to say about this. And then this other short video, The Left Lacks Religion, because I thought it was interesting. I grew up with a Catholic upbringing. The amount of exploitation people subject to by televangelists in the US is insane, and got pissed off whenever Christian scientists use the Bible as rationale for policy. Yeah, exactly. It's not like religion cannot be used in negative ways, but you can say the same about literally any type of ideology. Like ideology is not a monolith. Capitalism is not the same as communism, or like, you know, like let's say Keynesianism is not the same as, like, if we take something more specific, I don't know, like OG social democracy or whatever. Like, in the same way, you would not say that ideology makes it seem as if everyone can get rich. You would not say that religion does that. At least you shouldn't, because that would be incredibly ignorant. And I think in general, it's a very much like a very, like, in my opinion, it's a very Western shit take.
The author.
Oops.
The left lacks religion. I recently read this Substack article, and in it, the author, who's a professor of religion at Northeastern University, references when Zohar Mamdani went on Trevor Noah's podcast, and he said this.
It seems like Republicans have a limitless imagination.
Yeah.
And as Democrats, we're constructing an ever-lowering ceiling of possibility.
Trevor Noah responded by saying, I sometimes think it's because of the decline of religion on the left. And this is not to say that we all need to start going to church on Sundays and believing in the New Testament or whatever, but I do think this makes for a very interesting case for the relation between religion, faith, politics, and imagination. In the Substack article, the author cites a book called The Analogical Imagination, and it basically argues that Catholicism and other religious traditions have been very good at teaching people how to look at the world, take in all that is wrong, and still believe in better possibilities. Mamdani said that during the course of his campaign, he noticed that the only places where New Yorkers still had faith was in houses of worship, whereas other New Yorkers had long stopped believing in politicians altogether. I think that's exactly why his campaign was so successful, right? He got people to believe in something again. He got New Yorkers to believe that this city can be affordable when that's not our current reality. This whole
I found this, like, the reason I wanted to share this video is because I thought this take was interesting. I will not say that people this way or the other. I don't like generally doing that. I think that very often plays into bioessentialism, or like some type of like ascribing certain beliefs or ways of being to people, when most of that is just bullshit. People are usually a product of their environment. And even a lot of that analyses can also just very easily be wrong. In this thing in particular, I would say, like, it sounds interesting. I don't know if it's true that being non-religious makes you more cynical. But I think it's just interesting.
idea reminds me of the saying, hope is a discipline. This quote comes from Mariam Kaba. She's an activist who later said in an interview that she actually first got this saying from a nun. A nun had told her that hope is a discipline. It's something that you need to practice every day. If you look back at the most effective activists and politicians, a lot of them are deeply religious people. And what they're very, very good at is eliciting hope.
Oh my God, Malcolm X.
I also think it's not a coincidence that the second most exciting politician right now after Mamdani is James Tallarico from Texas. And he happens to be a Presbyterian seminarian studying to be a pastor. Not only is he really good at using his religious training to talk against things like Christian nationalism, he's also just very good at inspiring faith in his voters. And I find this clip very interesting.
I would say to my fellow Democrats, the separation of church and state institutionally is not the same thing as a separation of faith and politics.
Tallarico is a faithful person, and he thinks it's important to talk about his faith, not just because it informs his politics and is a part of who he is, but also because if Democrats don't talk about faith, then Republicans get a monopoly on religion and faith, and that's such a powerful thing to have a monopoly over. Even if we don't all participate in organized religion, there is still stuff that we can learn from it, and we can both be critical of organized religion and recognize that faith is a crucial part of change.
Yep. Imagine Mamdani wouldn't be a random Muslim, but an imam. I mean, that would be no way Americans would vote for him. Yeah, for sure. But it is like, I think this is like interesting. The idea that being religious allows you to like hope more, that kind of thing. It certainly, like, to me has like, when I saw this video for the first time, I was thinking that I feel like there's something that I might incorporate a little bit into my worldview, depending on like what other things I learn about as time passes. The point in the end, especially about like how it's important to not let the right wing just take ownership over religion. I highly agree with this. This is why I think it's incredibly stupid of leftists. Like from a pure like, even if you're not religious, right? I think it's just incredibly stupid to just let the right wing take ownership of religion. Because then you're just like saying that, like, you're basically making it very, very difficult for you to approach a lot of people, because religion is a huge part of people's lives. Religion is often very intertwined with culture, depending on where you are and at what time and so on and so forth. But like, for a lot of Muslims, like, it has significant effects, like a lot of the communalism aspects, for better and worse, a lot of other things. Like, I would say, especially with Islam, despite the scourge of Wahhabism that has infected Islam everywhere, or nearly everywhere, there's still a lot of very positive aspects of Islam, which I've followed and adhered to. And I think a lot of these things, at least some of them, especially like from my perspective, the way I view Islam, are very, very compatible with socialism, or, you know, a lot of types of socialism. So yeah, it's interesting. And I don't know if I had more things about religion. Oh, I think so. Yeah, this guy. This is the Turkish guy who was like angry at his mom for like having a son or something. He's actually made some really great videos recently. Big ups for that. The values got taught through religion are the core influence on our worldview as well. Exactly. Yeah, it's Dennis. But this video is really good. Like, you know, I gave him shit if he was like serious about, you know, shitting on his mom for that. But, you know,
as a straight Muslim, if you've had several haram relationships, surely you can't really turn around to another Muslim who's a bit, you know, they like another menu. You can't really judge them, can you? Because really and truly, you probably would have done this.
Bro, I love this way of like they like another menu. Like, I feel like this is such a, like a Muslim, like, funny thing to say. Like a lot of like I see a lot of like progressive imams and so on and so forth. Like they speak in this way of like, you know, like just phrasing things is in a very funny way. Yeah, sometimes he sounds like conservative, fair, maybe. But in this instance, he's like cooking.
Can you? Because really and truly, you probably would have done the same. I was thinking about this.
Yep.
Obviously, what it says in a book, it says in a book. You can't like that. The rule is the rule. But like the rule also says that you can't like flirt with the opposite gender before you're married. But I don't want to say a lot of us, but some people.
I will say that some of the understandings here, I'm not sure if I agree with them. I don't think I agree with some of them. However, you know, it is very good to point out the hypocrisy. Like, that is really great.
People do that. So it shows that you can't control yourself when it comes to your own task, but then you're judging someone else when it comes to their I mean, obviously, listen, you're not meant to do it, innit? The rule is the rule, bruv. You're not meant to do it. But I just think it doesn't make sense for you to be so judgmental when you're failing to follow your own job. Your job is to wait to marriage. Obviously, they can't wait to they just have to wait. Oh, this is above my pay grade. I don't know if I'm going to post it. As a Muslim.
I'm glad he posted it, because it is a really good point. Like, a lot of, especially Muslim men, but also Muslim women, just Muslims in general, have this, like, this very hypocritical attitude. And to me, this feels very, like it's something we see a lot about when it comes to, like, Western Christianity. Of course, it's not exclusive to that, but it reminds me a lot of that. And I really don't want Islam to become that. And to me, Wahhabism is pretty much exactly that, just taken to the KKK level, I guess. I like the comments as well. I do somewhere right now, but it's not the same. Also, yeah, no one can technically judge anyone. We're all sinners. Not just like no one can technically judge anyone. We're all sinners. It's, you're not allowed to just like judge someone like that. Like, as long as they don't go around harming others, people can do whatever in Islam. Like, is Wahhabism that common? No, it's Wahhabism itself. Like people who describe themselves as Wahhabists or whatever are not common. However, the beliefs of Wahhabism has infiltrated nearly every aspect of Muslim society all across the world. A lot of beliefs in Islam are like specifically Wahhabist beliefs, which I would say are just inherently anti-Islamic. Like a lot, like pretty much like every other thing you know about Islam, I would say is like, maybe not every other thing, but a significant amount is just like Wahhabist beliefs, which are just like wrong, straight up. Like just like very reactionary, like reactionary quote unquote fundamentalist. I don't like calling fundamentalist because it's just wrong. But just reactionary rubbish made up to by insane people. Like you know what the early Wahhabists did? They literally just went around murdering other Muslims because they were not the correct type of Muslim, and then they were sheltered by the House of Saud. Like they were told that, you know, they made this alliance just before the House of Saud, you know, conquered the West, like southern/western Arabia, and, you know, struck oil. The alliance they made in the early days was pretty much, oh, like, you know, they will go around and murder people and then they'll be chased out. And the leader of the House of Saud at the time was just like, yeah, you can stay here with us, making that alliance. Like, it's just disgusting. Okay. There's a lot of Tic Tacs I want to have a look at. So there's something about football. What is this one? Big gripe of this one. UK is good. Okay, not good. No, the UK is not good, but I want to cover this.
These activists, the average sentencing for rape is around 5 years. So these activists got more time than the average rapist.
The Palestine Action activists.
But the average rapist could quite likely only spend half that time in prison, whereas these activists must go beyond that. After the Palestine Action prescription as a terrorist organisation was initially found unlawful, the Court of Appeal has now said that it was actually lawful. The reason given by the Lady Chief Justice is because it overtly promotes unlawful violence amounting to terrorism. She then said it's not really a direct action civil disobedience group like the suffragettes were, operating transparently and in the open. And never before has somebody been so incorrect in their own comparison. The suffragettes were both pretty wild and pretty violent, and I mean that in the most complimentary.
Suffragettes burn another church.
Way possible.
Evening News.
They literally had a whole bombing and arson campaign between 1912 and 1914, where they targeted government buildings and politicians' homes and churches with improvised explosives and good old-fashioned fire. More broadly, they fucked up some golf courses and male-only clubs. They also had some illegal demonstrations, and one of them is even reported to have whacked Winston Churchill with a bullwhip.
Okay, that's awesome.
Interestingly, they were called terrorists for this too. And honestly, that would be far easier to argue than Palestine Action being terrorists. How many homes has Palestine Action burnt down? How many bombs did they plant? They didn't even whip a single politician, and I can only commend their restraint. In conclusion, these judges could do with reading a fucking history book on something they want to use for comparison. Or, if that's too tricky for them, it's literally right there on BBC Bite Size, and that's made for kids.
BBC Bite Size, the suffragettes movement had a great impact on the government and society. Some of the tactics used by the WSPU were smashing windows in private property and governmental buildings, disrupting the postal service, burning public buildings, attacking Church of England buildings, holding illegal demonstrations, burning politicians, unoccupied homes, disrupting the 1911 census, ruining golf courses and male-only clubs, chaining themselves to buildings, disrupting political meetings, planting bombs, handcuffing themselves to railings, going on hunger strikes.
Since its prescription, 2,800 arrests have been made of people supporting the group.
Insane.
Think how much paperwork that is. Think how much police time that is. Legal fees, trials, appeals. God forbid, prison space. Due to this ban, your average British terrorist now looks like this. A white woman in her 50s. Co-founder of the group, Huda Amori, says they're going to try to take it to the Supreme Court. But personally, I don't think they're going to get involved now that it's in the government's favour. She also said she tried to take it to the European Court of Human Rights, and we can only hope that they have the ability to read a BBC bite-sized history page.
I should learn more about the European Court of Human Rights, because like with most other Western institutions, I don't trust them, but I don't know what the history is. And some of these institutions are definitely, you know, not all of them are equally bad, and some of them might even be good at times. So yeah, great video. That is the state of UK politics, so isn't that just grand? Here's another video about the UK. Sadiq Khan, buses without AC shouldn't be running. I agree. I was on buses without AC and it was scorching. The buses in London suck. They are so bad. Like, they're incredibly bad. Like, you know, they look cool or whatever, like, you know, very iconic red double deckers. But it's just like, they have like, in total, for a bus that can seat up to like, what, 50-ish people, 40 people, thereabouts. They have like 7 or 8 like tiny window slits on the top of some of their windows, like total 4 or like maybe 10, like 3 at the bottom, 7 at the top, something like that. And it's like, these are just like metal, like burning metal coffins. It's incredible to me that they have neither AC nor like decent like airflow. The airflow in them is so shit. So it just becomes insanely hot to use them. And if you're someone who has to use them because you're walking issues or you're old or whatever the fuck, then you're just kind of screwed, you know?
Have been instructed by TfL to make sure that no bus leaves a garage unless the air conditioning and the air coolant is working. Any bus driver that feels their bus is too hot, they shouldn't be driving their buses. They will not be penalised for doing so. We've also said to the private bus companies that when it comes to the bus performance contracts, they've been suspended. So you'll not be penalised if your bus is delayed because the bus driver needs to take action to keep their bus safe, their passengers safe as well. We've also stopped using the dodgy...
I hate that the private buses, just public transportation should be
buses
public.
bought by the previous mayor, that where the windows can open and the air conditioning didn't work. On every bus, on both decks, there should be air coolants working.
Yes.
If they're not, those buses shouldn't be used.
I hope they're going to do something to ensure that, because, you know, of course it's good to not run metal coffins, but at the same time, you can't just run without public transport either. And a lot of London, you know, is very reliant on buses. And again, especially if you have mobility issues. All right, what else? Germany revokes citizenship. Maybe we'll take care of that one. More UK news. We'll probably go watch a few UK news thingies. Because it's, you know, free climate responses, hell yeah.
A menace to, I think he is a menace to public safety, and his remarks to you were absolutely despicable. I counted at least 6 references to the fact that he was Jewish. He is using his Jewish ancestry as a shield to protect him from what he's doing.
What is this music?
Mean Jewish ancestry. He is Jewish. He's proudly Jewish. He changed his name years ago in order to embrace
Westerners, like Western liberals and those further to the right, are always like, oh, like we care about the Jews, protect the Jews, until Jewish people are against their Western hegemony, like Israel.
his Jewish identity. His family are all Jewish. What is happening here, and what will keep happening, is an attempt to strip Zach Polanski of his Jewish identity. When he was elected leader of the Green Party, I wondered to myself if they really would try and smear a Jewish left-wing leader as anti-Semitic. And they absolutely are. And part of that process is to try and strip him of his Jewish identity.
That, and okay, also again, this music is insane. It sounds like the soundtrack to like a Castle Strike or something. But yeah, they're doing this. They're like not just stripping of his Jewish identity, they're literally making anti-Semitic concerns about him. If any of you have not seen them, let me know and I'll show them.
He's not really Jewish at all. But in a sense, him being Jewish is actually just some sort of ruse, some sort of trick to protect himself from accusations of anti-Semitism.
I think he...
Okay, I need to know, what is this sound? Like, what is the soundtrack used here? Great video. What is the soundtrack, by the way? Sounds like Castle Strike Ball. I really want to know. Because yeah, it's a little bit wild with that music. My streamer is a chatter. Indeed, I am the people's streamer. I'm the chatter's streamer, whatever. Okay, let's watch a fun thing and then we'll move on to something else. There's a lot of like immediate news thingies I do want to do as well. We'll watch this one and then we'll watch a video, I think.
Army in the 1970s. And your
this I'm just sharing because I thought it's very cool.
1970s. And your first battle is against Napoleon? Let me explain.
This is a very good example of something good you can use an army for in peacetime, I would say.
This is essentially what happened during the filming of Waterloo from 1970, one of the largest war films ever made. Instead of hiring thousands of extras, director Sergei Bondarchuk was given access to 15,000 Soviet infantrymen and 2,000 cavalrymen from the active duty Red Army. And for months, the soldiers lived in temporary tent cities beside the set in Ukraine while undergoing intensive training for 19th century warfare. They learned how to march in Napoleonic columns, deploy into firing lines, and even form defensive infantry squares like the ones used at the real Battle of Waterloo. Every soldier was trained to realistically handle and fire a replica flintlock musket, while artillery crews learned to operate full-scale cannons. And the cavalry scenes were even more impressive. An entire Soviet cavalry battalion was used for the charges, supported by 50 elite circus stunt riders who performed the most dangerous maneuvers. The horses were specifically trained to gallop in massive formations and even collapse on command to recreate the effects of musket fire without injuring riders or nearby troops. And as a director, managing a battlefield of this size required a unique solution. Director Sergei Bondarchuk actually wore a Soviet military uniform during filming so the conscripted soldiers would recognize his authority. Using a network of radios, assistant directors, and military officers, he coordinated thousands of men across a specially reshaped Ukrainian valley designed to resemble Waterloo in 1815. So when you watch Waterloo and see entire armies marching on screen, you are watching the Soviet Red Army recreate Napoleon's final battle. Imagine joining the Soviet Army in the 1970s, and your first battle is against Napoleon?
Very, very cool stuff. Another reason why we miss the Soviets. And just this is a cool use of an army. Like this is, I definitely prefer this to like, if the Pentagon having to screen every single thing, like coming out of Hollywood, which includes stuff about the U.S. military. There's a couple more things. This one, India's mass deportations. Yeah, okay, I need to cover this as a Bengali dude. And then one last thing from the UK. And then we'll move on.
Starting a mass deportation campaign. India is starting a mass deportation campaign which human rights activists warn could lead to manufactured statelessness and ethnic cleansing. And what's happening in India could set a dangerous precedent for far-right regimes around the world.
जल्दी जल्दी भागो जल्दी जल्दी भागो नहीं तो जो करना है सरकार करेगा.
This is the new Hindu nationalist chief minister of West Bengal, India's fourth most populous state. And since his Hindu Nationalist Party won elections here, they've launched what's called the Detect, Delete, and Deport policy. The new orders include building detention centers.
Bengal BJP government orders districts to set up detention camps for illegal Bangladeshi Rohingya immigrants
in every district of this state.
So this is the government of West Bengal.
But importantly, the chief minister said that they would not be used for undocumented people who are covered under the CAA law.
CAA বলা আছে 7টা কমিউনিটি তাদেরকে কোনো পুলিশ কোথাও harassment detain করতে পারবে না. CAA এর আওতায় যারা
Honestly, it's kind of funny to me as a Bengali that I understand what he's saying much better than is someone like some people from some of the dialects within Bangladesh.
নেই তারা হলেন completely অবৈধ অনুপ্রবেশকারী infiltrators,
which basically means Muslims. Additionally, state police forces are being asked to take suspected undocumented people directly to the border security forces instead of to court. And this is concerning because people who are suspected of being illegal foreigners may not be given a chance to appeal. In this process, it's already happening in other states. And the way some of these expulsions happen
is also insane because like targeting Bangladeshis when like you are West Bengal, you are bordering Bangladesh, you are Bengalis as well. Like it's disgusting. You are literally putting your Hindu nationalism above like your literal ethnicity. And it's not for me, you know, saying ethnicity, like that kind of, you know, racism is not good, obviously, but like you're literally religiously being like going, you are religiously, like, how do I even say this? Like, you are becoming an internationalist in terms of religion, so you can be more racist. Which to me is like insane. like, you know, me as a Muslim person, you know, I want to unite the Ummah, like, you know, recognize our cultural differences, and, you know, people can practice Islam in so many different ways, and as long as people are doing a minimum, I just, you know, and I believe this, I consider them to be Muslim, and, you know, all people are, you know, born equal, that kind of thing. And this is just like the opposite of that.
Is being called a pushback. Indian border security forces will take people to the border of Bangladesh and force them to cross. In one case, Muslim men recount being tossed into the sea at gunpoint. And in another, Muslim women say they were forced to march across a mosquito and leech-infested swamp for 2 days without any food. And these pushbacks, they could set a dangerous precedent worldwide. For example, even in the case of the draconian mass deportation agenda in America, the countries who are receiving deportees typically either verify that those who are being sent back are their own citizens, or at the very least, agree to take them in. But neither of those things are happening with India. And activists warn this could be the building block of ethnic cleansing. Because prior to now, this process was only really being done in smaller border states. But now that the Hindu Nationalist Party has won in West Bengal, a state that's home to 25 to 30 million Muslims, a much larger portion of India's Muslims could be vulnerable in the next targets of the detect, delete, and deport agenda. India.
This is also one of the reasons, like one of the examples I like to bring up when I'm very critical of like democracy as a system. At least, the very least, the sense of like the idea is that democracy, like it fosters whatever things which make society good. I just don't think that's true at all. Like democracy is not the end all be all, and that's also why I don't really give a shit how a country is run as long as people are treated well. Like literally, I could not care less about the governance of a country as long as things are going well, and or, you know, also ways to like ensure that things could keep going well. And I don't think, at the very least, like I don't think that is inherent to democracy at all, as we see with India and, you know, most of the so-called democracies. Alright, one last thing. This is another thing about Britain, Brit-bongs. This one's funny. Why are Polish people being racist to
me and my sister
immigrants?
were
Also, you know, shitting a little bit on
in an Asian shop looking around for our friends, and we were just about to leave, but then the cashier with the thickest accent was like, "Send back the boats." And I was flabbergasted, so I asked her, "Which country are you from?" And this lady goes to me, "I'm Polish." Why? And I was like, "You're an immigrant yourself, you can't be saying that." She stops for 10 seconds and she says, "I was talking to myself, not you." And I was just so flabbergasted, but I kind of didn't want to look like a Karen, so I just took my sister, who's like 10 years old, by the way, and we just left. And I'm just so flabbergasted because I heard that Polish people 10 years ago in the UK, they were the ones who were experiencing the most racist abuse. So I don't know how these new gen Polish people are coming and like redirecting the same racism they experienced back to other ethnic minorities. Like, bro, we were on the same boat. Like, I literally saw you at the back. But anyways, I'm just flabbergasted because I thought if I were to experience racism in my 18 years of life, I thought it'd be like by the people who are the owners of this country, not by some immigrant, not some gen.
Yeah, it is insane. Also, I wouldn't say owners of the country, but yeah, like the ethnic, the you know, like the native people, not like fucking a Polish person. It's so fucking funny, right? It's so fucking funny. Yes. Right, moving on. Is the AfD a threat to Germany? MEHDI Hassan and Maximilian Krah. head to head. This will be very fun. This will be very, very fun, I think. Trigger warning, probably a lot of racism. So yeah, beware of that. If the video will load. There we go. Okay, how's it looking with the thingies? Do I have to look like, watch it like this, chat? Okay, I think that's decent. The German borders are closed. Also, right. Ethical reacts. Here you go. Can you pin that? What's it called? The German borders are closed, dear friends. Not sure if it is a threat to Germany or the intended goal. Yeah. No, I don't think it's a threat to Germany as much as the natural development of, oh ja, wir are Germany und wir so, our constitution is so Nazi-proof, yeah. Yeah, fuck off.
Germany has a new political powerhouse. The Alternative for Deutschland, or AfD, is now the second largest party in parliament and is currently polling first nationally. Formed in 2013, the AfD began as a Eurosceptic movement. But on the back of Europe's refugee crisis, it morphed into a hardline anti-immigration party. Its critics say it is a far-right extremist party with ties to neo-Nazi groups and policies that threaten the German constitution. Mainstream German politicians are refusing to work with them so far. But the AfD say that they are the only party that can save Germany and restore its cultural identity through strict immigration controls and mass deportations. My guest tonight is one of the AfD's most controversial and well-known figures. He was a member of the European Parliament and the party's executive board, but was sidelined after a series of controversies. In 2025, he became an AfD member of the German Parliament. I'm Mehdi Hassan, and tonight I go head-to-head with Maximilian Krah. I'll challenge him on the AfD's re-migration agenda, its far-right rhetoric, and some shocking bribery allegations. Tonight, I'll also be joined by our panel of experts, Deborah Feldman, a German-American writer and political commentator, Gerald Knaus, chairman of the think tank European Stability Initiative, and Ralph Schulhammer, head of the Center for Applied History at the conservative think tank, the MCC.
Okay. This is interesting. Very TV-like introduction. Okay, let's see what this is about.
Welcome to Head to Head. Maximilian Krah, thank you for joining me on the show tonight.
Thank you for inviting me.
For many years, we've wondered whether we should have the AfD on this show. You're top of the polls, but you're also considered to be an extremist party. That is the view, for example, of Germany's domestic intelligence agency, the BFV, which last year classified...
Which also is so funny. The German intelligence agency, like, at least they're classifying them as a threat, but also, like, so many of these guys are literally Nazis working in the German military and German, like, intelligence agency, that kind of thing. Also, German media is not even close to being this professional in talking to AfD politicians.
Your party.
I will also say, like, doing that, specifically not talking to right-wing figures in a unprofessional way, is, I don't think that's a very smart thing to do, at least if you're a leftist, because in general, this shows, like, a certain level of disrespect, even though a lot of these people, especially the pundits and leaders, politicians, are awful, terrible human beings. You might, like, foster an image of, like, you just not respecting the people who voted for them either, despite them, you know, also having troubles. But you generally don't want to antagonize people if you want to, you know, be productive. The fall into the traps all the time, I actually even agree with them.
As a right-wing extremist organization, a designation that admittedly is on...
That does not surprise me. Like, German liberals are incredibly fucking arrogant. Like, again, German liberals are perhaps the most obnoxious people I've met in my life. Just met and also just seen stuff about, like, from Merz to, you know, so, like, the Greens politicians. German Greens are literally fucking Hitler when it comes to talking about Muslims. Like, literally Hitler-right rhetoric when it comes to Muslims. On the other hand, I don't think there's a intention to screw with the AfD. I would have to see more of it before deciding myself. I'd assume that I'd assume that a lot of them disagree because to them it's like vulgar racism, and they are not vulgar racists. Like liberals are very often, civilized racists. Queens of CDU bad, like they care about the environment. Yeah.
Hold, it's on pause while your party contests it in court. But 3 of your states classified your party as a right-wing extremist organization, a designation that admittedly is on hold, it's on pause, while your party contests it in court. But 3 of your state party chapters were also classified as extremist. Your youth wing has since been disbanded. So when your critics say the AfD is an extremist organization, a racist far-right threat to German democracy, they're not wrong, are they, based on the evidence?
They are, because the question is, are they completely objective, or are they politically instrumentalized? The intelligence get their orders from the Minister of Interior, and now look, we came and now we are the strongest party in the polls. We are in East Germany close to 50%. So our success costs a lot of jobs for established politicians. And now you have 2 ways. You can argue with us like we do today, so you can debate, or you can just say they are extremists, shut them up.
A poll came out last month from ZDF, very respected poll, found 72% of Germans say the AfD is a danger to democracy.
True.
That's 7 out of 10 Germans think your party is a danger to democracy.
We have to
do the
work.
Trump, yeah.
We have to work and convince people that we are not. But if the mainstream media is telling the audience that we are a danger for
it's so ironic that these guys, like right-wingers in general, they're able to present themselves in like this less extreme way because they know what their goal is. Everyone knows what their goal is. Well, people who follow politics know what their goal is, and their voters in general know what their goal is. / like know that they're heading in the direction that they want them or whatever. Like they trick their voters for that. Leftists are not able to do the same when it comes to just like when a leftist says they want to do left-wing pushes and like they like soften their rhetoric and so on and so forth. Like you just assume, oh, they're a class, like they're a traitor. They're just like trying to co-opt revolutionary favor, like and momentum, destroy the momentum, all that kind of shit. When it's like, bro, they are working within the system. You can disagree with that. You can do something else. But like, if you waste your time shitting on them, you are worse than them. You should use that they are doing like increasing class consciousness to further increase class consciousness. Like if you don't like them, if you disagree with them, etc., then work on something else. Don't waste your time shitting on them. Like, are you really going to make enemies of people who are like left of the context we live in when like Nazis fucking exist and are like gaining power? Like the fuck is wrong with you? It's something I really hate about Western leftists.
Years and years, then of course some people believe that.
Well, it's not just the mainstream media. Germany's domestic intelligence agency is saying it, and you're saying they're biased.
Yes, they are biased,
but that's weird because when they were criticizing Muslim groups for being extremist, you cited them in your manifesto in 2017. You were fine to quote them.
Yeah, but sometimes we read what they write and then we say, okay, this is maybe biased and that is not biased.
Oh, the bit that's anti-you is biased, and the bit that's anti-Muslim is not biased.
It's a question of analyze. So they take the facts and then they make an interpretation. And what they interpret...
Okay, what about the interpreter? Can you, Mr. Fat Hitler guy, can you like tell us a little bit about what of their analysis on Muslims was like correct and not biased, and which of their analysis on you was not correct and biased?
As extremists in our case is a standard for politicians outside. So I mean, look, we have in Austria the Freedom Party that in some parts is more to the right wing than we are, and we don't talk about Donald Trump. But given the standards of the German domestic intelligence and taken to Donald Trump, I mean, he would be much more than extremist. So
do you think Donald Trump is to your right?
We are very close to Donald Trump. But
you've called yourself the German Donald Trump.
I didn't call, others called me that way, and I think it's flattering.
I think you introduced yourself to a journalist from The Spectator in that way. There are many watching today who will say that you, the German Donald Trump, are yourself an extremist. In the German intelligence agency's report on the AfD, you were cited hundreds of times by name. They said your view of humanity is incompatible with the German constitution. You are also famously on record saying...
Which is a little bit ironic, because actually this is a video I didn't share with you guys, but basically Germany is like bending over backwards, like trying to find loopholes to try and fucking remove people's citizenships in the same way as Nazi fucking Germany. But they're just doing it in a way that's not quite the same. And we might watch this video in a little bit.
Quote, not all members of the Nazi SS were criminals. Something so outrageous that even your own party, they kicked you out of their parliamentary delegation.
That's not completely right.
Well, Marine Le Pen, the French far-right leader, said, that's too much even for me. And they cut off ties with you.
Even that is a simplification. Marine Le Pen always wanted to kick the AfD out of her group for several traditional reasons the French right has with Germany.
I really, it would be very funny to see the French right and like the German right like have infighting because like, you know, their clashing empire type thing. That is like one of the few hopes I have regarding like the rise of the far right, is that they will eventually run out of internal enemies and like they will begin to like, you know, like games where you become bigger and bigger and then you like the fish game where you eat fish and then you become a bigger fish and then you see other big fish, like kind of like that. And they'll end up meeting some of the other far right fish whom they'll then have to, if they don't work with them, they'll end up competing with them because, you know, they're nationalists.
The reason, or they needed something they could sell to the press.
You defending the SS?
No, I never defended. There was a lady and she told me, Mr. Krah, you said we should be proud of our ancestors. Now, my grandfather was an SS soldier. What do you say to me? And then I asked, have you checked the case? Was he a criminal?
Oh my
Only from the given fact that he was member, I will not tell you that he was a criminal. And I mean, this is the practice.
Okay, first, I don't care if he's a criminal. The point is more that he's an awful fucking human being who was a part of the SS, aka assisting in the Holocaust. Like, assisting in all other sorts of war crimes and horrible things that Germany did. The fucking Nazi Germany did. It doesn't matter if he was directly involved in it. If you did paperwork, like, if you've done paperwork for the fucking Nazis, then you've still assisted the Nazis.
That even the Allied forces during World War II made for those cases. So when they captured an SS soldier, they asked,
are you a criminal organization, as you know?
Yeah, but the SS is a criminal organization, but not each and every one. You have to check, is he guilty? Is he a criminal? I never denied one German crime during the World War, but I say, even then you have to check personal guilt.
Look who sits with you in the German parliament right now. Matthias Helfrich, who called himself the friendly face of Nazism. Dario Seifert, he was a former member of a neo-Nazi group that's blacklisted by the AfD.
Is he a member of the parliament or is he an employee?
Dario Seifert.
He should be my colleague. I've never heard the name before, but maybe
he's a member of the Bundestag.
Okay.
He actually took Angela Merkel's seat in parliament, so people know him quite well. It's weird that you don't.
That's the guy, yes.
That's the guy, the former neo-Nazi group member. Then there's Bjorn Hooker, one of your party's most influential figures, the AfD leader in Thuringia.
I can see why people call him the German Donald Trump, because I will say that, unfortunately, he does have, at least so far, as someone who doesn't know anything about this guy than what we're learning right now, he's able to present himself much better than, you know, whatever policies he has. I don't think he's like a Donald Trump 1-to-1. I mean, his hair does remind me a little bit of like somewhere between like Donald Trump's creature living on his head and like, you know, standard Nazi haircut. He's also fat. So that's probably also one of the reasons why they make that comparison. But I think the main thing is probably like his charisma and able to, you know, just like gab or what is like, I think gab, I think that's what you call it. Just be charismatic in the way you say things.
Convicted in a German court for using the banned Nazi slogan, everything for Germany, which was the motto of Hitler's stormtroopers. He said it twice, and then he said, it's wrong to portray Hitler as, quote, absolutely evil. There do seem to be a lot of Nazi sympathizers in
Yeah, but let's say, I mean, the audience can decide it. If I would say everything for the United Kingdom, then you would say, okay, it's a patriotic phrase. I was always interested in history.
Well, if it's linked to a fucking Nazi group or a group which has committed, some other group that has committed and is known for committing a shit ton of war crimes, you know, it would have a little bit of a different meaning. Words are not just words by themselves. Like, it's not just a patriotic statement when it has the history of, you know, the fucking Holocaust. He's being investigated because he might be paid by China. Really? I mean, I didn't think China would be involved in that. I know Russia pays a lot of far-right politicians, and I assume because a mixture of like they are friendly to Russia, which allows them to live or do not so nice things, and or like just fucking destroying Europe from within. Ironically, what far-right politicians claim other people like Muslims and refugees, etc., are doing. Russia is also very intelligent. Like, it's very ironic. I actually saw a video about someone talking about, it's like Russia's behind all these far-right people. It's like, yes, but also like you are allowing it. Your democracy are allowing these people to prosper, while at the same time you're focusing so much of your energy to attack people who are left-wing and or pro-Palestine and so on and so forth. Like, you can't just blame Russia on why Europe sucks. You are very much like Russia would not be able to do this if you did not set up the system in such a way in which they can do this. I would be surprised if it is paid by China. I have not heard about China actually doing this kind of thing, even though it would be in their interest. But
I didn't know that this was a special Nazi slogan. And he said,
well, he did. He's a history teacher.
Maybe. I would say we have a problem with free speech. The phrase "everything for Germany" was used much.
But
often
is this a
much
free
before
issue, or is this an issue?
What do you mean much before? Germany was barely a country by like the end of the 19th century. Like, what? It's going on for quite a while.
In your party who like to play footsie with Nazis or with the Nazi period of history.
Maybe it sounds that way, but it's not the fact. I wouldn't say that this is typical. Look, we talk about immigration, we talk about demographics, we talk about economic development. And then, okay, the party is now more than 10 years old, and you will find such examples which I don't like. Those are bad examples. But you cannot judge a party by such isolated facts. You have to make a whole...
I mentioned two members of parliament, one of whom you conveniently hadn't heard of, and the most influential state leader of your party, Bjorn.
No, not the most influential. Come on. Thuringia is a very small state.
He's seen as one of the most influential...
in fact, he sees himself maybe.
In fact, Alice Weidel was asked, would you make him a minister? And she said yes. So we're looking at a future government minister as well, saying this stuff.
I tell you that he will not become part of the government.
How do you know that? Alice Weidel said she could be.
Yeah, he said she can imagine, but what shall you do? Imagine you're in a TV studio and they ask you after a member of your own party, then you don't begin to split your own party.
One of the biggest criticisms of your party's platform is the focus on what's called remigration.
Björn Höcke is literally the most influential AfD position. Yeah, I mean, this guy is very much engaging in, minimizing his threat level. Something, again, when leftists do this, other leftists will go, oh, you're defeating the revolution, etc.
Of getting rid of immigrants, which is a far-right concept coined by an Austrian extremist. Of getting rid of immigrants, which is a far-right concept coined by an Austrian extremist ally of your party who once stuck a swastika on a synagogue. It was in your party manifesto, the word remigration, last year. You have recently distanced yourself from it, I believe, having once been a champion of it.
Not
no, I've never been a
also
champion of it. I have made clear that I don't like that the concept is completely unacceptable. My own wife is from Slovakia, so she is an immigrant. So you cannot tell me that I want to remigrate.
Slovakia, yes. Yes, I'm sure you treat Slovakian immigrants the same way as you treat other immigrants, sure. He's so influential that Alice Weidel couldn't kick him out, although he didn't want her to be in the lead of... What? Oh, although he said he didn't want her to be in the lead of... And Alice Weidel is the leader of the AfD, right?
Sorry.
She's like the lesbian... Isn't she like the lesbian who is not... Like, the lesbian who has a wife but is not a lesbian? Like that leader of the AfD. Yeah, fucking awesome. It's incredible. They are doing woke or fascist homophobia or something. It's like she has a wife, but she's not lesbian.
Hold on. The fact that your wife is an immigrant from Slovakia doesn't mean you didn't write a book about remigration.
I never wrote a book about remigration. I wrote a book on what it means to be right-wing.
Also, bro, Slovakia, you could probably consider, if you're far right in Germany, you probably consider that to be a part of Germany anyway.
Contemporary right wing. The book on remigration was written by...
It's like, Bohemia, das ist part of the Holy Roman Empire and therefore it's part of Germany, yeah. So she's not technically an immigrant, yeah. Oscar I can't be racist because I have migrant friends all the time. That's so funny.
Right wing. Contemporary right wing. The book on remigration was written by an Austrian, Mr. Zellner.
He came up with the concept and you endorsed it and pushed it. I just watched an interview with this afternoon where you talked to the interviewer, 2023 interview, only 3 years ago.
Yeah.
You said we should do it. We could give the right incentives. We should be doing remigration.
Yeah, but not to people who are nationalized. Of course, look, Germany has the second largest number of refugees worldwide after Colombia. Of course, we have to take care that a large number of those people who came, who have not integrated in society, don't speak the language, that they go back into their home countries when the war is over.
You said this is about finding a path to raise the patriotic.
It's like so insane. It's like, bro, no, you've already invited them. Once you have someone in your country, it is your responsibility that they're treated well. Anyone not believing that are being kind of a wanker. Like they are your responsibility. You should help them integrate, or like if they want to leave, help them leave. Not force them to do it either. They should not be forced to assimilate, nor should they be forced to leave. You should help them integrate, and you should also help them if they want to leave. Straight up. That's the point of, hosting refugees. Otherwise, you don't give a shit about refugees and you don't care about people. At the very least, be honest about that. And Westerners just love to not be honest about that. They all care about refugees until, they actually have to do shit. Yeah, Höke said something very different.
Consciousness of the indigenous population again, and to motivate migrants, this is 2023, to either assimilate or remigrate. That's politics from the right.
Remigrate, fucking love it. Like, I am so excited for center-left politicians to begin to adopt this. Like, we are probably not that far out. I would not be surprised if some of them already use that rhetoric. I do expect them to use remigration as rhetoric by the end of 2027 or at the very latest 2028.
A book you wrote in 2023.
In Germany, there are two meanings of the word remigration. You are right, there is one which is given by Mr. Zellner. And I clearly dissent.
He's an ally of your party.
No, I clearly dissent. It's not even allowed to members of parliament from our party to have joint events with him.
Hold on. Why were 3 members of your party at an event with him last month in Porto?
And we will clear that with them and we'll make them clear that this is not okay. True. We made very clear that we don't allow joint.
This guy, so I will say, and I can see this guy being a major threat from the far right, because I assume this guy has horrible opinions, but he is very good from what I can tell so far to basically disguise that, being he's very good at seeming reasonable. Like this thing of oh yeah, they're not allowed to work with this guy. But then when someone did, and then he's like, we will look into that.
Okay.
They will have to answer to that or something.
In Porto.
And we will.
He's very good at that. I will, and that is just objectively, he's good at that shit, unfortunately. That's just like Jen Spar from CDU, who recently met Peter Thiel and said I didn't even know who Thiel was. That's so fucking funny.
Clear that with them and we'll make them clear that this is not okay. True. We made very clear that we don't allow joint.
He is very good at lying, this guy. Exceptionally good at it. At which leftists also. And this is also why, the far right, the far right does best when they're good at lying, when they're able to, mask their views, because people don't like their views, in general. Even a lot of the voters don't like most of the views. Even if they're very racist or whatever, they are more, swept up by a mixture of, it's reactionary, They don't like the way the world is going. They've not been treated well by the government because, liberalism and all that shit. So they get courted by these people who seem reasonable, and then the neoliberal media will attack them and call them all sorts of things while not really being consistent morally, because they're neoliberals, and neoliberals are never consistent in their beliefs because their only actual thing is to uphold empire. Meanwhile, they espouse all these liberal beliefs.
With Mr. Zellner in public.
And then also neoliberals and center-left people will then cater to the far right, begin to adopt some of their rhetoric, which then further legitimizes their arguments in the eyes of voters.
You used to do events with him.
I met him from a publishing house. They had a big event. Well, he was a guest and I was a guest. But look, I meet so many people. And of course, there are groups that...
This lady. This lady.
Look, I meet so many people. And of course, there are groups that vote us and they follow his movement.
What is your definition of remigration?
Remigration is the sum of all legal ways to bring people out of the country who don't have the right to stay there. So if you have criminals, they have to leave. If you have people who live
saying that you want criminals to leave again is like the dumbest thing. Like, okay, so if someone commits a crime, you're just gonna let them leave. You're not gonna prosecute them. You're not gonna ensure that they go to jail or like try to like either, you know, punish them for committing a crime or what do you call it? Like reform them to not commit crimes anymore. You just want to like chuck them out. Like it's just incredibly stupid. Like what stops them from just coming back?
Only from welfare and don't want to work, they should leave. So all legal
migration.
This is what criminals.
Wait.
They should leave. So
from welfare and don't want to work, they should leave. Okay, nice. So like, how do you deal with people in your country doing that? Are you just like gonna not deal with that? Like, sure, if this becomes a huge problem, sure, you need to find some way of solving it. But this is not an issue in any country. Like, the issue is more the top 1% hoarding all money like fucking fat dragons, right? Not people, not the bottom 1% who for some reason or another cannot work. Or will not work. Like, it literally does not matter. Even if they don't work and they receive money from the government, they will spend that money on something. They will like contribute to the economy. You know who doesn't do that? The top 1%.
Is what the Labour government.
They will just look for ways to avoid paying taxes.
Does in this country. That's not controversial.
This is not controversial because the official definition of our party, what we as a party understand by remigration, was now judged by the German administrative court. And they said, in the way the AfD is using the word remigration, there's no problem with the constitution. This is why.
Yeah, okay, great. I mean, that does not surprise me. German being like, yeah, it's okay. They're not being too racist. It's okay.
This extremism thing is now on hold because we have another.
As we mentioned earlier, one of your leading AfD leaders.
Who?
He said Björn Hooker.
He's not leading. He's not even in the executive board.
He's the leader of your party in a German state.
He
said, without problem, we would also without problem be able to live with 20 to 30%.
The great thing is that MEHDI doesn't let him get unchecked. Yes, I do think that's good, but I'm unfortunately so far not very, we'll see how this goes because we're only 1/4 way through. But my impression so far is that this will not be very effective to actually dismantling this kind of person because they're very like, this guy is a weasel. He's very good at weaseling his way out. And despite, you know, being called out, presenting himself as a reasonable person.
Germany, we would also without problem be able to live with 20 to 30% fewer people in Germany. How do you get to 20 to 30% fewer people in Germany without deporting German citizens?
I don't know. He's a sports teacher, not a math teacher. Ask him.
I'm asking you. Do you accept that deporting 20 to 30%?
He made all these people laugh at this joke. Like, you know, it's funny, whatever. But this is what I mean. Like, this guy is very good at gabbing.
Public.
Look, once again, I don't know about his calculation. And this is not what is written in our manifesto. In our manifesto, it's very clear. Remigration is the sum of all legally possible ways.
Remigration is a far-right concept that talks about deporting
outside
citizens
Germany
who are not assimilated. That is how Martin Selber has defined it.
This is Mr. Zellner's definition.
You can try and redefine it for this audience, but that's what it means.
Definition.
That's why it's always been a far-right term.
But in addition to that, people don't really push back on him. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I also feel like German neoliberals pushing back on him is just like gonna be very feckless.
Definition which is used
because they don't disagree.
In Germany, we have Mr. Zellner's definition, and we have a definition in our manifesto. And this is why I advise my party not to use this word.
Yeah, that's interesting that you say that. You advised your party not to use the word, not because you don't believe in it, but because you know you'll get banned if you use it. It sounds pretty cynical.
We have more and more migrants in Germany who vote AfD. And I'm the champion. I made a lot of videos in which I made clear, especially the Turkish community should vote AfD. The former Soviet
I mean, that's so fucking funny, man. German Turks, why are you like this? I mean, I'm sure a lot of them vote for them. Fucking, some was involved. Sadly, I think it's not just some of you; it's a lot of you. It's so insane. I think of like the various diaspora in the world who are like very right-wing, etc. I think one of the worst in Europe are probably like the German Turks. Not that much yet. Okay, that's good. But it's just I mean, then also like those who vote back home, they always vote for Erdogan and that kind of thing.
Community is already with us.
So let's talk about those immigrants.
The former
Why
Soviet
does your party
community.
leader, Alice Weidel, distinguish between Germans and passport Germans, she says? People who acquired German citizenship, weren't born with it. Will there be two classes?
How many years ago?
Will there be two classes?
How
of
many
citizens?
years ago?
She said it in 2019.
Yeah, this is 7 years ago.
And
She
then
never since.
Let me finish.
Never since.
Let me finish. Then in August 2025, last year, she was asked about it and she defended the use of passport Germans in an interview with Welt.
Okay. So I only know the old thing. Okay, Mrs. Weidel, her wife is from Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
You will really tell me that the party leader who has a wife from Sri Lanka has a racist view on the world? I mean, come on, that's bull. When you have a wife from Sri Lanka who
Yeah, no, I see.
looks like Sri Lanka,
I see what you mean. What it's
then you are
called.
not a racist.
He's literally just being like,
It's obvious.
but her wife is the brown, so obviously she can't be racist.
That's what you think racism
like Sri Lanka, then you are not a racist.
Okay.
It's obvious.
That's what you think racism comes down to.
Yeah, but I mean,
whether you have friends or family who are
It's
non-white.
obvious.
Really?
This is
It's
the way. I mean, this is the
2026.
typical
Maximilian, it's
accusation we are
2026.
fighting against.
Why did you say last year the equality of citizens based solely on a piece of paper that one holds is the founding myth of the modern state?
Because it is the way. The modern state says
But there's
that
not an equality between a Turkish German.
it's a complete equality. The myth or the basis of the modern state is that every citizen is equal.
Maximilian, this is what you said in 2023. When we talk about the people, das Volk, we are talking about a community of similars. When we talk about the people, it's far more than a political or legal category. It is a natural, biological, verifiable reality.
The German language has a problem. That das Volk means both the ethnic group and the citizenship.
Why
Means
did
the
you say
ethnic German
it is not a
group and the
social
citizen group.
contract? It is something that is in the genes.
In the ethnic
Do you understand
group?
why people worry when
The
German
ethnic-
politicians start
the
talking
eth-
about the genes?
We are not Sydney Sweeney, but the point is very easy. You have ethnic group and you have the citizenship.
You mentioned a lot of migrants are voting for the AfD. Let's talk about Muslim Germans, a lot of Muslims in Germany.
Turks, for instance.
You have said that Islam belongs in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, dog, try to find an apartment with a Turkish name.
Not Germany. And the
That's
2026
so funny.
manifesto for the state of Saxony, Saudi Arabia, not Germany. And the 2026 manifesto for the state of Saxony-Anhalt, this year's big election, calls Islam a culturally alien religion. Islam does not belong to Germany.
Bro, you can make the same. It's so funny whenever like Westerners say this. It's like, okay, what about Christianity or Judaism? Like, Are you gonna say that they're not? Like, then they also belong to maybe not Saudi Arabia, but then they belong in fucking Palestine.
You know who used similar rhetoric about a religious minority in Germany back in the 1930s?
Please don't bring now Hitler.
Why?
Everyone wants to bring Hitler
Why?
when there is a problem
Why?
in Germany.
It sounds to me like exactly how the Nazis spoke about Jews.
No.
I could quote it to you if you want.
I say Turkish Germans shall vote for AfD. I mean, what
The
religion
Jews
usually
are
Turks
not
have?
German. They are an alien people in our midst. That was Hitler's words. How is that different to the AfD manifesto? Islam is a culturally alien religion, does not belong to Germany.
Where
What's
is
the
it from? Is it a state level?
It is the
I think raised my base of the AfD is still the German-Russian diaspora. Yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense as well because all of like the neoliberals, like, I mean, ever since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it's just been like, all out, racism against Russians. And also, in every way, like talking shit about Russians in Russia. Like not like on one hand saying that Putin is a dictator, etc. But at the other time, like on the other hand, still being racist against Russians and being like, blaming them as well. Very inconsistent, very just racist, shitty rhetoric. The German Russian is a little different though. Maybe. Either way, like, you're not. They very obviously. I doubt they have shown any care for them.
Saxony-Anhalt manifesto for this year from the AfD. Are you going to disown this
how
as
big
well?
a group
But
are
this
they?
year is no election in Saxony.
This is the 2026 manifesto. I'm reading from it now.
My constituency is in Saxony. I should know my manifesto, and I know that there is no election this year.
Saxony-Anhalt election, September 2026.
Saxony-Anhalt. This is another. Okay.
I think everyone here heard me say Saxony-Anhalt
another state.
multiple
I'm sorry,
times.
we have many states in Germany, and I'm not able to.
Can we focus on the issue here? Hitler said the Jews were not part of Germany; they were alien religion. This is what the AfD is saying about Muslims today.
Not really. The point is, we invite every German citizen to be part of it. We have, meanwhile, an organization that is called Migrants Within the AfD, which are very influential. The Kurds say, okay, we are not an extremist party anymore. Of course, our critics always bring
so much use of tokenism. Many of them are still very Putin see themselves in the group in Germany due to them being from Germany in the first place. Yeah, I mean, it does not surprise me. But the thing is also like, I don't think their pro-Putinism has been helped by, the way that the Russians have just been treated by the West, which is just like being racist against them. Like literally using like Islamophobia, like rhetoric that's very similar to Islamophobic rhetoric when talking about Russians. In some way, like, with when Russia invaded, calling like the invaders orcs and that kind of thing, was a very common thing. I don't see it around as much anymore, but I'm sure it's still used.
Points, even mistakes we made mistakes.
Yeah, but I was confused to be nationalist in ways that in some ways even oppose each other. I mean, for them, it's like, if the far right is supported by Russia, right, like by the Russian government, then it makes sense to me that they're like, pro-Germany in a way that's, amicable to Russia, in the sense that they don't want to, like, if your welfare also is going down while military spending is going up, and like a lot of spending is used to like support Ukraine, while also there being a lot of anti-Russian, like a lot of Russophobic rhetoric. It does make sense to me that they end that way.
Maximilian. The AfD wrote this manifesto saying Islam does not belong in Germany.
But I can tell
you agree with that sentence, that Islam does not belong in Germany?
The manifesto was written by a scholar who speaks fluent Arabic, has a highly appreciation of Islamic culture and Islamic people.
It doesn't matter whether you have Muslim friends or you're married to Sri Lankans, racism is racism.
Again,
these statements are racist. Let's go to our panel here, who are waiting patiently. I'm joined by Gerald Knaus, chairman of the Berlin-based think tank, the European Stability Initiative. You heard us talking a lot about remigration. Maximilian says we've misunderstood it all. It just means deporting criminals. What's your response to that?
If the AfD is found to use Martin Sellner's term remigration, it can be brought to the Constitutional Court and be closed down. So it's very important for the AfD in its manifesto to write exactly the words that they were advised by lawyers. Maximilian Krah knows as a lawyer how dangerous it is for the AfD. So he's warned about it. Since January this year, AfD has continued.
He kind of looks like a frog now that I think about it, this Maximilian Krah.
So he's warned about it. Since January this year, AfD has continuously met Martin Sellner, inviting him to Thuringia, to the Landtag. Björn Höcke, whose party really this has become, Alice Weidel tried to kick him out once, she was unable. His party in Thuringia has invited Martin Sellner. Martin Sellner has made events in Brandenburg, where another AfD active politician, who's just been also in Portugal, has said Germany would do well with 20 million less people. And what the party in Sachsen-Anhalt is saying here is based on the most toxic myth in German, European, and Western politics today, the idea that there's a great replacement that needs to be reversed because it's an existential threat. I've lived in the Balkans in the 1990s. I've lived in Sarajevo. I've seen, after the Cold War, in Europe, how these kinds of ideas have led to ethnic cleansing, expulsions, and in the end, the genocide in Srebrenica. And when political parties talk like this, we need to be very, very careful because it's serious.
Before I let Maximilian come back in, let me bring in some other panelists here. Cool. I'm also joined by Ralph Schulhammer, head of the Center for Applied History at the MCC, a conservative think tank in Budapest. Ralph, what's your response to what you heard from Gerald and from Maximilian about remigration, ethnic cleansing, Islamophobia in Saxony-Anhalt?
I mean, I can give you easily a handful of quotes from the National Socialist Economic Program, and you will find people on the American and European left and also on the right who would agree with it. So it's a little bit of a gotcha game. But secondly, the term remigration was coined as the...
Wait, what did he say? American and European left?
Would agree with it. So it's a little bit of a gotcha game. But secondly, the term remigration was coined as the description of Jews after World War II going back to the countries they fled from. That is the historic origin of the term. And by the way, remigration is happening as we speak. Germany is now the country with the second largest refugee population. The reason why it's no longer Iran and Turkey, that they no longer have a larger population than Germany, is because people are leaving Iran back to Afghanistan, 2.2 million, and people are leaving Turkey back to Syria.
Do you believe that German citizens should be quote-unquote remigrated?
No, but when Alice Weidel speaks about passport Germans, I think we have to keep in mind, how did naturalization laws change in Germany over the last couple of years? There was a term not coined by me, by the German government, so-called turbo naturalization. So they created quotas. I think in Berlin it was 40,000. That is, at 40,000 people every year need to get citizenship. So this was no longer tied to people integrate, they learn the language, they become part of society. That we need to meet a number, therefore they have to become citizens.
Joe is shaking his head.
That's
is
true.
that correct? Incorrect? Do you agree?
Well, no, it's incorrect. The German law
Yeah, okay, this guy very much, living up to the boldness.
is very clear.
The other guy, I don't know, what this tank thingy he was from, but at least he seems to be. He doesn't seem to like racism, so that's
the
great.
turbo naturalization citizenship was for some people extremely qualified, the Japanese or the Indian engineer who is in the country and who after 3 years should get it. Very few people got it. What we have in Germany is a system where after 5 years, and a lot of refugees came more than 5 years ago, there are some conditions as well. But the reality is that Germany has had a lot of refugees who've been given protection.
I need to bring in Deborah, who's been waiting patiently. Deborah Feldman is a German-American writer, political commentator. The AfD is soaring in the polls. They may secure their first state premiership in Saxony-Anhalt in September.
Thank you. Thank you.
As an immigrant and a Jewish woman living in Berlin, how concerned are you about the rise of the AfD in Germany?
Well, I'm a passport German, but I got my passport on the basis of my Jewish great-grandfather, who was actually the son of an ethnic German Catholic who had an illegitimate child with a Jewish woman. As a result of this, he was expelled from the German Volk. So in a sense, I'm a product of what Mr. Krah has referred to as mixed culture. I already feel uncomfortable in Germany before the AfD is in power because I am a progressive and anti-Zionist Jew. So
hell yeah.
The liberal mainstream in Germany is very narrow and expels anything that doesn't belong. So my unease is already great and is of course increasing with the approach.
If you say that the liberal mainstream is narrow and they blame everyone of extremism, like even you from the left side, and they do with us, so this is for the auditorium, you see, everyone is extremist who is not mainstream. I mean, it's very easy.
What do you make of Maximilian's position that remigration now is not the definition? He's not a fan of the concept. Do you buy that?
You've very openly said that you understand it is not strategic to maintain these convictions publicly, and I understand you want to bring your party into the mainstream. You would like to have access to the power that the mainstream now has access to. What you've said about Jews in Germany is the Israelis are great because they're ethno-nationalists defending their borders. The Jews in Germany have nothing to contribute, and most of the Jews are left and basically communist. That is your ideological answer.
Let Maximilian briefly respond.
I was the last. I mean, if you have seen my Instagram last weekend, you are so well prepared.
Have you read the comments on your Instagram?
Let him make a point.
Last weekend, I was at a wedding on the Côte d'Azur where my good German Jewish friend Yotam, who got the German passport the same way like you because his great-grandmother came from Germany and he had to leave because the Nazis. He came back and became German. He married his German bride. So, and now you tell me I have something against Jews in Germany. That's complete nonsense.
You said earlier you want more migrants voting for the
There's like, well, you see, I have one Jewish friend, so therefore, how can I have anything against the Jews, yeah?
AfD, more Turkey. Do you think there are too many Muslims in Germany?
I look after the different groups that come. And I think
that was a very simple question that you couldn't answer.
If I ask a Turk, do you want to have more Syrians? Then he said, of course not. If I ask him, what about your Turkish cousin? Of course, yes.
That's great, but
so to say
we're not asking the Turkish or Syrians. I'm asking you, Maximilian
I don't like the phrase that we put all the Muslims in one basket.
Do you think there are too many Muslims in Germany?
Today, I
don't know what's going on up there. It's a very simple question. Are you thinking of the political? Are you worried what your base is going to say? Do you think there are too many Muslims in Germany?
If I would now get the answer, can we take young people from Tehran to Germany who are formerly Muslim?
I would say you're
yes,
a politician, but and you answer a question with a question, but I will ask it again.
I don't want to
Do you think there are too many Muslims in Germany?
Which kind of Muslims?
You tell me.
I have no problem if you say we have now 10,000 young people from Tehran in Iran who come to Germany for study and having no problem with them. I don't want to have 10,000 Somalis.
Oh.
Okay. It's a difference.
You don't like Somalis?
Oh.
I know the data and I know that how
Muslims
Somalis
favorite,
perform in Western countries. And I know how Iranians perform in Western countries. Both are Muslims. Do I have a problem with Iranian Muslims? No, I don't have. Do I have a problem with Somali Muslims in Western countries? Obviously, I have.
So I'll ask you one last time. Do you think there are too many Muslims in Germany?
At least
I think the question can't be answered because there are not. You cannot put all Muslims in one basket. I think that is not correct to say
let's
that.
end on a point of agreement. We shouldn't put Muslims in one basket.
Of course not.
Yes, so you should chat
You
to
have
your
to
friend
distinguish.
in Saxony-Anhalt.
I will tell him your regards.
We will take a break there. That is the end of part one of Head to Head. When we come back, we're going to talk about some of the AfD's foreign policy controversies. Don't go away. Coming up very soon.
Ooh, that sounds fun. We're not going away. We are staying right here.
Welcome back to Head on Al Jazeera. I'm joined by Maximilian Krah from the very controversial AfD party in Germany.
Okay, real quick. Because they just at the break, let's just put this one on. Like a little bit about Germany and how progressive they are. Okay.
This family has lost their German citizenship because of a racist law during German colonial times. How can this be? Let's rewind. The Liebel family came from Togo to Germany in early 2020. They entered the country with their German passports, which the German embassy in Togo issued in 2019. That's because Ami Tido Liebel and her two sisters had a great German grandfather. Back in 1908, he married their African great-grandmother in what is today Togo, then under German colonial rule. This marriage wasn't accepted by the German imperial law as it was a so-called mixed marriage. That's why German authorities now say that the Liebel family mistakenly received the passports and the citizenship never existed.
What the fuck? The Liebel family is now being treated as if they had entered the country legally. Is of course absolutely absurd. They had German passports. They even voted in an election here. And suddenly they are considered illegal.
So this racist law continues to impact the lives of the Liebel family members today, creating numerous hurdles and huge uncertainty. But that's not all. The family of 8 was obliged to give up their Togolese citizenship to obtain the German one, which means now they are stateless. And that means German authorities have cut the family's social benefits because they are now considered undocumented immigrants who entered the country illegally, despite their German heritage and despite following all the procedures needed to the letter. The family's lawyer is now fighting for the residence permit and ultimately to get back their German citizenship. This family has lost...
Good job, Germany. Great. Like fucking so woke, so awesome. Hell yeah. Very epic.
Germany, we've been talking domestic politics, some of the immigration rhetoric, Islamophobic rhetoric in part one. Let's talk a little bit about some of the foreign policy controversies associated with your party, and you in particular. Maximilian, in 2025, your former European parliamentary aide, Jian Guo, was sentenced to nearly 5 years in prison for spying for Chinese intelligence in what prosecutors called an especially serious case of espionage. A German court found that he collected information on AfD leadership on European Parliament negotiations. He spied on Chinese dissidents. When your colleagues in the AfD came to you and raised their concerns about this guy working for you, who's a good friend of yours, you dismissed them as racist. How could you have been so naive to have a Chinese spy in your office?
First of all, indeed, it shows that I'm not a racist at all, because he was a friend and I hired him. I'm a lawyer by training. I wanted to see evidence. And my party colleagues at that time, when they came and said he is a spy, they had no evidence. The only evidence was that he had Chinese origin. And that is not a base to fire someone.
Completely agree with you. There are also some Germans working for the Chinese government.
Oh, indeed. Yeah.
You've been accused of working for the Chinese government.
No, I was never accused.
Actually, you are currently under investigation by the German authorities.
But not for working for the Chinese government.
No, for taking bribes from the Chinese government. Payments allegedly facilitated by your former aide.
And they didn't find any cent. Nothing.
That investigation is ongoing, isn't it? It hasn't been closed.
They raided my apartment and they found nothing. The point is that the German state has a very small mainstream and is very radical against everyone outside of this mainstream. I have a colleague of mine, Mr. Bistron, who had 23 raids in his apartment as a member of parliament. That is Germany, by the way. I only had one, so you see how harmless am I. And they found nothing.
But do you understand why people might not take your denial seriously, given you did have a Chinese spy working in your office?
I was obviously the victim of espionage. So that is something different than to be a spy, isn't it?
You deny taking bribes from the Chinese government?
Of course I deny. It's complete bullshit.
Okay. You don't take money from the Chinese government, you say, but you're happy to push Chinese government talking points. In the European Parliament, you voted against a resolution for China to stop suppressing the Uyghurs. You call the accusations anti-Chinese propaganda. On the 70th anniversary of Chinese rule of Tibet, you congratulated China for being proud of what they achieved in Tibet. You're also vice chair of an EU-China lobbying group.
Is this dude an AfD member? Yep, this is Maximilian Krah, who is like a fairly prominent AfD member.
After an investigation into its ties to the Chinese Communist Party. So whether you're paid or not, bribed or not, your critics would say you are pushing a Chinese government line.
No, I don't. The European Parliament has to every major...
Also, I will say, like, okay. Pushing, like, the government line of another country, it's like, why is it such a big deal in all these, like, fucking nation states? Like, I think it's just more of a big deal whenever it's, like, a foreign, a designated Western enemy. But yeah, I mean, it is like very weird that this guy would just be like weirdly pro-China in that, or like very pro-China.
Also to China.
So I'm also vice chair of an EU-China lobbying group that disbanded after an investigation into its ties to the Chinese Communist
I guess
Party.
apparently
So
since
whether
recently.
you're paid or not, bribed or not, your critics would say you are pushing a Chinese government line.
No, I don't.
I guess China is finally engaging in like, what do you call it, like espionage kind of thing. They're just like, maybe they're finally getting tired of just being called like all the worst things in the most hypocritical ways by the West. It's only him from what I know.
So every major country, a friendship group, also to China. So I was a member of. Why? At that time, China was the biggest trade partner of Germany, and sometimes it's good to be friend with the biggest trade partner, because especially when you're an export nation. So there's nothing wrong with it.
Maximilian, did you go to Xinjiang and visit detention centers where Uyghurs are held?
I never visited Xinjiang.
Okay, but you're a defender of the Chinese government treatment of Uyghurs.
But look, I know that there is a lot of propaganda on the way. Don't trust an information given by some Soros-funded NGO until you double-checked it. I mean, this is the difference I have with Mr. Knaus, who comes from a Soros-funded NGO. I only believe him if I double-check his facts. And usually, Soros-funded NGO facts are just lies.
Multiple human rights groups.
Damn, I agree with this. Motherfucker, we made a good point. Yeah, no, I mean, specifically, like, when it comes to the West and talking about China, like, I always say that shit with a grain of salt, but this guy's not very consistent on that. He's very obviously, like, I mean, it does sound like he's just been paid off to be TBH, because this is not, to me, it doesn't sound very consistent to his views, but also, like, like, at the same time, I guess, like, if you are actually going to be someone in government and you don't care about China or, like, the treatment of others, then it also does make sense that you just be like, well, China is the one who has power, so I'll just, cozy up to them.
What's happened?
But at the same time, it's just like very weird because like it's a very unpopular opinion in Europe. But at the same time, if you're a right-wing nationalist, unpopular opinions are kind of your thing.
Human rights.
Who
pays NGOs? Why Donald Trump defunded the USAID?
Maximilian, out of
because he
Amnesty International and you're the one being investigated for taking bribes.
They can investigate me as long as they want. They will not find anything. So an investigation does not make me guilty.
I didn't say it was. Let's talk about Russia as well, because you've got some issues there. President Putin has praised your party, the AfD. He's called your party's called for an end to sanctions on Putin's Russia. Of course. You yourself and
an end of sanctions.
Another
yes,
AfD
that is
colleague
good.
are currently being investigated by the German authorities for, wait for it, allegedly receiving bribes from the Russian government.
Wrong. I'm not investigated. No, there is no case against me. Not even.
He's like, this one I'm
so
good.
The Dresden Public Prosecutor's Office.
Yeah, it's called a pre-investigation. This is a new. You know what a pre-investigation is?
Okay.
They don't have the evidence. They don't have the evidence to make an investigation. And though they say, now we do for the press 1 month before election. Oh, it's a pre-investigation to interfere into elections. There is no investigation. There is just a statement.
This is where he might have a point to some extent. Like, although it is very obvious that far-right people in Europe are very often paid off by usually Russia, I guess also China in some cases. A lot of this, pre-investigation and that kind of thing, doing that like saying that publicly, announcing that you're doing that up to elections for against the far right is a very obvious, political persecution. And it's just like inconsistent with the values that the Western governments espouse.
To the press to bring.
So like even if you are correctly, doing some of these things, like doing it publicly or that kind of thing, it's just kind of like you are undermining your own arguments of like caring about democracy and fairness and all that kind of thing.
People who believe there's nonsense not to vote for me, but it doesn't help, so they vote for me.
But it doesn't help that, again, your party is super close to Russia. Your colleague,
we are close to
your
America.
colleague Marcus Frohnmayer was described in a leaked Russian intelligence email our absolutely controlled MP in the German parliament.
And you know that
this
is correct. You know, sorry, that is not
his
proven.
assistant was accused of launching false flag attacks in Ukraine. What is up with assistants to German MEPs and MPs from the AfD?
I don't know his assistants.
Wait,
I don't know.
what?
His assistant was accused of launching false flag attacks in Ukraine.
What? His assistant was accused of launching false flag attacks in Ukraine. Okay. He needs to elaborate a little bit more about what the fuck this means.
What is up with assistants to German MEPs and MPs from the AfD?
Assistants launching false flag attacks?
I don't know his assistants, I know him.
What?
The point is
that man has a very punchable face,
government
yeah.
has no argument.
Yeah, I'm also confused. Like, I'm very curious about what that part means. Like, genuinely what it means.
Against us. So they produce one after the other such fake accusations.
He has
and
a very
then,
frog-like
for
face.
us, all our voters know that it's fake, so they don't react anymore. Because we know there's the next fake story because they don't have an argument. There's a poll, we have 29%, then there's the next fake story, then we have 30%, then there's the next fake story. They don't learn it. People want to go into politics.
And the fake news argument is just like, it is very popular nowadays because the Western mainstream media has eroded, like just melted its own reliability. Credibility with the way they reported on Gaza, for example. Even like I'm reckon like even a significant amount of right-wing people would somewhat agree with that. While still being, inconsistent.
Foreign policy. That's why people vote for us, by the way.
Let me bring in Gerald Knaus, who you mentioned. He's the director of the think tank European Stability Initiative.
Soros funded.
Gerald, do you want to respond? A lot of attacks on you tonight. Do you want to respond?
Soros funded.
Initiative.
Soros funded.
Gerald, do you want to respond? A lot of attacks on you tonight. Do you want to respond?
Soros funded.
Well, last week I was in Ukraine. I spent the night in a shelter because Ukraine for 4 years has been bombed by Putin. In St. Petersburg, leaders of your party have made very clear they want a Europe in which Germany and Putin's Russia cooperate again, and that means at the expense of other European nations. No. Putin, who's
instead of objections, it's like Soros funded.
Threatening the Baltic states, who's been threatening Poland, who's been threatening Moldova, and who's waging a brutal war in Ukraine. You want to lift the sanctions. Your party leader has said Vladimir Putin is not. He doesn't think he's a war criminal. For other European nations that have for the last 80 years relied on Germany to be a pillar of the European structure of peace, to see your party come close to power in that country that justifies the methods of Vladimir Putin means that very soon Danes, Poles, Baltics, Belgians and other Europeans need to be afraid because Europe.
Okay, no, that's bullshit. Danish people, Belgians, etc. We don't have any reason to be afraid. That is such bullshit. Like all of that shit is so manufactured. Like, sure, Russia is not a very friendly state. Like of all the Western enemies, they're definitely the one I'm the least as a government and like the least supportive of, or the most critical of, whatever. However, the West is also being incredibly hypocritical in how they see this and how they deal with Russia versus how they deal with, for example, Gaza and Palestine. And also, like, just sanctions on Russia are very much collective punishment, are literally just shitty and bad. They enforce Putin's argument of like, oh, the West just hates us, but at the same time just punishing the general Russian population, which, it's just stupid and shitty. Like you're literally just like making it more difficult, and you're also not allowing like Russian deserters to flee to Europe, and in that way depriving Russia's of like their armed forces. Like if you're not doing that either, then you kind of like you don't give a shit. You're just like painting them to be an enemy no matter what they do, and without actually be very much lying about how much you care about people. There's a manufactured fear across Europe, especially in Germany, to find excuse to put up the German army. Yeah, that as well. Building up like the army in Europe is very much unnecessary. Like especially because like, what do you mean Russia's gonna invade any of these other countries which have NATO bases on them? And also just like when they can barely, like the only way they will win in Ukraine, most likely, like if they win, is through a war of attrition. And because as long as this war goes on, they get to get rid of more minorities and political dissidents. Like, come on. It only worked when you realize Russia has other allies to help with the economic growth. That as well. And that's all because Germany fears the US won't support the imperialist demands of Germany with the American army. Yeah.
Approach is that a man who uses force to change borders, that a man who denies the nationality
hold on,
is an ally.
Let me just put a direct question. Do you see Vladimir Putin?
Okay. Also, this is also that a man uses force to change borders, that a man who denies the national interest
Denies the nationality.
Hold on, let me just
is an ally.
Like, okay. So, I don't know what this guy's position is on other things. However, like, this is... A neoliberal cannot make this argument against the far right, because a neoliberal supports Israel and all sorts of other horrible governments. Like, this argument falls so flat. You are just showing that you're being a hypocrite when you say this type of thing.
Let me just put a direct question. Do you see Vladimir Putin as an ally?
Not as an ally.
How do you see him?
He's the president of Russia.
Okay. Great.
I mean, come on. This is what you hear now is nonsense talk because
Maximilian, is he someone you like or admire?
Look, I'm a politician. I'm not here to tell you I like
Is
you.
he someone you want to work closely with? You answer a question.
Germany has traditionally and should have cultural, economic exchange with Russia. It makes no sense to have an endless war. Who wins in an endless war?
Would an AfD government host him in Germany? He's an indicted war criminal suspect for the ICC.
We should host every politician worldwide who represents important states because we need diplomacy to end wars. The solution he brings is an endless war with billions of pounds going to Ukraine. And if you want to end the war, you have to talk to people. Stop this war and not making points. They are evil. We don't like them. There is a big crime. The crime is to continue this war. You have no solution. We have a solution.
Dare I ask, I know we're behind on that, what is your solution to Ukraine?
Immediately join Donald Trump's peace process and stop giving European...
This is another thing which also like...
presents important states because we need diplomacy to end wars. The solution he brings is an endless war with billions of pounds going to
Ukraine. This is a popular argument, like increasingly popular argument in Europe, and that's another thing which the far right is winning in because the neoliberals are being hypocrites on this thing. Like, the thing about stopping people, like, they're evil, therefore we cannot make deals with them, all that thing, like, it does not make sense to people when they think for more than 2 seconds about this. And very much shows, again, the inconsistencies in the West. You don't have the same energy with Israel, don't you? Yeah, no, almost certainly he does not. So it's also, like, they're both inconsistent in this way, but also, like, like, they definitely feel the Russia thing, like, they have most Europeans have more of a, you know, direct involvement with the Russia thing because they feel a lot more of the money, etc. goes to that, and you know the governments have been a lot more public about supporting Ukraine, etc. So it's a lot of hypocrisy and it's just bullshit. And also, like, when the far right actually does include some legitimate, like, actual good arguments in their argument, which is, you know, they don't actually want to help Ukraine or like care about that or want to be fair when it comes to Russia. They're supported by Russia.
to continue this war.
And when, like, literally, you know, West, like, arms companies are making billions of profits on the war in Ukraine.
We don't have a solution. We have a solution.
Dare I ask, I know we're behind on that, what is your solution to Ukraine?
Immediately join Donald Trump's peace process and stop giving European money.
Miserably failed to do a peace
No,
process
he didn't
in
fail
Ukraine.
because the Germans paid to continue the war instead of following Trump's approach.
Let me bring in Ralph Schulhammer, head of the Center for Applied History at the Matthias Corvinus Collegium, a conservative think tank in Budapest. A lot of far-right parties in Europe have been accused of being too close to Russia and Vladimir Putin. Marine Le Pen's National Rally, Viktor Orban in Hungary, who just lost. Do you think it's going to cost parties like the AfD in the medium to long term to be seen as so close to Vladimir Putin?
No, absolutely. I think this is a problem, but I think we should be fair in our comparison. It is true, right, that the AfD believes there should be direct contacts with Russia. By the way, Sigmar Gabriel, the former socialist minister, just came out.
Also, to be fair, like, I think, like, if you are a serious government, you should have direct contacts with all governments in the world in general, like even the most awful ones. And then, you know, there's some which go far beyond the pale, like a certain genocidal ethno state, who are like nigh impossible. But until they reach that stage, you should try everything you can to amicably change them in general. And then, you know, if that does not work, then you can begin doing other things. But the answer is rarely to do collective punishment.
Yesterday and said the same thing. If you look at trade of the
Israel, Germany is expanding nations with several domestic politics.
UK, of Germany, of France, of Italy, with countries in Central Asia, you will see in 2022, they skyrocket. So either it is that Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan all of a sudden need all these machines from Germany, or it is that they simply buy them in Germany and then sell them to Russia. So what's happening is European goods, particularly in the machinery industry, still reach Russia. It's just via Central Asia. And the European Union knows this very well. Second, very quick question.
Yep. And again, I hate to hand it to them, but when they have grains between the argument, this is what undermines a lot of the, this is why we see the rise of the far right and why the mainstream media, neoliberal, whatever, center-left Western media is losing a lot of credibility and support in the governments and again media, because there's grains of truth in this, and also a lot of the Russian billionaires, etc., that they said that they have sanctioned have just gone around these sanctions.
Who was really doing the bidding of Vladimir Putin? Who was behind Nord Stream 2? Who banned fracking in
Nord
Germany?
Stream 2,
Who
that one as well.
decided to close down?
Nord Stream 2 is also another one. It's everyone blames Russia, even though Russia has literally no reason to do it. And then it's all the investigations into it suddenly stops. Come on, man. That's just so obviously very fucking stupid. That will lose you a lot of support from people who, especially now, Nord Stream, especially them not having, Germany not having Nord Stream now, is costing a lot because of the Epstein coalition's war on Iran, making oil prices go up.
The nuclear power plants, which all played into the hands of Putin. That was not the AfD because they've never been in government. And what you said, you're correct. You said 80 years. But until 2022, every European politician was lining up in Moscow to do business with Putin. So now all of a sudden they have discovered that this is wrong. Good for them. But that's a new position they've taken.
That's fair. Deborah Feldman is also here, German-American writer.
Yeah, I will say, I hate to give it to them, but this conservative egghead guy did have some decent points.
You argued in part one about the AfD.
And it's also very much shows neoliberal
the Jewish community.
Democracy.
A big foreign policy issue in Germany right now is Israel and the genocide in Gaza and the German government's position. Alice Weidel says we need to protect the existence of Israel. She says the AfD is the only protector in Germany of the Jewish people. We are. We are, says Maximilian. What's your response to that?
Well, the anti-Semitism within the party, and above all within the party's voting base, is clearly documented. But of course, far-right parties all over the Western world are known to have discovered the power of philo-Semitism already in the 90s. This idea of we need to rid ourselves of the reputation for being anti-Semites, and the best way to do that is to show ourselves as being associated with, not with Jews, but with the idea of Jewish power, which is the state of Israel.
Yep, literally just tokenism again.
A very thin veneer. The party itself is broken into various
I'm going to go to the loo real quick.
But what we know is that philo-Semitism has been useful until now in order to legitimize Islamophobia, in order to fuel anti-migrant rhetoric, and to use against the liberal mainstream in order to convince them to move further to the right by saying that they're not protecting Jews enough.
It's a thin veneer, Deborah says. Deep down, your party members are anti-Semitic still.
Of course not. There is no. She said this is evidence. There is no evidence.
There is evidence. There was a poll done by a study done by the Konrad Adenauer Foundation.
Yeah, but
they found that 1 in 5 people who prefer the AfD tend to agree or strongly agree that rich Jews rule the world. 6% of AfD supporters show elevated agreement with anti-Semitic statements compared to 2% of ordinary Germans.
Konrad Adenauer Stiftung is the official party think tank of our biggest competitor. I mean,
that's
to
a
ask
poll.
them about
That's
us
a poll of AfD supporters.
is nonsense. And to be honest, there is no.
Why
Look,
did you look at the comments on your
German
Instagram?
domestic intelligence blamed us for everything. They blame us also for bad weather, but among them, they blamed us for being anti-Semite. And even 2 years ago, the Kurd in North Rhine-Westphalia pushed away this accusation. So it's nonsense.
You don't think Jewish communities in Germany face a threat from far-right Germans?
No, they don't face a threat from far-right Germans. There is not one attack against the Jewish community in Germany. I'm sorry, they blame...
So according to FAR-IS
them.
data, this federal government data, anti-Semitic violence has surged in Germany in recent years, with far-right Germans responsible for 3 times as many incidents as Islamists. And your party likes to blame Islam and
you
Islamism
should know how
for everything.
they count what is far-right. If you are a far-right Muslim, then this is a far-right violence against Jews. So they don't distinguish between immigrant far-right and ethnic German far-right. All those data from German official authorities that are concerning
3 to
us
1.
are usually nonsense.
3 to 1, far right against Islamists.
This
That's
is
what
why
the
no
official data says.
This is why
Every
no
time you
German
say there's no
believes
evidence, I give you evidence, and then you say it's all a
That's a funny thing as well. That the thing is like, well, they don't distinguish between Muslim Fahrrad and the German Fahrrad. It's like, interesting. I mean, that's how it should be, because you're both like, if you're far right, then you're far right.
conspiracy against the AfD.
no German.
You got a Soros-funded conspiracy a few minutes ago. No, it's very funny. They don't face a threat on the far right. They never did. That's BS. Yeah.
No one believes those numbers anymore because they know it's wrong.
Actually, 72% of Germans, as we discussed at the top of the show, think your party's a danger to democracy. You accepted that they believed the data. You can't have it both
You're
ways.
not the strongest party. And
You're the strongest party in a country that is a multi-party democracy. You're at less than 30% nationally. Let's go to our audience who have been waiting patiently here in Conway Hall. If you have a question, do raise your hands. Wait for the microphone to come to you.
There's around 12,000 Syrian doctors in Germany, which makes them the largest group of healthcare professionals in the country.
12,000 doctors? Good grief. Yeah, no, this is another reason for why, like, all this racism shit is so dumb. Oh shit, that's scary. Good luck, Germany. Yeah, no. In Germany is so screwed. This is also why, like, especially as a leftist and a brown person, I'm very fond of the existence and popularity of and increasing popularity of the Green Party in the UK and La France Insoumise, led by Mélenchon in France. Because, like, the alternatives are not looking great. And it also very much pisses me off when leftists waste their time shitting on these people instead of, like, just organizing within themselves, just doing something productive in general.
Many of them work in remote areas like East Germany. And I'm wondering, how will you prevent the collapse of the healthcare system if you deport these Syrians?
We don't have Die Linke. Yeah, no.
Deport doctors.
I'm gonna try not to shit on Die Linke so much, like, but yeah, the German left is not having a good time. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. Is there a leftist party in Germany? So there's like left wing. There is a left wing party in our parliament, which is like 10-ish% of the vote, and they did push-ins. They joined our new government coalition and got a couple of neat things in there, but I don't know what exactly they've sacrificed to get that. And also they are in a coalition with the Social Democrats, who are the most far-right Social Democrats in history. Like literally like Nazi levels, like literally like Meloni, fascist leader of Italy, levels of like policy on immigration and that kind of thing. So yeah, and they've also gone further right. They're pro-rearmament now, though to be fair, that can be like, I don't know how much else they've said about that other than just saying they're pro-rearmament. But in general, they've gone more and more to the far right, and they're very popular with the more far left people in Denmark, who are very like fragmented and have disagreements with each other, but they all hate the Red-Green Alliance. So yeah. It's not. I would not say that the left wing situation in Denmark is better than Germany. Yeah.
Sir, I thought the AfD is very.
We don't deport doctors. It's very easy.
Sir, I thought the AfD is very keen on repatriating Syrian refugees.
6,000 are naturalized, right? So it's absolutely clear that we don't repatriate naturalized persons. So we talk about 6,000 that are not naturalized yet, right? And when they are doctors and they are integrated and they have a job in a hospital.
So hold on, you think Syrian doctors are doing a great job helping Germany?
Yeah, my brother is a director of a hospital in a rural area. And I talked to him and he said, we now have 2 Syrian doctors, works fine.
Okay, so why have you spent years complaining about Syrian refugees? Complaining about Angela Merkel, complaining about invasions, complaining about great replacement?
Because not every Syrian refugee is a doctor.
Okay, so you keep the Syrian refugees. You
know
that most refugees in Germany, 70% work in high-skilled professions. They're not in low-skilled professions.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
70% of refugees? No.
70% of working refugees who are able
this is another thing, is like, the main issue for why, like, I'm pretty sure the perception of refugees is just wrong in the West, like in European countries, especially. But also just like, these people are not just like random people. Like, these are not unskilled labor, like people without education who immigrate, which, to be fair, most people immigrate in general are educated. And even if they're not, that's fine. Like, but the educations are never accepted or like recognized, or very often not recognized or accepted. And so they can't really do any particularly good jobs, so they end up doing the shitty jobs, usually for lesser pay and less good positions and all that shit. And at the same time, they're being blamed for all crimes because they're poorer and because, statistically, if you're poorer, you are more likely to be committed more crimes or if you're marginalized and just more likely to be targeted. To be because it's assumed you're going to commit more crimes, and then also it's focused on by the media because that's easier than to actually address actual issues and fight against the capitalist forces in your country, all this kind of shit. But yeah, we only keep the use funds. It's always so disgusting. Yeah, it is. And liberals, it's just, I don't like capitalism. Yeah, that's how the mindset of liberals as well. Yeah.
And 50% are not working and are on welfare. And they cost a lot of money.
50% are not working and are on welfare. That's an insane. I sincerely doubt that's true. 50% of what the several million, even just 2 million, I don't know how many million it is, Syrian refugees or whatever refugees are not working. That's insane. That's stupid. That's literally would not be allowed.
You know that.
We have the second highest
number
of
What are you going to
refugees
do when
worldwide.
you run out of workers? I know you're very anti-migrant.
It's too much. You cannot blame us for to lower the number of
immigration
people
is down in
pouring
Germany. It's down. It's hugely down, and you know this.
No, because they don't count the families who come down. They only is down is the
immigration is down by
first.
almost half. In December, more people left Germany than arrived. Let's go to the gentleman here. Yes, second in.
We haven't heard so much about your policy towards the United States and Donald Trump. What is your party's policy to the US? Aren't we entitled to think that you're advocating not the greatness of the German nation, but its subjugation to these global oligarchs and tyrants?
Okay, Donald Trump is the most successful example of a right-wing movement changing politics. So obviously, for us, he's an example because we see how he gained power and how he could make a base that could win elections. More, we know that Donald Trump and his administration admires Germany. J.D. Vance made great speeches when the government went after us. Both Marco Rubio and his deputy foreign minister made public statements to defend us. So we see ourselves among all the right-wing parties in Europe as MAGA's greatest ally. And I personally think that Donald Trump is a man who brings the right change into the world, despite all the deficits I see too.
You mentioned Trump. One thing I always find about
this
Trump
is very funny. So the far right's alliance with the far right in America, the European far right alliance with the far right in America, especially Trump, is very interesting and amusing, especially in these times. Because when America threatened to invade the Danish Greenland, which is colonized, a place that Denmark has colonized and treated like shit forever. Then Europe is all oh, we need to protect against American imperialism, and it is also kind of moving in that way. But it definitely, no matter how hypocritical it is, it did make America seem even more unpopular among a lot of just Europeans. How long that will last, I don't know, because it also depends on how the media is reporting on that kind of thing. Also, on top of that, the Epstein coalition's war on Iran, which has reduced the quality of life of everyone in the West.
He's fine with foreigners abroad. He loves going to Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, China. He loves foreign dictatorships. But he doesn't like immigrants at home. And that seems to be the case with your party. About Trump is that he's fine with foreigners abroad. He loves going to Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, China. He loves foreign dictatorships.
Okay, I would not put Saudi Arabia and Emirates in the same boat as China. Or vice versa, rather. Come on, MEHDI. That's not fair.
But he doesn't like immigrants at home.
China, for whatever reason you want to criticize them, I would not put them in the same boat as fucking Saudi Arabia and Emirates. But it is Mehdi Hassan. He is still a liberal, whatever. I'd love to still meet him. Oh, dude, if I get to meet him someday, that would be so sick. And I still appreciate a lot of the stuff he does. He's one of my favorite liberals.
And that seems to be the case with your party.
No,
as well.
look. The left is doing endless wars against the whole world.
Donald Trump just launched.
What? Beg your pardon? The left? I mean, I assume he means liberals. What? My favorite liberal is still Guts, we're not gonna lie. Which one is Guts? I don't remember. Give it some time when China was a football World Cup, liberals finally stop hating. Yeah, I don't think so.
War against
They
Iran.
even
Iran is a
phrase.
problem, but the right wing tries
The left
to have
didn't launch the war
diplomacy.
in Iran. That was your
Our
friend Donald
approach
Trump.
is
And that seems
what?
to be the case with your party
No,
as well.
look.
Wait, what's he saying here?
The
Georgian
left
YouTuber?
is
Oh, okay.
doing endless wars against the whole world.
Donald
And
Trump
the right-
just
and-
launched a
and the-
war against Iran. The guy you
Iran
just
is a
praised.
problem, but
Okay.
the right wing tries
The left
to have
didn't launch the
diplomacy.
That's so funny. Iran is a problem, but the right wing tries to have diplomacy. Obviously, you're not trying to do that with Iran. Very, very clearly, you're not trying to do that with Iran.
In Iran. That was
Our
China wins
approach
Eurovision.
is not endless war in Ukraine, endless war in Syria, endless war in Afghanistan.
But endless war in Iran?
Our approach is peace. We don't
not
want to
in
have
Iran.
endless wars.
But not in Iran.
Iran is when Iran has begun in February. I'm optimistic.
If I was in his shoes, I would literally just be like, I don't like that the war is still going on with Iran. Like, just say, like, if I was a right winger and I was in his shoes, I would just say that. You don't. I think it's. I do wonder, like, because these people are very cynical. Why he's trying to defend the war in Iran?
That it will end very soon. But you're right. Iran is a sin.
Let's go to the gentleman here in the second row.
Iran is a okay. Never mind. Maybe he did do that. Fair enough. Like, a smart play on him.
The microphone to come in, and then we'll go to the
Though
back.
obviously, not alive.
Britain was able to rescue itself from the EU through Brexit. Will Germany?
What? Wait, what?
Britain was able to rescue itself from the EU through Brexit.
Okay, bro.
Will Germany be able to rescue itself, get out of the EU?
Before I came here, I was today in the House of Lords, and I met with Lord Glass.
I would love to see what would happen if, that. Obviously, I'm very critical of the EU, but it's just very stupid for anyone in Europe to argue that to just like leave EU without any sort of plan. Especially for Germany, which is literally surrounded by EU countries. Not a very wise thing to do. I don't think, once you're part of the EU, it's not, even as a leftist, you have to be careful about how you deal with it, because the European Union is popular, to varying degrees depending on where you are. It's important to keep that in mind when you're talking about it, but also, still, at the very least, still calling out the EU for all its neoliberal and pro-capitalist measures, aka anti-people measures.
Who is a blue label lord. And we agreed that the EU will collapse within the next 5 to 10 years.
I don't think so.
AfD is the only party who's prepared for that. And of course, there will be no EU in 10 years.
You think the EU will be gone
Bring
in
my
10
word, bring it to the bank.
And the AfD government would pull out of the EU, just to be clear.
The EU is now the most economically weak, less innovative, demographically collapsing, big room and big space in the world.
I mean, I guess it is kind of the only way I see it's being possible is if the far right wins a lot, but at the same time, I don't think they're going to collapse the EU as much as just overtake the EU and just make it into I don't know, make the EU more right wing or something or whatever. Make it rhetorically and aesthetically more something to their liking.
We don't have AI. We don't have innovation. We don't have and we don't have growth. So of course, such an area, such a construct must fail. It will fail, and we will be happy about
Maximilian, did I imagine you just said it's demographically collapsing?
It's overaged.
And how do you deal with the overaging population?
First, increasing productivity, reforming the pension system.
Okay, productivity is not an issue in the West or most countries. Reforming the pension system, I think that pretty much means kicking people out of pensions.
And making clear that people should...
It's a big rhetorical thing in Germany, the pension system is bad because people have aged, because we should reduce the pensions, when it's no, bro, it's a very liberal argument, because they don't want to just tax rich people more who are increasingly more and more wealthy. I kind of wish the EU would collapse, but there's no consensus, and also would be very bad. Yes, no, I get what you mean.
No serious economy.
Leftists wanting things to collapse as a kind of that would be kind of neat. I would get some Schadenfreude out of it. That's fine, that's fair. But saying that as a serious political thing is very irresponsible.
Economist in Germany or beyond doesn't believe that immigration isn't a part of dealing with an aging society.
The immigration we have.
That's why every serious German economist is attacking your party.
No. That would result in probably a lot of fascist countries coming out of it as well, yeah.
You cannot say the immigration we have has higher costs and benefits. If we only have immigration of people who are skilled, Syrian doctors, if we only get Syrian
it could literally just wrong.
doctors, welcome. But if I get 50% of Syrians in welfare, it costs more than 10,000 doctors bring.
That's not true.
It's math.
Wait, can we get... Sorry, can we get the numbers straight? I mean, we have the official numbers. 51% of so-called citizenship money receivers in Germany are non-German passport holders. Yes. So, I mean, the cherry picking of numbers, and you did this yourself, Mehdi. You say, well, of those Syrians who have a job, it's high qualified job. Yes, but that's at the given time right now, a very small percentage.
Let's go back to the audience. I said I'd go to someone at the back. Deborah, I will come back to you. Gentlemen there. Yes, you want to stand up?
Nearly every country has a scheme whereby if you are wealthy enough, you can get citizenship by buying a property or investing in a business. Does citizenship for sale make a mockery of true, substantive, political, equal citizenship?
First of all, Germany does not have such a scheme, and it would not make sense because our taxes are too high. So if you are rich and you become a German citizen, you are very stupid. That's the first thing. Second is, citizenship and traditional ethnicity go out. And this is why we have to distinguish. And you're right, the more we have such schemes, the lower is the value of citizenship. Finally, you see that citizenship becomes a purely legal model, and this is why communities become more and more important.
When you say in your book, decency, honesty, and trust can only be gained if peoples maintain their ethnic makeup, do you stand by that?
If you have a need, then you probably need a group that helps you. And this is something you find with people who are close.
Yeah, okay, bro. And you're saying that you can only do that ethnically. That's insane.
You wrote decency, honesty, and trust can only be gained if people maintain their ethnic makeup. Right-wing politics, you wrote, commits itself to the people, which is more than the community of citizens.
Yeah, exactly. You have the community of citizens.
At all. That's not what
and
people
within the community of citizens, you have ethnic groups. You have it in the UK.
So you can have,
they help you.
So you can have multiple ethnic groups and communities who are
citizens.
So multiculturalism, you're fine with that?
It's not multicultural. I don't like it.
You just described a group of different, multiple ethnic communities.
No, but this is the reality.
I'm in favor of the reality. You're the one who's trying to take us back in time.
That is the reality that is a deep problem. We have people in need, and we have to manage it. So we have to change politics that people have a hope, and they can only get their hope if they have people who help in need. This is the right-wing approach.
All this talk about remigration isn't actually about remigration. So when the AfD first came out with this remigration scandal, the mainstream says things like, oh, wait till the AfD finds out that they don't have anyone to clean their toilets. There's an attitude across the board in German society that migrants are here to be an underclass. They're here to perform menial labor. They shouldn't be integrating because then they'll threaten our power, our dominance. What the AfD is suggesting with talk around remigration is a kind of intimidation and the legitimization of techniques designed to keep migrants in Germany in the underclass. That's really what this is about.
Remigration is not about remigration. So what have you talked about the first part of this show? I mean, you see how these accusations are simply nonsense.
When you say immigration is not about...
They really should have some name thing as well. Deborah Feldman, American German writer and commentator. She seems very cool.
Integration into the German cultural community. It's about its destruction. That is very inflammatory.
Integration means integrate in the community of citizens. Take an example. You come from, I don't know, Turkey. Then you should maintain also your language and your ancestors and your traditions. You should not give up everything that makes you human. So a migrant comes into a country and then he keeps, of course, what he has learned at home, but he takes also what he finds in the new place.
That's what you support?
Yes, he should
that is
not.
Literally the definition of
based?
Okay, last question.
Yeah, that's a lie though. Yeah, no, I mean, he doesn't support this actually. They expect this. Yeah, they expect assimilation. He doesn't, this is something I would say is cool. If you immigrate somewhere else, I think it's cool. Not necessary that you keep whatever things you brought with you, you've grown up in. But it shouldn't be a criterion for, getting a citizenship or whatever. This guy is just saying it to sound less racist, but he's very much not truthful.
You seem to have quite an incessant focus on ethnic makeup. And I would ask, what purpose does that serve other than perpetuating division amongst the German people?
Because people are not purely individual. I give you your dignity and your dependency back by giving you bonds that are independent from the state. The state is not your mommy and your daddy. The state often is hostile to you. But if you have bonds to your family,
Wait, what
to
is he
people who
saying
are
now?
close to you, to share the same beliefs and traditions, then you become a strong,
Is he saying like we're gonna send you back so you can be good and safe in your home country?
independent person with your own dignity. This is the right-wing approach, and this is what I stand for.
Last question. Right now, there's a trial going on of 3 former AfD members. One was a city councillor, 2 were party members.
Yes, it's because
they're on trial for plotting to coup the state government and replace it with a Nazi-style state. Do you understand why, when people hear stories like this, they are so worried about your party?
No,
you are
they
leading
are
in the
not
polls,
worried.
and they're worried about. they shouldn't be worried when they hear
are not worried.
that there was a plot to build a Nazi state in Saxony.
3 years ago, there was a nationwide plot to overcome the government and to make the coup d'etat. This plot, officially plot, was maintained by people who were mostly older than 65. They had not a real bazooka or a machine gun.
I'm
They
not
had
saying it was
nothing.
going to be successful.
We
I'm saying,
call
should they
it-
be worried
we
that
call it
people
the
with that
roulette coup
ideology
d'etat.
are serving in
This
your
is
party?
the typical bullshit our opponents bring. They don't have arguments against me. They don't have arguments against our party. So what they invent accusations and coup d'etats and anything like this. There has never been a real coup d'etat in Germany. Look, the country is in crisis.
There has never been a real coup d'etat in Germany. The Nazis, bro.
There's never been a real
I mean, but he wouldn't
coup d'etat in
recognize
Germany.
that. He was
Look,
also
the
a serious
country
safe place to
is in
remove people some
crisis.
months ago. Yeah, no, it's so insane that, like, oh yeah, great. The fucking Daesh affiliated guy, like, yeah, or like ever. Yeah, it's very funny to make that claim. But it's like, yeah, like people talking about like sending Syrians back to Syria is insane. It's so disgusting. It's like these people are not, like, so many of them are not going to be safe back in Syria. Like, and a lot of them have also been here for some time, and they should be allowed to stay, especially if they've immigrated. Either way, you know, they're refugees, they should be taken care of. And it's not like we've invested a lot in taking care of them all across Europe. We usually treat them like shit.
We have to talk about politics. We have to talk about humanity, about dignity, about how to change it. And what we're talking about fake accusations.
What you
Trick
call
of the
fake,
left wing
what other
to
people
prevent
say.
to keep their power. And I want to challenge that power to
Maximilian.
make Germany a better country. And I wish you that you will have a better UK too.
Maximilian Krah, we are not going to agree on very much. I appreciate you coming here and taking my questions. Thank you for coming on the show. Thank you to our audience here in London's Conway Hall. Thank you to our panel of experts. Head to Head will be back on Al Jazeera very soon. From me, good night. Thank you.
Okay, I will say this was not one of my favorite performances by the Lib Goat, Mehdi Hassan. He called him out a lot, but I don't think he was able. I genuinely don't think that he was just able to reflect a lot of these things. Watching Matt Walsh's Illiterate, How One Man's Documentary is Keeping It Was. Ooh, that could be very fun to watch. That could be very fun to watch. I had another thing as well in the docket. It's either that or Last Week Tonight from a couple days ago. What is this? Copy link. Slightly crazy German group on trial for coup plot. It's slightly crazy. It's an alleged coup featuring a German aristocrat, a massive arsenal of weapons, and they believe that Queen Elizabeth II's death might have been a secret signal to act. The trial of 9 men and women allegedly connected to the so-called Reichsbürger movement got underway. I'm pretty sure I've heard about these guys before, Reichsbürger. Got underway on Tuesday with those accused of being ringleaders appearing before judges. Prosecutors say they hatched a conspiracy to violently overthrow the German government and accuse them of being members of a terrorist organization. Investigators say the plotters had planned to storm the Reichstag, and there were conspiracy theorists who believed the country was being run by a deep state. They're not terrorists, it's slightly crazy, said defense lawyer Roman von Alvensleben. They followed conspiracy theories and they found each other during Corona and the resistance against Corona measures. The hearing in Frankfurt on Tuesday is the highest profile of 3 trials following nationwide raids in 2022. Okay, depending on like how serious this was, I don't think it really matters. Like, I don't get why this was like dealt with in such a way, but also like, yeah. The Reichsbürger, or citizens of the Reich, is a loose disparate group that denies the legitimacy of the modern German state, even claiming it was installed by the victorious Allied powers after World War II. I mean, that is this is true. It was installed by the Allied powers after World War II. but it's not the same. I mean, it's still very much a Western, puppet / aligned awful state. However, it's not the same as, I don't think they're not directly under West, like Allied rule anymore. Domestic intelligence has estimated that around 23,000 people follow the movement, which displays anti-Semitic attitudes and a high affinity for weapons. Blah, blah, blah. The group plans for an armed group presents a national parliament bill and arrest MPs in what was called Day X. According to the indictment, there was discussion about whether the death of the late Queen Elizabeth II was a signal. Much of the attention has focused on Heinrich the 13th, Prinz Raus, a real estate developer from Frankfurt who's descended from an aristocratic family, the House of Raus, or Reuss. He's alleged the 76-year-old who held meetings with the group's central council and at his home in East Germany, and was earmarked as the head of state had the coup succeeded. I mean, bro, they were just LARPing. They were just having fun LARPing, man. I don't know why they had to be arrested for that. That's messed up. Where's freedom nowadays? They even had King of Princeton there. Yep. The association also had financial resource of around 500,000 euros, according to the indictment. That's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. Right. That was fun. Could be a little bit better, but hey, it'd be like that. MEHDI, he tried his best. Campaign brief for Helldivers 2. Yeah, let's have a look. If you guys know any, what do you call it? I snuck this boat through a military blockade. Okay. That's a cool boy video from an hour ago, so we'll probably not watch it today, but another day. If you guys see any, also 3 arrows, make new video. Germany's military buildup isn't what you think. Definitely consider watching that. Racist Kids by Big Joel. Okay. Why do we suck? Where are Americans trains? Okay, lots of interesting things. If you guys see any video game trailers and stuff, do feel free to share them as well. Because I do want to report more on gaming news. Yeah, I haven't seen the 3 arrows yet. Yeah, me neither.
Of Truth presents. The Ministry of Truth presents the Front Lines of Freedom. Let's hear it for our caped wonders. With the voteless being transferred to humanitarian processing facilities. The mysteries of the void
I don't think it's a DLC.
Mystery for long.
I think it's just an update.
Freedom's march continues. The Ministry of Defense has approved a bold new initiative to make the galaxy safe again. Protecting our citizens from fascism behind an impenetrable barrier of democratic resilience. Construction is already underway on the new TCS 2.0. Bigger, better, and safer than Termicide 1 ever was. As an added reward for defending democracy, participating citizens will receive a morale-boosting freedom incentive. Of course, the only way to receive this item is to join the fight and see us on the front lines of freedom.
Okay. If I can find someone to play this with on stream, then definitely going to do that. I do want to play some more Helldivers. For freedom, Okay, were there any other cool thingies? Salman Mamdani weighs in on Britain's future? On Burnham? Wait, what? I'd play HD2 with you? Ooh. If you'd play it on stream, then maybe. If I had like 3 people to play it with, I'm definitely down. Nice. What's this? Reform UK hates farmers, blah, blah, blah. That's Seth, and we're not gonna watch Seth, because, yeah, reasons. Inside China's insane propaganda theme park. I think I saw Hassan watch this. We might also watch, but I haven't seen him watch it, but I think saw that he has watched this. This looks very interesting. Saving that to watch later. My favorite game is a Crazy Root Homeland review. Root is a fun board game. Australian jump scare. Are these guys Australians? Mike, okay. Fan-made history of Dunkery, Airship Speed vs. Mr. Bean, now two different stories. Save to watch later. Baker Train Paradox communities. But if it's getting hot again, there's no way I'm touching a PC. Valid. It is hot here. I finally got my buttons up. Shout out to my friend who helped me doing that. So I can choose to not wear a t-shirt at home without the risk of being deceived. And that's very nice. Oh, good grief. I should use my weights. I should ensure I do my weights every day. Maybe I'll do my weights while we watch this. Matt Walsh is illiterate. How one man's documentaries keep getting worse. Alright. Let us watch this. Because if you guys don't know, Matt Walsh is a self-described theocratic, like Christian theocratic fascist or something of that sort. He is an insane, he's insane, but he's also a horrible person. So yeah, why don't Europeans not have AC? Well, because it usually doesn't get this hot. That's the answer. It's getting the heat spikes have been much worse recently. And also when they do come, it's not for very long. And also more and more people are getting AC. Also, a new character trailer of Tekken 8 was funny. You could watch that as well. Okay, right. Right. Here's the video. Yes, okay, correct one, right? Yes. Okay, and I'm just gonna pin that. For 30 minutes, I'm gonna watch this. And probably after this, we're going to watch some. Oh no, after this, we're probably gonna play some Age of Wonders. Also, shout out Freda. I think it's just Freda on the school. Let me just check. Freda. Yes, Freda underscore. Excellent. Definitely check out Freda if you guys haven't already. No, a Norwegian guy who is left-wing and left-wing Marxist historian, very cool, makes videos and also streams now and then.
So-called real history.
Let us watch Matt Walsh's illiterate how one's how one man's documentaries keep getting worse. We did finish the other video we watched, right? Yeah, I think so.
History by Matt Walsh already, so I won't belabor the point too much, but by the end of the weeks it took me to research every single source Matt Walsh used in the first video, I was convinced he had outsourced
R. Davis, Christian slaves, Muslim masters.
significant sections of his research and production
F. Chidea and Matt Walsh, America's first slaves, whites. I remember one time Hugo wants to raid him but forgot the underscore. That's very funny.
ChatGPT. I was convinced he had outsourced significant sections of his research and production to ChatGPT. Some highlights include his sources consistently pointing to the wrong page or sourcing things like the back of the book summary of a book instead of its actual contents, or an AI-altered image of a Haitian revolutionary being passed off as a black American slave owner. That's not to mention the numerous times he takes outright propaganda at face value and treats it as verified facts, or when he uncritically regurgitates the arguments of slave owners fighting against the abolition of slavery, treating their words as objective and unbiased truth. This is a follow-up, this time focusing on Matt Walsh's video on the American Civil War, a period full of incredibly fascinating history which I'm sure Matt Walsh will treat with the respect it is due. Because Matt Walsh's so-called real history is a product of the ailing Daily Wire Corporation and this episode is a member exclusive on Daily Wire Plus, I will not show the paywalled video, opting instead for screenshots where it's relevant and when it's necessary in order to carry out a proper critique. This video is made in accordance with the principles of fair use. Whenever I'm critiquing
Civ versus who's Civ versus Norway, just started for those who watch football. Which country is Civ? Civilizations? Whoa, epic.
The claim made by Matt Walsh, I will cite where the argument appears in this video, down to the second, so that you can know that I'm not lying, presenting his argument out of context, or otherwise attempting to obfuscate the truth. In addition, whenever I use any sort of sources whatsoever, any evidence, or so on, it will be cited at the top of the screen, like so. His video begins, and probably will continue, with praise of the Confederate General Robert E. Lee, citing several examples of individuals who praised him as a brilliant general, wherein we have our first citation, sort of. He says Winston Churchill referred to Robert E. Lee as, quote, one of the noblest Americans who ever lived, where Matt Walsh...
Yes. Oh, Côte d'Ivoire. I see. I hope they have a good match. It's so funny to cite Winston Churchill as like a positive, like, oh, this guy thought, Winston Churchill thought someone was great. That must mean that it's true.
Misspells noblest as noblest. Matt Walsh doesn't cite this quote, but it's from Winston Churchill's The American Civil War, originally published in A History of the English-Speaking Peoples, the Great Democracies, in 1958. Page 39, specifically. Winston Churchill is perhaps best known as the stoic helmsman of the British Empire during World War II, and it is this imagery Walsh invokes to give authority to Churchill's praise of Robert E. Lee. However, Churchill was also, of course, at one point a military commander as First Lord of the...
He was a military commander, and he was a very shit one from what I can understand. Literally just failing upwards constantly.
The Admiralty, wherein...
Many people still don't know how cruel and racist Churchill was. Yes, and again, he was a military commander and a very, very shit one. And I'm not just saying this because he was an awful person. There are awful people who can be very good at some things. But he was just very shit, and he kept failing upwards.
However, Churchill was also, of course, at one point a military commander as First Lord of the Admiralty, wherein he oversaw one of the worst military campaigns of the First World War, the Gallipoli Campaign, a disastrous naval invasion in Anatolia that ended with an Allied defeat at the hands of the Central Powers-aligned Ottoman Empire. It would be a matter of opinion, but I personally do not consider Winston Churchill a reliable authority on what makes a competent military commander, nor do I consider his works on history authoritative. Speaking of the Admiralty, as someone who's been on a little bit of an ocean-going kick as of late, Matt Walsh doesn't talk nearly enough about the exploits of the United States Navy in this video. To rectify the lack of naval action in today's video, and since we're talking about American history, I'm happy to say this video is sponsored by World of Warships. World of Warships is a free-to-play naval combat game that puts you at the helm of
good on him, ethical
agile destroyer to carriers, submarines, and
I did play World of Warships a tiny bit.
Now, to commemorate 250 years of American naval tradition, they're doing an anniversary event all the way through July 15th. Dude, I've never felt so proud to be an American. Battle through history to earn exclusive rewards while celebrating historic American ships like the Essex class, which have actually been aboard, specifically the USS Intrepid, right here in the New York City harbor. World of Warships keeps getting regular updates and events just like this one, so if you're a new or even a returning player, you should click my link below in the description or the pinned comment and use the code USA250 to get 1 million credits, 7 days of premium, 500 doubloons, a Stars and Stripes camo, the premium cruiser USS Albany, and the premium destroyer USS Smith, all for free. I can't fit all this stuff on my screen. Get your in-game rewards and join the anniversary event. I'm sure you'll be able to do a better job than me.
Inshallah, we will also get World of Warships sponsorship someday. Well, probably maybe
then
not.
Then he says, quote, but during the woke upheavals of the last decade, the story really changed, and the statues and flags started to come down. What's not mentioned here is that although, yes, widespread statue removal is somewhat of a recent trend, and
that's true. I mean, wait, actually, yeah, I played War Thunder, not War.
Statues corresponds to what conservatives call wokeness, as well as the BLM movement, assertions I would agree with. Then Walsh has to concede that the racing of the statues themselves also corresponds to particular historic phenomena. Here's a very convenient graphic from the Southern Poverty Law Center, which shows when each Confederate monument or dedication was raised, and what historic phenomena it corresponds to. If you'd please consult the graph, the various peaks and surges of statue raising correspond to or follow the establishment of particular organizations, as well as the civil rights struggle. The first surge corresponds with the formation of the Ku Klux Klan, and accelerates with the formation of organizations like the United Daughters of the Confederacy. Quoting historian Karen L. Cox, the earliest monuments were built in cemeteries as means of honoring the Confederate dead who were buried there. The effort was begun by women who formed ladies' memorial associations after the war. However, that started to shift during Reconstruction, and over time monuments were more and more often built in public spaces and particularly in front of courthouses and government buildings, a very conscious act. Placing a statue honoring a soldier in a soldier's cemetery is one thing, but placing it outside the courthouse or a government building symbolically links laws and governance with the cause of said soldier. In this instance, while they may have simultaneously held other motivations, said soldier did fight for the maintenance of white rule in their state. These statues were in part raised in order to maintain and defend white supremacy in the face of a changing South. Quote, through a broad...
I remember this kind of thing was like more of a, like, you know, something that we talked about back in the day, like some years ago, around the time of Black Lives Matter and that kind of thing. It's like, oh, they're trying to erase history. Bro, it's not history as much as like, it's not history in the sense of like, you know, from the American Civil War as much as it's literally just like you saying that you don't like black people. The only history it represents is white people being butthurt about black people getting some minimum of rights through various points of time within the last few decades. Like, that's the history that you're saying they're trying to erase. It's so insane.
Broad-based agenda to perpetuate Confederate memory, the daughters gave inspiration to Southern white men intent on dominating black Southerners at every step, and by violence if necessary. 2 generations removed from the Civil War, these women saw their efforts as part of an overall program of vindicating the Confederacy and those who sought to preserve it. Their battle to maintain Confederate culture by perpetuating pro-Southern history, educating white children, and yes, building monuments, required that the men of their generation be victorious in creating a Southern power structure that their forefathers had failed to achieve. While states' rights for the Confederate generation meant a state's right to maintain slavery, states' rights for the Jim Crow generation meant maintaining the racial status quo through laws and customs that gutted African Americans' rights as citizens. Then Matt Walsh does something really funny. He says, quote, "The retreat opened the floodgates for anti-American radicals," as a protester holds a sign that says, "Stop hunting black people," which I reckon will set the tone for the rest of this video. Another quote, which may set the tone as well, is, "The last 10 years have been a masterclass in historical malpractice, so jaw-droppingly stupid that, honestly, most sane people would just change the channel and call it a day." Matt Walsh puts a lot of energy into deifying Lee and praising his particular genius, a common element of the myth-making around both him and the Confederacy at large. Tyson Doe, born on the same day as the Battle of Gettysburg, a Southerner and a former Brigadier General of the United States Army, and first Professor Emeritus of History at West Point, the same military academy that Confederate General Robert E. Lee graduated from in 1829, says, quote, "As a child, my view of Lee was closer to deity than man. On a scale of 1 to 10, I placed Lee at 11 and Jesus at 5, even though I went to church every Sunday." Funny coincidence, I'm technically one step removed from this guy if you want to stretch that concept to its absolute extreme, because apparently this guy's commented on Atunche's videos on Civil War history, and I've had the great pleasure of hosting Atunche on the Reaction Podcast, a podcast I do with fellow creators Ugopnik and Mike. We discussed the Lost Cause myth, Confederate apologia, ecological doomerism, and much more. If you're interested in that, the episode should be live by now and should be linked in the description down below. Every week we target either a concept or a particular reactionary figure on the online right and dissect them and try to figure out what makes them tick, what their ideology is, what their particular approach to brainwashing people is, and so on. Here's a silly clip. By the way, speaking of gradual, slow progress and such, if you had the ability to do so, would you give John Brown a nuke?
Like, you had a time machine. You have a time machine in your space. Yeah, why not? That makes me want like ask you a question. Like, obviously we talk about the Lost Cause in this like context of, you know, Confederate nostalgia. It was only 4 years.
I wanted to talk a little bit more about giving John Brown a nuke, but of course, we run a serious podcast with serious analysis, so Mike got us back on track. If any of that sounds like it's up your alley, go check out the podcast. It's linked in the description down below. The Atunche episode should be live by the time you're watching this. In the way that I conceptualize generalship, there are no genius generals.
You guys do a podcast, a live stream, and a YouTube channel, and still has a life, not gonna lie, that's impressive, yeah. To be fair, he does, I don't think he streams, well, kind of, I don't know how often he does stream. I know he doesn't stream as often as Hassan, but I do think he streams fairly often, doesn't he?
Those exist only in history and in myth-making. Generals don't come with stats like in a video game. These are all assessments we make after the fact, after the blood has been spilled and the black powder smoke has been carried away by the wind. You may assess generals as competent or incompetent. Maybe the incompetent general hinders the success of their military force, while maybe the competent general makes some sort of bold or rash decision. that, after the fact, is viewed as a decisive factor in their enemy's defeat. I'm not too interested in power scaling Lee's capabilities as a general. What interests me more is
he doesn't upload on YouTube that much, but he streams better.
what comes at the point Stonewall Jackson dies, and Matt Walsh says this.
Jackson's profound final words were documented by the historian Shelby Foote.
And he called the doctor and says,
I think it's only fair I show the clip since Walsh is showing a clip from another documentary by Ken Burns. What's really funny is I kind of preemptively covered this ground in my previous video. Here's what I had to say when Matt Walsh back then called Ken Burns a quote, liberal propagandist. I don't know what changed. I'm guessing Matt Walsh is comfortable with using this clip despite it being from a quote, liberal propagandist because it features Shelby Foote, the man who idolizes the first Grand Wizard of the KKK. The way he criticizes Ken Burns is very silly when you actually could be offering very valid criticisms of his Civil War documentary. In that documentary, Ken Burns chose to feature an author by the name of Shelby Foote, who does 73.5% of all interview narration in the documentary. According to Kevin M. Levin, out of 7,653 words spoken by Foote, quote, he referenced slavery in one form or another only 3 times. Never once did Foote reference slavery as having anything to do with the cause of the war or as a motivating factor for Confederate soldiers at any point during the war. Shelby Foote is noted as saying, quote, what's more, I would fight for the Confederacy today if circumstances were similar. Sorry. And he kept a portrait of Nathan Bedford Forrest on his wall.
That's insane.
Some of you might know Forrest as the former Confederate general who, among other things, served as the first Grand Wizard of the post-Civil War Ku Klux Klan. Matt Walsh probably didn't choose this particular angle of attack against Ken Burns because Matt Walsh had no idea this happened, and it probably wasn't because Matt Walsh is sympathetic to the KKK. Though maybe he is. I don't know the guy. Matt Walsh then goes to great lengths detailing the course of the Battle of Chancellorsville. In his last video, by this point, there would have been far more references and quotations to anchor his narrative, but at this point he's
What is this battle? So you have, what is this, like, the North defending these positions, and then, what is this, they're being attacked? Early, he'll... trying to understand what this is going on. Can't tell who is like the one attacking and defending.
Provided quite a long narrative.
Oh, it's a good thing Fred didn't know much of Matt Walsh's video in this video compared to the last one because DW has been copyright striking their videos. Wait, what?
Of events without pointing to a single citation.
Wait,
this makes the
wait, what? Shouldn't show much of Matt Walsh's video. Who is DW? Daily Wire?
Practicality of an assessment of the historicity of all this problematic for 2 reasons. When
That doesn't surprise
his
me.
narrative, we can't follow the trail of evidence back to his primary sources, like I did in the last video, where one of his chosen history books could not be traced to a primary source. In other words, it has no verifiable connection to any evidence for its claim. In fact, what Matt Walsh is saying may not be connected to any evidence at all. The other element is that Matt Walsh could be stealing, or committing plagiarism, a form of gross academic misconduct, or perhaps committing, in Matt Walsh's own words, quote, historical malpractice. Anyways, for one little tidbit, he cites the book That Furious Struggle by Chris Makowski and Christopher D. White.
That
I
Furious
emphasized
Struggle.
the and there because Matt Walsh only mentions the former. This is a work of 2 authors, and unless it's explicitly stated that this section was just written by Chris Makowski, then credit is due both co-authors. Also, interestingly, this time he does add 3 dots to indicate that he's truncated or edited a quote, something he otherwise often doesn't do, and also will fail to do later in this very same video. But he also somehow still fucks it up because he doesn't put the ... after like Hazel Grove. There's actually a whole ass thing between open ground like Hazel Grove and was invaluable. Here's the original quote next to the one Matt Walsh provided. In the past video, his quote made absolutely no sense. At least here I can see the rationale for why. He's already mentioned it's open ground, so he possibly doesn't want to clutter the screen with any more text than necessary. That being said, just like last time, when you cut elements of a quote for time, you have to indicate that you did so that people can know to check if you've altered the quote at all. This is of course further complicated by the fact that Walsh doesn't cite where in the book he got the quote, though of course I did my due diligence and found it. It's in chapter 11 of the subchapter called At Hazel Grove. I have an ebook version, so I can't provide a page number. Later on, we have another quote for me to hunt down a citation for, when Walsh claims that most believed the war would be over quite soon, but that Robert E. Lee correctly predicted that the war would take 4 years. Unfortunately, this quote is actually quite dubiously sourced. It's from a book titled Personal Reminiscences, Anecdotes, and Letters of General Robert E. Lee by J. William Jones, page 483 to be specific. Jones's book itself does not cite a source for this quote, and the book was published over a decade after this quote was supposedly said. What makes the book even more problematic is that Jones is known to have been engaged in some pretty bad historical revisionism. That is at least according to Professor
I mean, obviously, as we can all tell, Matt Walsh is such a good, like, historical, like, he really respects history and does such a great job of presenting an honest, true view of what happened, for sure.
Gary Gallagher. He's the John L. Now III professor in the history of the Civil War at the University of Virginia, and Alan T. Nolan, a historian of Robert E. Lee and former chairman of the Indiana Historical Society. According to Gallagher and Nolan, Jones's purpose behind his writings was, in Jones's own words, to vindicate the cause of the Confederacy and to carry out, quote, advocacy.
Ah, yes, that sounds like a good historian.
Confederacy. I have no evidence to say that Jones is lying in this specific instance, but what we can say for certain is that within this book, there is no concrete evidence to back up Jones's claim that Lee ever said this. And predicting that the war would last 4 years before the war had even begun is quite impressive. Considering the book was written after the war, maybe Lee's prediction that the war would last exactly 4 years wasn't so impressive after all. He ends chapter 1 of his video by saying, quote, in other words, Lee and the South, they were no losers, which just comes off as intense cope. Unfortunately for Lee and the Confederate Army, they weren't fighting the Battle of Chancellorsville. They were fighting the American Civil War. Victory at Chancellorsville means nothing unless it later leads to victory in the larger war. Could it have contributed to such an outcome had what came after been different? Maybe. But disregarding counterfactuals, Lee and the Confederacy definitionally were losers. Losers who fought hard and bled for their cause, which, according to the cornerstone speech by the Vice President of the Confederacy, spelling out the reason for rebellion, was of course slavery and opposition to the idea that all men were created equal. Quote, our new government is founded upon exactly the opposite idea. Its foundations are laid, its cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the black man is not equal to the white man, that slavery's subordination to the superior race is his natural and normal condition. This, our new government, is the first in the history of the world based upon this great physical, philosophical, and moral truth. The Vice President of the Confederacy keeps going on at length about the virtues of white supremacy and refers to those who oppose it as fanatics. Chapter 2. It wasn't a civil war.
Damn, these extremist anti-white supremacists.
Despite, I think, further cements that Matt Walsh might just be a little
extremist humanists.
Dumb. He says, quote, now whether it was rebellion or a war for independence depends on who you ask, but it certainly was not a civil war. Civil wars are between two sides that want to control the country. Essentially, his argument is that because the Confederacy didn't seek to carry out a coup or occupy and control the northern states, it cannot be considered a civil war. Before we get to the semantic argument...
Okay, what is this level of cope? One, civil wars are not between two sides that want to control the country. That's not the case. Civil wars can be not that. Civil wars can technically be between two sides where one of them just wants to be independent. Like, it depends on, well, at least I'd say so. But I guess, like, what so matters, nothing matters. I was like, between two sides that want to control the country.
Which I am, of course, not above. We should note that the practicality of the South occupying the North kind of
unless, like, the South is, like a legally distinct country from the rest of America. Which I don't believe it is.
That could not be a part of their strategy. Anyways, there's nothing that precludes a rebellion, a secession, or even a war for independence from also being a civil war. What would preclude it from being a civil war, for example, would be if the two belligerent forces were from different political or national communities. In the specific example of the US Civil War, these were citizens of the same union under the same constitution who had taken up arms against one another. After the war, it was the opinion and legal ruling of the Supreme Court that the states were and remained states of the United States. The question of whether or not these were two separate nations with separate citizenry at war with one another could in theory be argued on the basis of the validity of secession itself. Should states have a legal right to unilaterally secede and form their own national government, then in theory this would have been a war between two nations. Of course, after the war, the Supreme Court held that the states did not legally secede. Robert E. Lee, despite championing states' rights post-war, actually had quite a nationalist outlook and favored what he clearly conceptualized as a Confederate nation over states' issues during the war. Quote, Lee left the United States Army in April 1861 because of Virginia's actions, but once his state joined the incipient slaveholding republic, he donned a Confederate uniform. He operated as a nationalist. Even so, until the process of secession had begun and the Confederates fired the shots that would inaugurate the war at Fort Sumter, this was still one nation gearing up for war against itself. The officers of the Union and Confederate Army served with one another and were educated at West Point together. Matt Walsh said it himself, Robert E. Lee even educated many of the officers he would later go on to fight against. Part of the reason for that is that most of Lee's peers chose the Union. Walsh also claims that the notion that the United States was one unified citizenry never used to be a common-sense interpretation, and cites the preamble to the Constitution. He says the section that reads, "We the people," and so on, was only added as a, quote, technicality because originally it listed all 13 states, but because the Committee of Style were not quite sure if all states would ratify the Constitution, they opted for different wording. You can find almost this exact verbiage on the National Constitution Center's website regarding this particular wording in the Constitution. Importantly, after said paragraph, it says the following, quote, "Nonetheless, the language was consciously chosen. Regardless of its origins in practical considerations or as a matter of style, the language actually chosen has important substantive consequences. We, the people of the United States, strongly supports the idea that the Constitution is one for a unified nation rather than a treaty of separate sovereign states. The idea of nationhood is then confirmed by the first reason recited in the preamble for adopting the new Constitution, to form a more..."
In the law. Why are they trying to cope that it was not a civil war? I don't understand. What is the point of this? Are they trying to just like secede this day today?
Perfect union. He then says, quote, "Back then, you wouldn't say the United States is a place, you would say these United States are a place." To which I would counter with the very same page of the very same book he just cited to make this argument, page 240 of Miracle at Philadelphia by Catherine Drinker Bowen, in which she quotes George Washington's 1787 letter to Congress transmitting the Constitution, in which George Washington says, quote, "In our deliberations on this subject, we kept steadily in our view that which appears to us in the greatest interest of every true American, the consolidation of our Union, in which is involved our prosperity, felicity, safety, perhaps our national existence. The important consideration, seriously and deeply..."
Again, like this went from, you know, standard like, Confederate statues are history. Why are you trying to erase it? You're trying to erase history. Why the history that they're supposedly trying to erase is literally just like the history of the Southern. It's just a lot of white people being racist and very sad that that black people are getting rights, to this cope that it was not a civil war, and also that the South did not lose somehow.
Pressed on our minds led each
Why?
state in the convention to be less rigid on points of inferior magnitude than
What
might
is
have
this
been
code?
otherwise expected, and thus the Constitution, which we now present, is the result of a spirit of amity and that of mutual deference and concession, which the peculiarity of our political situation rendered indispensable. The final line which Bowen quotes is, "We hope and believe that it may promote the lasting welfare of that country so dear to us all, and secure her freedom and happiness, is our most ardent wish." This very much sounds like George Washington is referring to the United States as a collection of states engaged in compromise and deference towards a national interest. This, of course, is a complicated issue, and nationalist sentiment doesn't preclude the very same people of the times from simultaneously also being concerned with federal overreach, states' rights, or whatever have you. A person of the time can at once have considered themselves an American and a Virginian. But to claim the idea of a singular United States as a place did not exist in the popular imagination, I think is nonsense. Back to the question of secession, Matt Walsh says that in 1883, quote, "Henry Cabot Lodge of Massachusetts acknowledged that everybody involved in the ratification of the Constitution would have assumed that states could leave." First of all, Henry Cabot Lodge was born in 1850 and was 11 years old at the outbreak of the Civil War, and minus 62 years old when the Constitution was ratified. As a historian writing 100 years after the ratification and 143 years before now, he doesn't necessarily actually possess any special understanding of what those ratifying the Constitution were thinking, at least nothing that we can't also possess. What follows after is a section in which Matt Walsh details different instances of Northerners threatening or contemplating secession. Of course, with no actual instances of secession, testing the legality of such an act, and threatening secession or conspiring to secede is not treason, because to commit treason one must actually wage war against the United States. Speaking of treason, in Chapter 3 of his video, Walsh says, quote, "Lee's attitude tells us a lot about why not one single Confederate leader was ever convicted of treason, because it was commonly understood at the time that it was not treason." His argument is a bit confused. Essentially, it boils down to that if Lee was a rebel and a traitor, then so too would George Washington be. And Walsh would be right. They're both, by definition, rebels and traitors to their respective nations. Ty Sedul, who I've already quoted before, does not mince words on this topic. Quote, the vast majority of senior officers did stay. As historian Gary W. Gallagher, who we also quoted, has noted, Lee became a Confederate nationalist almost overnight. Lee and Lee alone among Virginia colonels left the United States. Lee said in 1861, the South, in my opinion, has been aggrieved by the acts of the North, as you say. I feel the aggression and am willing to take every proper step for redress. What acts aggrieved Lee? The threat to end slavery.
The agreement in question? The agreement in question being against slavery. W. Freda, yeah. Also welcome.
Lee was indicted by a judge for treason. And
be sure to watch Freda's video on the side. I'm pretty sure I've pinned. Did I pin it? Let me just check real quick. I'm pretty sure I have it pinned. Yes, I did. Be sure to watch it on the side.
1865 in Lexington, Lee signed an amnesty oath to the United States. Quote, by signing the oath, Lee applied for a pardon from President Andrew Johnson. The U.S. Attorney General, James Speed, wrote that the acceptance of a pardon is a confession of guilt. The president refused to offer him a pardon, wanting still to try him for treason. This is very different from how Matt Walsh portrays the situation in which, quote, it was commonly understood at the time that it was not treason. In any case, the general amnesty issued on Christmas Day in 1868 led to Lee going free just like everyone else. Matt Walsh then brings up the intention to put the Confederate president on trial for treason, and actually cites a book I was intending to cite myself by Cynthia Nicoletti. I don't know if I agree with Walsh's portrayal of Nicoletti's thesis. In an article by Eric Williamson from the University of Virginia, whereby Nicoletti herself offers a few quotes, Williamson says, quote, Nicoletti said the Union had decided against a military trial for Davis, which most certainly would have led to a swift verdict against him, resulting in his execution. But Union leaders didn't wish to appear to strong-arm the outcome with further military force, she said. They wanted the appearance of just deliberation and an outcome that a divided country could perhaps better accept, one based firmly in the Constitution's right to due process. So it was decided that Davis would be tried in a regularly constituted civil court, in the place where he committed the crime. Quoting her in her own words, it turns out he committed his crime at his desk in Richmond, the capital of the Confederacy, and prosecutors were worried they couldn't get a jury in Richmond to convict him. It would take only a single juror to derail a guilty verdict, and according to Nicoletti, Davis's lawyer himself was actually worried that Davis would hang, but managed to bluff hard enough to convince the prosecution that there was a distinct chance a conviction could not be reached, and therefore prosecuting Davis would be far more trouble than it was worth. In his effort to reach this outcome, Davis's lawyer manipulated public opinion and coordinated with authors to have books written to champion Davis's cause. Quote, the lawyer engineered either the publication or the publicity for all three of those books. He was trying to create such a public atmosphere against trying Davis that the government would have no choice but to drop the case. I can give you 100 reasons why Davis was not tried, but the main reason is that he had a good lawyer. Essentially, in the words of Nicoletti, it was believed that the possibility of creating a martyr of Davis would reverse the progress that had been made in healing the nation. Almost halfway through the video, Walsh addresses the elephant in the room, the 1869 Supreme Court ruling of Texas v. White in 1869, of course, which held secession to be illegal. He characterizes this provision as a line that the Supreme Court, quote, snuck in. He calls it a, quote, throwaway line in a case about bonds. Never mind the fact that the issue of the sale of the bonds hinged on whether or not secession was legal. The argument by Texas was that the bonds had been illegally sold by a government that did not legally own them, because they were the property of the government of Texas. If the sale...
Bro, I love his scope so much. Like, this guy... Matt Walsh is so confidently stupid. Like, just so confidently lying in the dumbest ways possible. It's awesome. Good on him. Great job.
Illegal, it would mean that the Confederate government in Texas was the legitimate government of Texas, and that per U.S. law, it had not usurped Texas property in any illegal fashion. Ergo, secession would have been illegal. The case was not at all unrelated to the actual legality of secession. It's the entire thing that the case revolved around. Speaking of another elephant in the room, it has also taken him about 30 minutes to properly address the issue of slavery. Perhaps a stretch of the use of the word properly there. He leads with, quote, one of the myths of the Civil War is that the South was somehow uniquely evil, and then this is where...
That's not a myth.
To me, as a historian, if you will allow me to call myself that at this point, Matt Walsh, for the first time that I have seen, does something interesting from the perspective of a historian. There's an argument here very much worth considering, not because it has merit, but because it speaks to history as a craft. Matt Walsh cites Thomas Fleming's book, called A Disease in the Public Mind. The book is written by what seems to be a perfectly adequate, if maybe even a very skilled historian, whose ideology and worldview deeply colors the take-home message he seems to read from history. The disease of the public mind in Fleming's book is political extremism. Quote, John Brown's reckless venture was caused, Buchanan said, by an incurable disease in the public mind. In his final message to Congress in 1860...
Bro, don't talk shit about our goat John Brown. Okay, we're gonna watch because of that, we're gonna watch a John Brown edit. I just wrote... Why did I just write goat instead of John Brown? Okay. Which one? Something with a lot of views, ideally, because that's...
Captain John Brown!
This is an edit, or...
My name is Captain John Brown, and I am here in the name of the great Redeemer, the King of Kings, the man of the Holy Trinity, and I hereby order you to get in his holy name, for he is on the side of justice, and you are on the side of change.
Come on, we were looking for an edit, damn it. Someone like a good John Brown edit, please. We're gonna continue watching it meanwhile.
As southern states seceded and civil war loomed, he repeated the assertion. End quote. Thomas Fleming's argument is that radical abolitionists stoked the flames of war, leading to a counter-reaction by a southern slave-owning oligarchy, and that poor non-slave owners on both sides were caught in the middle. What's deeply fascinating about Fleming's rather...
That's awesome. That's like similar to the Asmold and other wankers argument that, oh, it's not the top 1% who dictates our lives, it's the bottom 1%. It's like, oh, it was just a fight between radical abolitionists and southern oligarchs. The people in the middle, everyone else was just caught in the middle.
By a southern slave-owning oligarchy, and that poor non-slave owners on both sides were caught in the middle. What's deeply fascinating about Fleming's rather conservative argument here is best illustrated by the second-to-last page of his preface to his book. Quote, later in the 20th century, a European disease of the public mind consumed a horrific number of lives. Communism, with its spurious goal of achieving economic equality, killed an estimated 50 million people in Soviet Russia.
50 million people? Yeah, okay, bro.
Alone, and uncounted millions elsewhere. Tried and true trope aside, the next paragraph makes the situation even more interesting. Quote, in America, an offshoot of this disease, McCarthyism, roiled our politics and morality for most of a decade after World War II. A good example was my friend novelist Howard Fast, who was forced to write under a pseudonym to make a living. To transfer this analogy to the Civil War, the abolitionists then are the communists, the extreme radicals fighting for equality in what Thomas Fleming would consider a misguided manner. The planters, on the other hand, the...
Also, real quick, this reminds me as well, since we're watching this video, we might as well also pull up this other thing that afterwards, but maybe a little bit more in. But basically about this Union general who is during the Civil War, who was a communist and apparently said Marx was a conservative to me, so that sounds funny.
Oligarchs would be the McCarthyist counter-reaction, the quote offshoot of the disease. Understood in this way, the abolitionists, and I guess by extension of his analogy, the communists, are on the right side of history. I think it's clear that the radical abolitionists have been vindicated by history. What they fought for, we now consider common sense. They just came to that conclusion earlier than many other white Americans, who, for the record, came to that conclusion quite late in terms of the larger history of abolitionism, which goes back centuries before the Civil War.
Late.
The abolitionists in the United States can't be blamed for the violent counter-reaction that
came
in
secession.
Damn
it. Where did we come to? Bro, we had this, Islam had this, centuries. Literally millennia ago.
The Civil War. By history, what they fought for, we now consider common sense. They just came to that conclusion earlier than many other white Americans, who, for the record, came to that conclusion quite late in terms of the larger history of abolitionism, which goes back centuries before the Civil War. The abolitionists in the United States can't be blamed for the violent counter-reaction that came in response. That falls squarely on the reactionaries. And what's the counter-argument here? That the slaves should have endured their indignity a few decades more, maybe even centuries, in the hopes that maybe white people in the South will vote them free? Anyways, it's a very a strange thesis where it seems like the author has these deeply held kind of status quo, conservative, slow-going, like, we've gotta wait until the majority kind of gets on board ideology, which when applied to the Civil War, you can very clearly see the flaws of. Because the author obviously would not say that they're against abolition, I would hope, but the author is very critical of the abolitionists who came to the conclusions that the author now holds too early. Anyways, Matt Walsh doesn't cite the location of the passage he reads, which is very odd considering he does it sometimes with other passages. Just like in his last video, his inconsistency is very odd. In any case, it's on page 177, the first page of chapter 16, titled Slave Power Paranoia. Quoting Walsh, "But just how peculiar was the South's peculiar institution, as it was called? Well, not very, as it turns out. The North had slaves too, which is true, and the North was also tremendously racist, and that's partly why Reconstruction failed. However, in support of this assertion, he quotes the book It Wasn't About Slavery by Samuel Mitchum Jr. This guy is absolutely not a reputable historian. Just like how Matt Walsh cited a book by a white supremacist conspiracy theory YouTuber in his first documentary, here we have our first genuine crank. A moderator and historian from the fairly reputable online historians community Ask Historians by the name of Georgy Zhukov, no relation, has addressed the guy and also provided community Ask Historians by the name of Georgy Zhukov, no relation, has addressed the guy and also provided excerpts from reviews of Mitchum Jr.'s works from academic journals. I hope that they will permit me to avail myself of their work. Quoting Georgy Zhukov II, quote, "To say that reviews of his work by academics are harsh would be charitable." Quoting now from James Corum's review of Mitchum Jr.'s work, The Rise of the Wehrmacht in the Journal of Military History. Of the many histories of the Wehrmacht that I have read and reviewed over many years, this ranks as perhaps the worst. Even the propaganda-laden stuff put out by the Soviet Union in the 1970s was better than this. To illustrate how shoddy of a historian he is in a way that I think is quite funny, he starts chapter 10 of this pro-Confederacy revisionist history book with a quote by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. There's a couple of problems though. One, the quote is not actually by Friedrich Engels, it's just by Karl Marx. And another glaring problem will become clear in a moment. The quote reads as follows: "The war between the North and South is a tariff war. The war is further, not for any principle, does not touch on the question of slavery, and in fact turns on the Northern lust for power." Those words were only written by Marx, Engels was not involved, and that's not actually something that Marx argued. That's Marx summarizing someone else's argument, not him providing his own. It's from the beginning of an article in which Marx is arguing—
That's awesome. Yeah, I love like quoting someone as like, oh, this person held this view when they're literally just quoting someone else.
Against this notion. This is like taking me quoting Matt Walsh and passing it off as my argument. Here's what Marx actually believes, quoting from a little further down in the same article. Quote, "The question of the principle of the American Civil War is answered by the battle slogan with which the South broke the peace. Stevens, the vice president of the Southern Confederacy, declared in the Secession Congress that what essentially distinguished the Constitution newly hatched at Montgomery from the Constitution of Washington and Jefferson was that now, for the first time, slavery was recognized as an institution good in itself, and as the foundation of the whole state edifice. Whereas the Revolutionary Fathers, men steeped in the prejudices of the 18th century, had treated slavery as an evil imported from England and to be eliminated in the course of time." End quote. This is more or less the exact same argument I made in referencing the acting vice president's cornerstone speech. This is not a new argument made by woke people who want to rewrite history and demonize the Confederacy. Karl Marx was making this argument in 1861. The author that Walsh cites begins his book with two quotes, one by Robert E. Lee and one by George Orwell. That quote goes, "The further a society drifts from the truth, the more it will hate those who speak it." That's you, man. You're the one doing that. You literally can't make this shit up. Anyways, this book's author is not trustworthy. And when—
Freda, what's your source on that? Freda, what's your source on that?
You're the one doing that.
What's your source?
You literally can't make this shit up. Anyways, this book's author is not trustworthy. And when Matt Walsh goes on to show how slavery existed in the North too, he, for the most part, actually goes back to before the Civil War, which, obviously, yes, prior to the conflict that instigated the Civil War, of course, slavery was commonplace in many places in the territories that became the United States and then in the United States. Slavery wasn't the South's peculiar institution because it had been invented in the South and only ever practiced there. It was their peculiar institution because it was widespread, integral to their economy, and they were one of the last major holdouts of slavery in the Western world.
To the point that they'd go to war to keep it.
Go on about how the North also benefited from the slave trade or slavery, which is true. But the reason he's doing all of this, the reason for this whole chapter of the video, is to put viewers from the South on the defensive. He's constructing a false narrative that there are people out there trying to paint slavery not as an economic institution that could exist anywhere, but as an inherent Southern thing, that evil lefties are trying to associate you, your accent, your culture, your way of life, with slavery. But as a person in the South who condemns all of this, including, of course, the Confederacy, which we know fought for the preservation of slavery, you do not have to feel defensive about being from the South. And you know this, but Matt Walsh wants to make you feel like you're under attack, and that he's got your back. The strategy with this video is a little bit different to the other video. In that one, it seems he was trying to shore up support among existing racists by equipping them with talking points and arguments that they can use to convince themselves that their worldview is correct. To an extent, that works here too. However, this one seems way more suited towards tapping into or stoking a culture war surrounding Southern identity. The goal is
yeah, I mean, that is interesting. I like that he talks about the difference between these two videos. It's it is like, and this is also like an issue with like liberals and people who are just reactionary when it comes to like, I guess, white people in general, whether you are white or not white, is that yes, these people, their ancestors, have done horrible things, at least, you know, whatever country they're associated with. If you're a leftist, you should recognize that these are not the same people, and a lot of the ideas they hold, like, they are still, you know, products of their environment. This does not mean you need to forgive and forget everyone, but at the very least, those who are not pundits or have not directly caused a lot of harm, you know, understand that and take that into account when you deal with these people. They are still people, and most of them can be turned around. I dare say a vast majority of them can be turned around. As a leftist, a very minor thing you can do is, like, if you are at all in decent relations with your family, being openly leftist around them, and as long as they like you, like, that will normalize leftist thought. Right? Like, that by itself can make a huge difference. So that they will not as easily be caught on by this type of arguments. Also, real quick, this guy, August Willich, Union Civil War general and communist. Oh, is there no audio? Okay, I guess not. Yeah, okay, it doesn't seem like it. The communist who fought for Lincoln, August Willich, 1810 to 1878, was a Union Civil War general as well as an ardent communist. He was born in Prussia. Dude, this is insane. He was born in Prussia but was exiled from his homeland for his role in the 1848 revolutions. Vibrators 3000, so you're saying I shouldn't have flipped out that Cybertruck today? Yes. I mean, you can do so for... Okay. You can do things for funsies. That's fine. But just always remember, things for funsies don't automatically mean praxis. I know that you're saying that as a joke, but some people don't get that. Unfortunately. Anyways, he was born in Russia but was exiled from his homeland for his role in the 1848 revolutions. He developed a seething hatred for Marx as he considered him too conservative. He even publicly challenged Marx to a duel. When the Civil War began, he raised a regiment of German immigrants to fight for the Union cause. He first saw combat in the West Virginia before heading west to join U.S. Grant. I think Ulysses, I don't know why it says U.S. Grant, whatever. At Shiloh, a very important battle, I believe, in the American Civil War, Willage and his men met the Confederate attack head-on. When his men wavered, Willage showed immense bravery in rallying them. He then led them in an attack while singing La Marseillaise, which I think is the French national anthem. I believe it is. He would be captured by the Confederates at the Battle of Stone River, but quickly be traded out of bondage and back into the Union ranks. Willage would fight in battles throughout the Western Theater. At Missionary Ridge, he went against his superior's commands and ordered frontal assault against the strung-out Confederate center. The Union charge absolutely shattered the Confederates, resulting in one of the most lopsided engagements of the war. Willage would fight in the battle around Atlanta before being seriously wounded at the Battle of Resaca. He remained in the army, but strictly in an administrative capacity. By the end of the war, he was a breveted Major General of the U.S. Volunteers. Following his death, his great rival, Karl Marx, would write about Willage. In the Civil War in North America, Willage showed that he is more than a visionary. Like, this is someone, this person writing just put me onto an amazing Wikipedia article, like 1000%. This is someone I want to read about. Can I copy this? And Control Option. My mic is positioned a little bit awkwardly. Control C. Oh, there you go. So on a random note, I found out one of my answers, one of the cases that relate to stand your ground laws, personal property protection cases. Ooh, that's interesting. That's just our way of showing love to lovely Tesla drivers. This, I want to read about this person at some point. This is very random stuff. I'm very curious about why he saw Marx as unacceptably conservative. The baddest of all Cincinnati badasses. General Orchid Village, Cincinnati Magazine. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Mary Gable in a 2011 book, Love and Capital, Karl and Jenny Marx and the Birth of a Revolution disguised the victims into revolutionaries. At the same time, Willich was turning to extremists for support. He also made overtures to the petite bourgeois Democrats Marx and Engels had thrown off the refugee committee the previous year. He also made overtures to the bourgeois Democrats, which lobbied the committee to once again join with the Democrats, arguing that a unified position was during the efforts. When his idea was rejected, he resigned in a huff from the Communist League's central authority. Several days later, however, apparently looking for a fight, Willich attended a league meeting where he proceeded to insult Marx and finally challenged him to a duel. That's so funny. I'm still curious about Israel Epstein. Oh yeah, that's true. We need to read about him as well. There are no badasses in Cincinnati. I mean, this guy sounded like a badass. I am a little bit worried about reading all of his background, but a communist guy who thought Marx was conservative challenged him to a duel and then ended up doing a significant amount of effort for the Union on the American Civil War. I mean, that's a baddie, I'd say. Willich was eventually allowed to leave military service and took up the tools of a carpenter, marching past his old battalion with an axe rather than a rifle over his shoulder. In 1848, a revolution broke out in many places throughout Europe, and Willich volunteered to lead a democratic army in a failed attempt to expunge royalty from the Baden-Palatinate region. Throughout these ultimately unsuccessful campaigns, Willich aide de camp was Friedrich Engels, later co-author of the Communist Manifesto. What? Aide de camp, I think, is someone who manages the supply camp, like the camp for the army, I think. What the fuck? Okay. This is... Okay, we're gonna read more about this guy later. For now, I'm gonna eat.
Explicitly to link Southern heritage.
So I'll mute myself so that you guys don't hear my mic stuff too much. My eating stuff so much, and the cutlery and stuff.
To slavery, to implicitly link Southern identity. The goal is explicitly to link Southern heritage to slavery, to implicitly say that slavery is your heritage, not in a good way of course, but so that the idea is floating around in your mind enough that you can get defensive and maybe even scared. You're not a racist, so how come all these guys are linking your culture and heritage to slavery? Turns out they're not. That's Matt Walsh doing that. None of us are saying that you are a Confederate soldier. You're not a Confederate soldier. Don't listen to him. You guys are right now all living in the United States of America, the country that won the war. Anyways, then Matt Walsh brings up the Illinois Black Codes, a set of racist laws in Illinois, as well as he should. Northern states were also massively racist. The issue here is not exclusively a North-South thing, it's a white American settler thing. That being said, it's important to note that in the South, they already had restrictions on black people. It was called slavery. And the moment slavery was abolished, the South began enacting its own black codes, as they were disappearing in the North. The fact that this is a white American settler thing is even further reinforced as Matt Walsh continues to hammer home the racism endemic also to the North, and the fact that many people who held anti-slavery sentiments did not do so out of sympathy for the enslaved black people, but because they thought slavery might negatively impact white people. Or, as Matt Walsh puts it, quote, they simply didn't want black neighbors. Around the 40-minute mark, Walsh begins to explain the material economic...
That specific thing is, I'm pretty sure, I think the American state of Oregon were among the first states which abolished slavery, not because they cared about black people, but because they didn't want any black people in the state. Something like that. Maybe I'm getting it wrong. If I am, then I mildly apologize, but I just think that's very funny.
Slavery might negatively impact
insane,
white people,
you know?
Or, as Matt Walsh puts it, quote, they simply didn't want black neighbors. Around the 40-minute mark, Walsh begins to explain the material economic factors powering the expansion of the plantation system, and therefore slavery in the South. What he's doing here is very similar to how I explained the expansion of slavery and warfare around Dahomey in Africa in my previous video, and I of course agree with his take here. It's the same process. Economic incentives shaped a lot of this human behavior. However, when he was talking about Africa, he doesn't use this rational lens. He instead parrots anti-abolitionist propaganda and portrays the Dahomey as being of a particularly evil and savage nature. And then, of course, Robert E. Lee returns to our story. Matt Walsh says that many Virginians knew slavery was wrong, and says that Robert E. Lee was one of them. He quotes Guelso's book on Robert E. Lee once more. Now, note how oddly the quote is formatted here. They've cut off most of the quote, without indicating.
We got... It just says... blank, regarded slavery as, quote, a moral and political evil, which, however, he was content to leave in the hands of God to resolve. Yeah, that is definitely not suspicious at all. I had an uncle that used to wear Confederate army hat. I thought that meant we had relatives on the Confederate side. We don't, but my members of my family wish we did. That's so awesome. It's like, bro, I wish we had Confederate ancestors just so he would seem less racist. Thank you for that, Vibrator. That's awesome.
That they've done so in the proper way that seemingly they learned how to do earlier in the video. Allow me to read from the cited page. Quote, Lee actually owned only one slave family himself, inherited from his mother, and regarded slavery as a moral and political evil, which, however, he was content to leave in the hands of God to resolve. The page actually also details how Lee became executor of his father-in-law's estate in 1857, requiring him to, quote, superintend the emancipation within 5 years of all the Custis slaves at Arlington and 2 other Custis-owned properties. Matt Walsh does bring this up in the video, but I think he leaves a fair few things out, and frames it far more sympathetically to Lee. In Tysedul's words, quote, Lee had several competing tasks. The first remit was to pay all debts, which proved to be substantial. The second task was to provide a legacy of $10,000 to each of his daughters. And the final task was to free all of Custis's enslaved people within 5 years. What Guelso essentially says is that Lee had to work to make the properties more efficient, to pay back the debts and earn the requisite cash. However, Tysedul posits that Lee had an alternative. Quote, yet he could have chosen to sell land to pay the debts immediately. If he had done this, he could have freed the enslaved workers within months. Instead, Lee chose another path, keeping the enslaved workers as long as he could to pay Custis's debts and build money for the family. To do
this is a very good example of why a lot of slave owners is it's oh yeah, debts or whatever, you had to stay competitive, bro. If you sincerely thought this was morally wrong, again, in this example, just sell land. In one way or another, it's bad. Even, being a landowner in general, kind of a shit person, especially, at this time. I'm not going to give the same moral judgment to someone, 1,000 years ago, depending on the circumstances, but, very obviously could have just freed the slaves. Freed them. But no, didn't want to get rid of the land. Didn't want to just sell that.
This, he broke families apart. His father-in-law had recognized marriages among the slaves and kept families together. Lee chose to break them apart and hire them out across Virginia to make more money. Quote, whenever Lee made a decision regarding enslaved people, he chose profit over human decency. The enslaved community had been told by Custis that they would be freed at his death. It may be that Custis had lied, it may be that they have misunderstood, who knows. But it's not what was in his will. But in any case, after they were not freed at his death, many attempted to escape what had now become a much harder existence under Lee. When some were recaptured,
what a surprise!
Lee ordered them lashed, but the Arlington overseer refused to whip them. So, quote, Lee brought in the constable, ordering him to lay it on well, with 50 lashes for Norris and 20 for his sister. After whipping on their bare backs, Lee ordered salt water poured over their lacerated flesh. Lee even attempted to hold on to slaves longer than the agreed-upon term, and would have to lose a court case before he eventually emancipated them. Now, many have made the argument that Lee had to work these slaves for this long, so that he could make the money required by the will, in order to support Custis's daughters. However, quote, then he sold land to create the legacy for Custis's granddaughters, a course of action he could have taken in 1857. This now brings us to Chapter 5, titled, Was the War About Slavery? Yes. Moving on.
Yeah. Also, I assumed that Robert E. Lee was not a good person. Now I know that he was not a good person. Yes, next.
In this chapter, Matt Walsh lays
Fred is great.
out numerous reasons for
Like, he's very, very proper historian, giving the sources and all that thing, like, very much being very fair and very open about his biases and explaining different points of view and shit, I would say. Like, incredibly fair. Maybe even too fair, one might appear to argue. Either way, love his videos. And it's very great. It's a very funny juxtaposition when something like this comes up. Like, what's the war about slavery? And it's just like, yes, moving on.
Between the Union
It's
and
very
secessionists.
fun and great.
In this chapter, Matt Walsh lays out numerous reasons for conflict between the Union and secessionist states, rationales brought up by contemporaries, and material realities that created a North-South divide. Alongside this line of argumentation, he also brings up motivations for fighting. He cites James McPherson's For Cause and Comrades. McPherson is an authoritative and prolific Civil War historian. What makes Matt Walsh so awesome is that he'll use books that contradict his own arguments, so I don't even have to look for them. I can just formulate my counter-arguments by reading the books that he pretended to read. James McPherson's book is written with academic rigor. For example, he goes into how representative his sample of Union and Confederate soldiers is, and calls it, quote, quasi-representative. It's a sample of 1,076 soldiers, where the Confederacy is somewhat overrepresented and Union border states are underrepresented. Also of note, quote, black Union soldiers and sailors are radically underrepresented. 1% of the Union sample were blacks compared with almost 9% of all Union personnel. With that, I must also note that for almost 1/10 of a Union military who were descendants of slavery, I think it may be safe to assume slavery ranked as one of the higher priority issues of the war. Walsh quotes from a section of the book that's on the initial wave of patriotism that swept the country. Quote, the initial impulse come from what the French call rage militaire, a patriotic furor that swept north and south alike in the weeks after the attack on Fort Sumter. Interestingly, on the very same page that Matt Walsh has mined for quotes on soldiers' motivations for fighting, right above the quotes that he uses, there's another one by a 19-year-old Indiana farm boy who was in it, quote, to aid my country in her desperate struggle against oppression and slavery, against rebels and traitors.
Oh my fuck, this 19-year-old kid swagged out white boy, like, W Whitey. Like, that's awesome. He's about states' rights and missing the end of the sentence, states' rights to own slaves. Yeah, exactly.
Now look at the quote on screen that Walsh grabbed from the book. It's on page 19. Every word on screen is an accurate reflection of what's said in the book, but it paints a very different picture when not placed in the context of the very next sentence. In fact, James McPherson would not use this quote to argue what Matt Walsh is arguing. Quote, relatively few Union volunteers mentioned the slavery issue when they enlisted, but those who did were outspoken in their determination to destroy the slave power and to cleanse the restored Union of an evil they considered a mockery of American ideals of liberty. There's a quote by a Massachusetts infantry captain who wrote to his mother in 1861 that he wants to, quote, sing John Brown in the streets of Charleston and ram a red-hot abolitionism down their unwilling throats at the point of a bayonet.
That's so cool. Bro. Sorry. This kind of thing is like, in general, wars are bad, armies are bad, etc. But you have examples like this, is like people who genuinely very much were like people, whose praises I would sing, sing John Brown in the streets of Charleston, which I believe is like I think is like an infamously racist place at the time, probably also today, and ram red-hot abolitionism down their unwilling throats to the point of a bayonet. Bars. Also, I believe a lot of Southerners, they don't like, what's his name, like Sherman, a name which people incorrectly often call me by, like General Sherman or whatever, also known as Burnham against Sherman. Whom I think, I don't remember how good or bad he was. I know he practiced like total war. I think he was one of the generals I've heard about who were like pretty cool in the way he dealt with slavery, but also maybe I'm remembering wrong. It might be someone else. So
further down the page, McPherson says, quote, some Confederate volunteers did indeed avow the defense of slavery as a motive for enlisting. And on the next page, McPherson says, quote, this pairing of slavery and liberty as the twin goals for which Confederates fought appeared in many volunteers' letters. As Lincoln sarcastically put it, the perfect liberty they sigh for is the liberty of making slaves of other people. Lincoln was not the first to make this point, and then later down the same page, McPherson says, quote, "But most Southern volunteers believed they were fighting for liberty as well as slavery." Now allow me to quote McPherson one final and very definitive time on page 106. Quote, "Indeed, white supremacy and the right of property in slaves were at the core of the ideology for which Confederate soldiers fought." Once again, I don't even have
now I kind of want to play
to look for
AoW4
sources. I can just
but no, we're
read
gonna play
the books that
AoW4.
Matt Walsh pretended to read and find all the arguments I need in those books, because those books are written by reputable, authoritative, and well-read historians.
When I get more RAM, we're gonna try and go back to like watching Hassan on the side, because that would be fun.
And people like
as we play video games
like that tend to formulate different thoughts than those that bounce around within Matt Walsh's skull. That wasn't even in the script. I hate this guy. Matt Walsh, like he so often does, constructs a straw man with different thoughts than those that bounce around within Matt Walsh's skull. That wasn't even in the script. I hate this guy.
Real.
Matt Walsh, like he so often does, constructs a
Why can't we play Hassan and watch him on the side? That's very messed up. I'm sorry.
The Civil War was solely about slavery. It wasn't, but the prevailing unifying factor among every secessionist state was slavery. According to American legal historian Paul Finkelman, writing for the National Constitution Center, the Union's initial political objective in the war was just the preservation of the Union, until they made the destruction of slavery a war aim a year and a half later into the war. However, speeches and documents from the Southern States Secession Conventions, on the other side of the war, speeches and documents from the Southern States Secession Conventions, quote, show that the South seceded to protect slavery and ensure white supremacy in the South. In other words, the North entered into the war to prevent the South from seceding. The South seceded to protect slavery because they believed that Abraham Lincoln and other Northerners believed that one day in the future, slavery should be abolished. Chapter 6 is about revising the public understanding of Abraham Lincoln and casting him and Robert E. Lee as having held similar views, which I don't particularly care too much about. But it bears mentioning that one stood at the head of an army formed to defend slavery, and one was president of a nation whose army eventually came to fight for the abolition of slavery as a result of the president's actions. The concluding remarks of the video have even more Robert E. Lee deification, including fanfiction. He muses on how Robert E. Lee could have ordered his men to, quote, scatter in the Appalachians to fight a guerrilla war for decades against the Union, but instead chose to stay, quote, true to his character, and chose the, quote, path of honor. He says, quote, today's efforts to erase
that is
Lee from history...
very, very funny. Yeah, good luck fighting a guerrilla war in 1860-ish, when I don't remember when the American Civil War is, but around that time. Yeah, I'm sure that'll go great.
Path of honor.
With gunpowder weapons.
Quote, today's efforts to erase Lee from history often stem from sheer historical illiteracy, but a deeper motive lurks. Which is, of course, an incredible sentence to come out of the mouth of Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh says we hate Robert E. Lee not for his flaws, but because he, quote, represents unattainable ideals. And then he keeps going on about his commitment to duty and honor and so on and so forth, and how virtuous he is or whatever. Ideals that he says are now quickly disappearing. He even brings up the fact that people build statues to him as evidence for why he's great, which obviously misunderstands the purpose of statues, which is not to show that someone was great, but to impress upon people that they were great, to make them think they were great, and evidently that seemed to have worked on Matt Walsh. He ends the video by lifting up...
Also, like, I mean, people can construct statues for someone because they were great, but I don't think that would... I very much think that Fred is correct in at least 90% of cases. That it's just to impress that they were great.
Real history, such as...
Or to impress upon others that they themselves were great.
Shelby Foote's epic 1.2 million word trilogy spanning 3,000 pages, which I think is an entirely appropriate ending for this sort of video, considering Shelby Foote kept a picture of a Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan over his bed. Thank you for watching. If you haven't checked it out already, please check out my podcast.
Stuff.
It's all about the online right. It's called The Reaction Podcast.
We're going to watch more episodes in the future about the Reaction Podcast, but for now we're going to...
a link to it down below. Early episodes are quite theoretical and go into a lot of the same stuff that I covered in my online fascism video, but of course centered around
Daniel from Germany.
certain content creators and online figures of the online right. And then from there on, we've gone into all kinds of stuff.
Gamer Chad Squad official.
Like the John Birch Society. We've had guests on like Lee Vagar, Hassan Piker, and of course Atun Shea. So check out the link down below. I'm going to give Matt Walsh a rest now, I think. Thank you to all of the wonderful patrons who support me over at Patreon.
Keyboard Keepers.
The people who supported at $3 and above got to see this video early.
Local NKVD informant.
Special thank you to the very generous $10 supporters. Snoo, Nosedeer, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I grind Diana 77. Alright. Footnotes. Keyboard Keyboardson. Kraut, of course. Khalifa A. Leninade. Liquideo. Yarn. Willow B. Shimon. The History Enjoyer.
That's
Garion.
me.
Gilda Dragon. Hyungji.
That's me. That's me. Thank you for the info. I'm gonna check this crate out. Yeah, hell yeah. Please do. Is the video still linked? If not, I'm gonna link it. It's still pinned, rather. Here you go, linking it again. Fred is great. He's also on Twitch. Gonna do another shout out. Fred_. I think on streams he mostly plays games, but occasionally he'll also do live reacts. Here's the last one bits. Oh, thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Here's the last of my bits.
Thank you very much. Also, I'm glad to see that I actually did fix the bit stuff. That's good. My streamer is a beneficial capitalist patron. Yeah, I do actually need to unsubscribe from a lot of people because my economical situation is not the best. But whatever. Right, that was very, very fun, very lovely. It is time for us to move on. Last day of the month, gotta budget my bits. You don't know, very valid. Very, very valid. I also tell people that I don't want them to subscribe to me if they're not in a, at the very least, a decent economical situation. Do subscribe if you are in a decent economical situation to support me and becoming a full-time epic leftist streamer / organizer, whatever person who will finally unite the left and also unify the Islamo left and so on and so forth. Yes. Or just follow. Following is also okay. And watching my streams. Okay, right. I'm launching Age of Wonders. Uno momento, por favore. Wait. No. This one. And transition. Excellent. And you should be able to hear sound in a moment. You spelled that. You spelled that almost correctly. Wait, so cold. I'm supposed to be doing our also with this purring kitty for me. Oh, I really want a cat. That's one of the things. Like, if / when, inshallah, I become more economically stable, I very much want a cat. I love cats so much. Yep, that sound. Excellent. Load game and shemling. Stream game. Save 3. Yeah, I'm too impatient to check or to correct my text. It's all good. Thank you for changing the category for me. Way too cold. Right. Where did we leave off last time? She smells soft and always smells like clean laundry somehow. No. Okay. Right, we defeated this guy, made him fall in love with us, now his faction is gone. And we chose to keeping in war with these people. Unfortunately, it does put us into a little bit of a tricky situation. Watch your Addy, I'll send her... She's moments of... Watch your Addy, I'll send her to you for a visit. No. I'll DM me on it. I'll send you my address, just give me a moment. At war with Sinran's remaining city. Yes, we want to remain at war with... What is this? Astropolis? Yeah. And he cast this lightning thing on us and mine too. Yeah. I don't think I know your address. If you would just write it in chat so everyone, whoever comes upon the stream can check it out and dox you whenever I get my first constellation and soar into relevancy. That would be excellent. Okay, the army they have here is not so strong, but our dude is also pretty low HP. I don't want to give up the siege we have of this place, but we do have someone who can heal. Target friendly unit, another win 20, heal 30 hit points. We do have good healing. Okay, so we should be okay. Doxing equals relevancy. No. When I'm saying that, I am referring to something I tell people is that I want to be cancelled at some point for a very base thing I'm gonna say. For one of the base things I say all the time. because that's a very easy way to be, catapulted into relevancy. It's mostly a joke. I just say that because, I find it amusing. Because being cancelled for, saying some cool stuff, depending on the level of cancellation or whatever, is more likely just give you more notoriety and legitimacy in one way, depending on what it is that you're cancelled for. I want to make a joke about doxing myself if you get enough stuff, but I feel like that message would be against US. Yes, don't do that. Sinrin Talia, this is the guy who fell in love with us and is now our humble servant. Right, he has a Chaos Orb. How much does he cost in, like, maintenance? What's his, price thingy? Wizard King. Blah, 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 blah. Channel Ritual, Wizard King, Wizard Governors. Ooh. Interesting. Okay. Right, in any case, what base is he? He is... Wait, does he not have a race? He must have some race, surely. Maybe not, who knows. I'll probably watch the football game for a bit. If you need anything, ping me on Discord. I will do. Thank you very much. Be sure to also... be sure to lurk or something, if you can. If not, I'll forgive you. I'm less worried about CS as an entitled non-streamer and more worried about angry trolls. Yeah, no. Okay, this guy. Accurate crown will be useful. Leather armor. This is Rabbit Surge of the Juggernaut. Ooh. That's not bad. Golden Wyvern mount. What else? Explosive wand. Alright, we need to actually clean these things. Mantle of Hexing. Ooh, that's a very good item. Okay. Wizard King. Okay, this is not that useful. Whenever you cast a spell, this unit gets some stuff. Initiative Astral, Initiative Shadow. We might reset his abilities. Because I don't really like these ones that much. Though Inflicting Remorse is not bad. What other abilities does it have? Inexorable Cast, Inexorable Powers. Unrestrained Magic, I definitely want. So what? He's got the Focused Location, which is the frozen thingy. Deal damage to enemy unit. It's a bunch of different ones. Deal damage to enemy units in a 1 hex radius. And this one is target enemy units who others within 3 hexes. Deal damage to enemy units at 1 hex radius. 1 hex radius focus. Okay. I think I prefer if he went down the Frostwind evocation. Especially like if you have a chance of freezing someone. Okay, it's much lower. 30% chance versus 120%. I'm not sure if we want to change it quite yet. But we do wanna... Let's just buff him for now. So Ritual of Elements, Visual ability cooldowns, gain elemental focus, and this one will make so the master focus instead. I sneezed and the cat covered abruptly and ended time to adult. Oh. Alas, one must adult now and then. Lurk, thank you for lurking. Let's do Unrestrained Magic, and... let's go with... Mastered Focus, Elemental Mastery, and then these ones. Withering Blizzard, deal damage to enemy units in a 2 hex radius. The chance of freezing them. Ooh, okay, not bad as well. And one of these makes it so that Deal plus 20% damage against targets with any of these thingies. Quite good. Inexorable cast. All attacks and abilities ignore 10 resistance. Let's go with inexorable cast. There we go. Excellent. What is his renown thingy? He wants a person to slay a ruler in combat. Person to slay a hero. I think this army has a hero, so we can probably give him that. Your ambition is to win a battle where 5 enemies have routed. Okay. This should be quite doable. I don't know where we want to send her. Slaghold, right? Incredible name we gave it. There are palisade walls which we need to change. Okay. So we'll send her to be just a little bit closer. Alright, and you over here to fight these guys. And we'll do manual combat, because we want to ensure that he gets to slay this hero, so it gets some more renown. Just barely have range. It's okay. Okay, you move over here, and the rest of you guys will move up. Okay, just heal yourselves. What's this one do? Inspired defense? Yes, please. Excellent. And you, can you do a cool spell? Not from here, not really. That's okay. End your turn. Let's see what happens. Rosa hero. It's very rude. It is a very shitty raiding army they've sent. Just guaranteed to just fail utterly. Focus application. Whether blizzard. What's the chance of freezing them? Frozen protection. Dang. Okay, try to just freeze this guy. Nice, excellent. Now we can just rush in everyone. Okay, our people are not in great positions. That's okay. Missed. Okay, that's fine, whatever. Turn. Oh, enemy units are berserk. Some of our units are berserk. I forgot about that. It's very annoying about this map is the berserk every 2 turns. Base 30% chance of being inflicted with berserk. What is the chance of, like, base 30%? So it must be much lower on these guys when it's like status resistance of 7. That's so annoying. Defensive sweep. Nice. And most of the people just need to get closer. Nice, very good hit. Oh damn, almost killed itself trying to run away. Alright, there we go. Oh! Oh, come on! Wait, who killed... Okay, fine, whatever. You get to kill this guy. Sadly, I don't think he got the kill on that one. Oh well. Everyone got some XP, dismiss these units, don't need to bring them back. Lightbringer of giant slaying. Some defense. Light bolts. Yeah. Yeah, we'll take these rewards. Hunan Junks has been captured. Yay! We're capturing a lot of people, which is nice. It increases our production of knowledge and other stuff. Okay, so we're sending her, what, over here to take care of Forbidden Shrine. I think she should be strong enough to do that. I don't know what to do about him, because it is like... I mean, he is incredibly strong. Maybe you could take on the Golden Layer. Oh shit, yeah. Where is the other lady? Over here. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, have her take care of the smoldering keep. And then head back. Yes, I think that's a good idea. Nice, and we can we're not gonna do that because it's expensive. Satirical orb. It's fine. She should be incredibly strong. She is incredibly strong. What is this? Sea of Mentorship. Use the army, gain more experience. Unleash the Hounds. Wand of Domination. Wand of Domination on her is maybe not the most useful thing. Does she have Vicious Killer already? If not, we might want to give it to her. Inspiring Killer and Vicious Killer. But 3 status resistance is also very good. Dang, it's difficult. Magic attacks ignore up to 3 status resistance. That is very strong. Does she do magic damage? Damage reduction from physical magic attacks. Orbs and stays. Many of the special attacks that creatures have, such as dragons, with all specific magic attacks. I don't think she does any magic attacks. So we might want to give her another item. TBH. Actually, wait, is she? Oh, she's a Spellblade, so she does actually have some pretty good magic attacks. Yeah, no. Okay. Set production in these other places. Yeah, we'll do that in a moment. First, let's see if we can conquer this place. Okay. Asgard is the red, approach smoking ruin, and blah blah. Once proud castle, notice faded sigil above the charred gates. Through the ages, this keep has been home to many beasts and vagabonds, leaving it in ruins. Carries a smell of smoke as she enters the gate. A red glow illuminates the corridors close to the courtyard, but cackling laughter and fearful screaming can be heard. There, Carissa the Red sees the dancing shadows of a pyromancer and her followers. They are setting several pyres ablaze to which frightened animals are tied. It seems as though a band of pyromaniacs have claimed this heap of stone and are now spending their time setting captured wildlife ablaze. That's not very nice. Let's sort that out. Let's turn over to combat to see how badly it thinks we're gonna lose. Okay, nice. At least it recognized that we would win. But we don't want to lose any units. So I think we can do better. Let's try this correctly. Okay, there are 2 casters and a bunch of magical fighters. A lot of places we should fire. Doesn't she have high flame resistance or something? Oh, she doesn't. I thought she would. Okay. Whatever the case. We're going to probably just like end our turn over here. Nearby. There we go. And the turn here. Hope they come a little bit closer so she can cast some spells. Oh! Okay, a lot of things on fire. A lot of things on fire, good grief. Okay, are they fully flame resistant or just very flame resistant? Because that is useful to know. Why is it so vulnerable to these two things? Because it's an infernal fiend? Yeah, it is. Okay. Pyromancers are very resistant to fire. Scion of Flame, yeah, okay. Hello, Samatsai, thank you for the bits. Much appreciated. Oh, okay, I think I specifically don't have an alert for Gigantify. Okay, I need to fix that then. That would explain it. Okay, if you do this, and you do that lightning invocation. Or domination could also work. Yeah, let's do domination. And then you there, doggo, will go over here and charge into this enemy. Excellent. And then you will do some strikes into these two enemies. Nice. And you there will take up defensive position over here. And let's do both some enchantment her. There we go. And some of the enemies are berserk. It's good. Oh no, we lost a unit, how sad. Nice, that's good. They're all distracted by these people. Can she do a charge strike where she just kills something? Because that would be ideal. What's her movement? 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. She would be able to kill this one. In one hit. Ascended Wildfire. Lightning Invocation. Nice. It's a good amount of damage. We'll move this guy over here and take defensive position there. And then you will... If they're blind, I think that means they can't do retaliation attacks. Okay, nice. So we can maybe move you over here. And, like, attack these two. Nice. Perfect. Nice. Okay, it's not ideal, but it's okay. It could be worse. They're still mainly focusing on the dog over here. And they're burning her, but that's fine. She should be able to withstand that. Because the giant dude is a little bit hurt, which is not ideal. %42% chance of just death. Oh, she could do a quick phase. What does this do? All enemies within 2 hex, so you take a lot of damage. If she could be a little bit closer, then she'd be able to do a lot more damage. If she was over here, if she does over here, 2 enemies, over here, so it's 2 enemies. Let's do that actually. Eat the dog. Here, turn that way, and do Dark Fire Burst. Nice. Then you can do the Butcher's Cart. This one. Nice. That healed you a little bit, and you'll also get the boss trapped. Nice. Excellent. They are now getting to do a lot of free attacks on us, which I don't like, but it's okay. She does does so much damage. It's insane. Okay. I guess just like run over here and attack this guy. Yeah, just deal with the burning. You'll be okay, I hope. There we go. And that guy's low morale. Hopefully this guy will not take too much. Oh shit, that is a lot of damage. I hope he does not die. Please don't die. Nice. Okay, he might be safe. Cool. There we go. Okay. Nice, we didn't lose anyone. And she got XP. They all got XP and we can't come this place. Excellent. Ring of Endurance. Okay, blah blah blah, Pyromaniacs, we found some stuff. We got some gold. Bloodlet of the Assassin does some damage, Assassin Strike, and also Leading, which is not bad. We'll probably take that, rather than the other thingies. Okay, and then... have her move in this direction. Just start building an outpost. You there can dig up this passage. Wait. And we've got Leaf Skin, which is a minor race enchantment. So we'll cast that immediately. Necrotize is a decent spell. Turn dead enemies into skeletons, well, almost dead enemies into skeletons. Okay, we can't cast Leaf Skins quite yet. Sad. As soon as we can, we will cast it. So, Smogon. Oh, right, that's a new place. Yeah, right, okay. Do we actually want this base? This city? It is Starway. Oh, right, it's a place for ethnic defense. Right, okay, I forgot about that. Could release it as a vassal city. Could begin building it up. I am tempted to just building it up as a vassal city, but I'm not in touch. Oh, good grief! Hello! Thank you for the raid, Sakurago. Much appreciated. Welcome, raiders. Let me just shout you out. Lovely to see you, everyone. Hello, my name is Shimon. I am a... how do I do my introduction again? I am a Bangladeshi origin Muslim leftist born and raised in Denmark. I am currently just playing Age of Wonders 4. I cover news, political stuff. Trying to mainly focus on Europe, also some gaming things from a left-wing perspective. Currently we're just playing Age of Wonders 4 and we're vibing. Thank you for the follow, Hitori Bocci, TTV, we are Charlie Kirk. I hope you guys had a lovely stream. Wait, did I shout out the wrong person? Oh my fuck, I'm such an idiot. I'm so sorry. Did I not? Oh, I spelled your name wrong, I'm so sorry. There we go. There you go, shouting out Sakura. I'm such a great streamer. Anyways, thank you for the raid, much appreciated. What were you guys up to? Of course, if you had to raid and run, no worries. I'm currently deciding what to do about this city where we just like change the population demographics. I'm not sure if it's worthwhile to keep or just turn into a vassal. I'm not entirely decided quite yet. Talking about the lad situation and the political severity of it. Lad situation, what is that, sorry? Research post. I think we'll turn it into a vassal. Love and Deep Space, an Atomo game from China. Ah, I see. That is a very... it's a huge mess right now. That does sound like a very important topic that I'm sadly not very familiar with. Okay, this plays. We very much want to have another Whispering Stone ASAP. If you want a clip from today's stream, I got you. Sure, we can have a quick look at that. Everything. I'd love to learn more about the severity of that situation. Okay, I think we'll just turn this city back into a vassal. No? Why no? Okay, copy link. Let's see. Let me just open a. Let me just open a new window here. And studio mode, this one. Browser properties. I need to find a better, easier way of setting this up. I'm not sure if that is quite possible for. It's unhinged, I apologize. But I'm sure that's fine. Okay, so let's see. Oh, why is there no sound? Wait, why is there no sound? Wait, why is there no sound? The heck? The heck? Why am I not getting sound from this? Come on. Twitch, why are you not giving me sound on this clip? Wait, did I do the transition properly? Yes. Watch full video. Will that give me sound? Okay, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what Twitch is. I don't know if my browser is being silly or something else is going on. What actually? So it's like 2 hours, 18 minutes, 2 hours and 90 minutes almost. Okay. About videos, let's see. Come on. Work. Oh my god. Sorry, I got been saved by Twitch being silly. Yeah. I mean, it could also just be my browser. Yeah, my RAM issue is... My RAM is not all being used up, so I don't know what's going on. Okay, now the entire browser is just lagging. Okay, the entire browser is dying. What the fuck? It really doesn't want me to watch this. The fuck? What is going on? Okay. System mons are not responding. Everything is grayscale. What's going on? Hello. I should be back now. I don't know what just happened. I hope it picked up the stream from where we left off. That is unfortunate. Give me just a moment to reset up all my stuff. That is very, very, very annoying. Let me also just make sure that All the things are set back up. Just a second, so I can actually see your messages, and you can see your messages. There we go. This chat should be back up now as well. My actions. That one is fine. This one is keep above others. And set that here. Open the browser again. Good grief. This is fine. Nice stream stats look all right. He was thinking we'd get some ha-has, but I broke up the stream. No, I mean, it's still funny. It's just, I don't know what the shit caused that. Like maybe my PC overheated and for some reason my system answer was incredibly stupid. I don't know. Whatever the case, I'll see if I can get that clip to work. Just a moment. Okay, for some reason there's no sound on the clip. I'll see if I can, if the video itself will run. Okay, the video itself also isn't working for me, so I sadly I don't think I'll be able to watch the clip. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll try it again at some other point. I hope you had a lovely stream in any case. Thank you again for the raid. I will try to launch Age of Wonders again. Let's see, is it this one? This should be the correct one. No, wait, is it this? Yeah, no, it's this one. Resume. Okay. Let's see if it will work. Okay, there we go. Yeah, looks like the game is launching. All right, no worries. We're so back. Everything is good. Everything is fine. No, nothing is happening. The curse of Sakurai talking about dick or di. I'm very curious about what the clip is about. What the clip was about, but I can't find out. Apparently, if I try to find out, everything will just explode. Apparently. Good grief. This faction looks very cool. Another goal is to get them. Okay, wait, what? That's where we left off? That's where it put the last save? Okay, I guess so. Well, whatever. Alright, go there, kill that, go boss the shit out of that guy. I have figurines that came with little acrylic penises that I was not expecting. Interesting. I mean, hey, some people are very fond of that, and that's totally valid. I think that's totally valid. Okay, you there, set up the outpost, you there, go away. Here, excavate that. Leaf skin, select new research, we want necrotize. Sponsor hero stuff, which join, handle war, we're still at war with this guy. You there, we will release you as a vassal city. And then hopefully you'll be alright and good and decent. You there are great capital of Shemlingrad. We will move up here. Acrylic penises are pretty cool. I will take your word. I'll take your word for it. Oh man, that's a. I'll see if I can. I should try and look up if I can get some cheap parts at some point. So I can like at the very least like RAM. I think that's like a major limiting case for me. Okay, we could build a merchant guild, which would give us money. What are we currently doing? So the farm is turning into a mine, the forest is turning into a farm, and mine is turning into a quarry, and farm is turning into thing, and quarry. Okay. I know what we're speccing the city into. Money is not that big of an issue currently, which is good. We want the Apex Tower and industry thingy ASAP. The Farmer's Guild would be nice, but we are removing all our forests, so I don't think that's like... that's been the priority here. I think I might have prioritized making the... what do you call it? Something else. I genuinely don't know what to make here. Stone walls, that might make people happy. Maybe just the Merchants Guild will earn a lot of money. I don't know. Screw it. Merchants Guild set. No governor set for Smogon, that's fine. Okay. Do some quick saving. Wait, did we do this battle before this other one? Weird. And what else? So currently we don't know any of the other AI currently on this map. There are some cities here which we are at war with. Actually, yeah, okay. Wait, no, I want you to rendezvous with Carries the Red to take out this golden layer. The two of you should be able to do quite a bit of damage, I hope. I'm kind of tempted to send Ingmar the Blade Master as well, but I think I'll send you to do some war. Some lovely warfaring. Can take you 3 turns to go over here. Oh, right, because we don't have advanced logistics. Right, okay. City defense structures are cheaper and grant stability and production, while the other one is another siege project. But in 2 turns we can get this one. Damn, there's a lot of choices. Lots of choices, not enough mana. Units and cities gain more vision and range. Damn. Okay. Slaghold produced a mint. More money. Actually, mana production looks like it's becoming an issue at this point. This place is not particularly happy. What kind of governor is she? Industrious. Let's do the Masonic Hall. To produce things a bit faster, since gold is less of an issue at the moment. Okay. And you were just besieging this place. Are they doing it? Maybe we should just attack them. Okay, we can't do another siege project at the moment. Okay, let's do a quick save and see what's gonna happen. If we do an auto combat, are you going to win? Nope. Let's see if we can win it by ourselves. If not, then we're gonna roll back and not attack them. We're gonna spend the first few turns trying to heal our people so we don't risk losing anyone. Yeah, we desperately need to heal. Second wind. And you there. Go here, do that. Soothing breeze. Nice. And do this. Okay, very good. Now they are in significantly better positions to do stuff. The enemies have a lot of different things to cast at us, but that's okay. Because we have the power of friendship, also known as a giant automatic ballista. Well, we should focus this, I think. Maybe these guys, these soothers. Okay, I think mind controlling another one of the soother people would be useful. There we go. Can we let go here, actually? Okay, move everyone that way. Turn the correct direction so you don't get flanked, and There we go. That's good enough. Defend. Don't perish. Okay, that's an annoying spell. I hope this city can't cast spells, but I think they might be able to, which worries me slightly. Them firing at that automaton is fine. Okay, they did cast a spell. Okay, that is quite a few enemies, which is slightly worrisome. And you missed that. That's not nice. It's not ideal whatsoever. We can't do anything at the moment. You there, can you? I need you to just like get within range of this one. So what's the range of this? Can't use ability 3 turns. Have you used the ability yet? No. Okay, can you move close enough to that one? Not really. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. If this guy moves out of the way, we might be able to. Okay, dominate that one. Nice. You cast Soothing Breeze on our dude so that he heals. Excellent. And okay. Maybe do this. Yes. Okay, nice. Attack those guys. You go over here, attack these guys. And heal our main guy a little bit more. You attack those guys, and you will just like remain here at the back and defend yourself. So you don't die, hopefully. Okay, Berserk, nice. Okay, yeah, we don't have a lot of healing. We should be okay, I think. We have a chance of not dying. Okay, nice. Okay, this guy Berserk, it's not ideal, but okay, that's if they kill someone, that's not too bad, I think. You can give another turn to someone. Ooh, and also we can do this. Nice, excellent. Strength from steel. Actually move over here and cast Strength of Steel on our main guy. Now you can just charge in and kill someone. I hope. Heal this one. You will. I got to head out. I need to go sign paperwork and join stream. Thank you so much, Bob Jones. Take care. Hope you have a lovely. I hope your paperwork dealing with goes well. If he had just one more movement, he'd be able to like do more. Yes, I'm employed now. Hell yeah. Congratulations. I'm very happy for you. Okay, are these guys still berserk? Yes, so if we... If we give them that ability, they might not do what we want them to do. Could put you here and then do a taunt in the sky. I think that might be the best way of going about it, to ensure that our guys don't die too much. So that one, excellent. And then... shit. He was already active this time. Regains action points. I would love to give one of my units more action points, but I'm not sure if which of my units would be ideal to give that to. Maybe this guy. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's kind of what I expected, and that's fine. Good enough. You can go over here and just kill this one. Excellent. And the enemy has low morale. Good. Nice. It's fine, I think. Okay. Yeah, they're not doing a ton of damage. And he can go over there and kill two at once, I hope. Nice. What's his ambition was, I think it was Rank Slayer, but I'm not quite certain. Which I found out is actually not that bad for ability. I think I previously said it's not that great, but I've changed my mind, I think. Okay, can you guys heal? Nope. It's okay. So you should be able to just like kill this one. Yeah. And if you second wind, you can move further, but it's fine. That doesn't really matter all that much. Obscured by obstacle, you what? Nice. And... Well, and display. Displace units up to 2 hexes. Or not. You there, go attack these guys. You go attack these guys. I think you should just go kill this one. Nice. Oh, they're alive. Oh shit, okay. It's not ideal. Okay, is anyone here very low on HP? These guys are, so we'll kill them. Okay, so far so good. I think we are going to win this. I hope. I cannot believe that the PC just died like that. Very annoying for certain. Okay, of course they go for those guys, but they're not doing a lot of damage. That's not a huge issue. Yeah, and the enemy is not doing great. Do second wind again. And you can, in theory, just like go kill these guys. Wait, did you already get rank? I think I already got ranks there. Nice. Do this. Excellent. Critical hit. And this guy... They didn't die? What? What is this? Transfer live attack of friendly unit against the blah blah blah. This unit kills an enemy. Okay, whatever. Okay, if we got Joy Siphoners, that would be ideal. Nice. Nice healing. It's good and grand. Just beat the shit out of these guys, please. Thank you. You will go kill these people. Excellent. And you will go kill these guys. Nice. And almost done with no casualties. And hopefully it remains that way. Things can suddenly go very wrong in some cases. Oh, what just happened? What did they just do? Oh, whatever. Nice. That's the leader. Right, no, it's not a lot of people up, Zerk. Good grief. It's pretty much only those enemies over there left. Nice. Victory is ours. One of them is routing, the other one is going to route. Well, yeah, die. No, the other one's not gonna route, it's just gonna die. Excellent. The stewardship is not legend. Excellent. Champion grant defense. What's the difference between this? Grants 2 bolstered resistance. Does not always really do that. Oh, okay, I guess it just does that extra now. Neat. And we can decide if we want another soother. We'll decide later. If we want to do some resurrections, decide later. Swift rapid surge of escaping. That's a really good item. Swift, fast movement, and this one piercing charge mantle. Ooh, these are great items. Good grief. Sherman has gained a level of renown. Excellent. Person Slayer unit for legendary rank. Combat Person Slayer unit for elite rank. Nice. So he's the highest levels now. He's the highest level now. Levels. Ignore status resistance. Great. And these ones, Slippery. This unit does not trigger opportunities attack and Swift. This one gives slip away and fast movement. I think we'll go with that one. Isn't that Slippery does not trigger? Yeah, we'll go with that one. So he'll move you fast in combat. Good grief, yeah. Our ruler is now very, very strong. We captured one person. And collected the remains of another one. And we'll try not to sell the remains of these people. Okay. Units can be raised, dismissed. Why do we have to... Oh. Why does it say 10 items? When it was only those ones. Okay, whatever. In any case... What do we want to do about this city? So it has 2 items. It has 2 astral deers. Okay. Damn. And we already have that. The only thing I really want, the main thing I really want, are Rainbow Claw and Haste Berries. How much here would have a decent amount? Do we want to turn this place into Dawi as well? We're currently very good. If we do that, they're not gonna be very happy. We could just vassalize it and keep it at that. I'd like to have some more information about what kind of city it is. Let's see. Can we get that? King of Helm. So these are Masters of Demons, Falls of Nature, Stropolis. They're Mystic School Potential. Okay, they're not particularly interesting. A new heir returns in a few turns. Could also raise it, which would give us money. Okay, why not just, let's just vassalize it. Screw it. We'll just vassalize it. And let that be that. This army, I don't think we need the Arbalest really anymore. So we'll put you separately. And you're not healing anything here. So we'll probably send them here and see if we can take care of this wonder. Oh, there's some enemies on the way. Lovely. So annoying that the PC just died there. It's been a while since last. Okay, that's a little bit of a tough fight with these guys' current health, so that's not quite an option, unfortunately. Maybe upgrade one or two elsewhere. This one. Bastion builders. I think I do want that. Yeah, let's go with that one. Although it will cost us all our Imperium. Well, and in turn, let's see what's going to happen. Ah, bloody hell. Okay, heroes off to join. No, not really interested in any of these people. Industrious, recruiting governor, some other people, enthralled orcs. Enthralled orcs and Ashbourne heathens, lots of those. Outpost founded, and we'll incorporate this one. Period. Okay, run over here. Can you enter the water? No. Sad. We just want you to get over here to this altar ASAP. Technically it's quick for you to go that route, so fine. Go that route. You just go explore. The governor's up for Smogon, that's fine. We're not going to get a governor there. Over here, we're going to take the farm, and then next turn we're going to get this altar elements. Oh wait, we're going to work towards getting that altar elements. Leader is, once he gets to the next level, maybe he'll be strong enough to take on one of those. It is a little bit tricky to do that. Sweeping charge. If you use a charge of moving, they now inflict 8 damage to an enemy adjacent to the target. Ooh. It's quite good. With a parry, attacks within 1 hex suffers 5 physical damage and attackers within 1 hex suffer physical damage and chance of suffering bleeding. Nice. Undying Warrior. Any other items we would like. Seeing is neat, but not quite what we want. Hindering Blizzard. Could be useful when he's not within range of an enemy. Yes, this Talisman. Exposing Light. Summon Spider. Right, and these are fine. We'll just keep that as is. Turn the movement for these people. You will go up here. Excellent. And then what? Probably send you around to clear out these points of interest. And we can allow them to go. Yes, we will do that. Cast a spell, Leaf Skin. Get a little bit of mana. Thistledown has sent a war party. How lovely. Wait, where are they? There's like some enemies right here somewhere. Where did they go? Is it these guys? MC Army of King of Helm. Free City over here. Let's keep prospering these things to get production and other goodies. City was released as a vassal, Astropolis. Okay, so what are they? They are Mystic, School of Potential, and blah 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 blah. They're not giving us a lot in tribute. We can make a trade with them. Not a great trade. Tributary. They're also not sharing their magical materials with us. But we can change that very soon. In fact, send him over here. There we go. They're gonna heal more, and then we can use this range unit to attack these enemies. Okay, if we lose anyone, we're gonna reload. Okay, nice. We did not lose anyone. How much mana did we use? Oh, not a lot. Nice. Side later. Bone Wyvern Mount. That's very cool. Is there anyone who uses a mount? You do, but you already have a pretty good mount. You there, you don't have a flying mount. So we either give you the blight protection or spiritual protection. Let's give you the light protection. Usually more useful, I could say. Increase of swiftness. Yes. You can get the rapid surge of the Juggernaut, so you move even faster. We're getting so much mana from just having magic items. It is such a useful thing. You can take Wizard's Talon. And maybe also one of these. Husband Wand. Or Exposing Wand. We'll have to decide on that later. Actually acquired. Excellent. Sight laser. Oh, dismissing unit. No. Right. Good progress so far. Our research capabilities are going up. What's the victory thingy saying? Magic victory win, definitely not the best one. That's okay. We are making good progress. Still a lot of Godier we have not found, but I think we should have a scout somewhere nearby. How's it going with these guys? So the unknown will at war with someone, and this one is whatever. Yeah, this one we probably will not get. Dawn. Barbarian. And Rock Giants Scout for stakes. Grief. These guys. Word gate were right next to us. Well, it'll be a while before we can get another book. Getting the order book might have been a good idea earlier, because then we would have been able to get another Whispering Stone. I did not expect them to be that useful for us. I forgot that you can actually have some decent relations with these guys. Oh well. Alright, end turn. Oh. Some enemies here who are raiding our stuff. Very rude. The ruler leveled up. Excellent. Immobilizing presence is not bad. Holding aura, lightning strikes. Grim Executioner, Undying Warrior, Brutal Parry, War Seeker. And then Killing Momentum seems to be the path forward. Alright, let's do that. So now he's gonna get fortune whenever he kills someone. Necrotize, new spell. Soul Collection is whatever. What other things are we not researching? Let's see. Items. So we want Create Forest ideally. Create Forest. Soul Collection is not bad, but the one I'm most interested in of all of these are Aspect of the Root and Create Forest. Glade Runner would also be nice. Animate Flora is not... I mean, that one is also quite decent to have in combat. Actually, it's very useful to have. But also, it's quite useful to just like take the cheaper spells. Soul Collection is not that useful because it costs gold. This spell is actually useful. The Necromancer is not particularly useful, but it's a cheap spell. New Empire Development. We could get Turncoat Masters, which makes routing units are captured if your side is victorious in combat, and low maintenance if we recruit them, which is very, very nice. Stack will produce them. This one. And let's produce a tavern so people are happier. Okay, this place needs a forester somewhere. Is there any of these provinces able to support a forester? I'm not sure if they actually are, and that's not ideal. Yeah, literally none of them are. Also, I think is this uninhabitable, this province? I think it might be. I hope not. Shit. Damn it. Okay, yeah, that's not great. Because this province is in a bit of a dilemma in that without being able to put forces, we can't really get boosts to producing some of these things. That is annoying. And I think also that this province is very limited in how much it can expand. Yeah, bedrock. No, yeah, I think this is a very limited province. That sucks. That's some annoying world gen. Damn. It's unlucky. Go, keep moving that way. Norway won. Good on them. Was it expected that they'd win? Because I have no idea. As someone who, again, respects football, don't really have much interest in myself. Okay, let's get the monolith to produce more mana. Actually, city walls. Actually, we'll get the city walls and then the monolith. Province is being pillaged. Whatever. We do have an army right over here. Oh, they could get this one. Actually, let's do that. Move here. Build existing outpost of city. What do you mean? I can't build a city here. Oh, right, because there's an outpost here. Right. We could build a work camp just expanded on top. But we'll have a look at that afterwards. For now, send these guys over here, take the layer of silk. This one, blah blah blah, collapse this thingy. Against damaged defenders or around Ingmar. Wait, how the cave collapsed around Ingmar the Blade Master? What does that mean? Will that kill them? Okay, I think we quick save, so I'm gonna. Let's see what happens. Oh, nice success. Well, I guess we won't find out. That's okay. Okay. Ingmar, you want to do intimidating, so you want to just like rout enemies. Okay. And you did that without losing anything, and you studied mana. That's alright. Accept that. What do we get here? We get to capture a person. Oh, that's some great stuff. Come on, we lose alignment, or I don't really want her to my recruitment pool. Gonna gain a shitload of food in our capital. Capturing her is more useful. What weapon does she have? Melbourne Cole didn't catch her answer. I was just wondering, like, what the expectations were. Fine. I feel like bad whenever, like, just like randomly imprisoning someone, so we're just gonna do it. We want the alignment anyways, and then they'll allow us to do more things without alignment being an issue. Something I also don't like about this world gen, like this type of world gen, is, you know, this. Just like, oh, there's like a thingy here, and then the space is just useless for the rest of the game. Not a big fan of that. And also this thing is just like blocking Slaghold from expanding that way. Also not very fond of that. Because I'm pretty sure that they just can't expand anywhere else. I think no one was favored, but everyone likes a good underdog story. I see. You go over here. You continue that way. Shemlingrad can annex another province. You could go towards this altar of liberation, I guess, but that would require what? 1, 2, 3 provinces. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 E. It's quite a distance. But maybe it could be worth it. Yeah, okay, screw it, we'll take this farm. Right, and you... Combat 250. Okay, didn't lose anyone. Our main guy lost a lot of HP for some reason. But we didn't have to find it ourselves, so... Another golden wyvern mount. Nice. And we'll just have him wait a turn over there. You there can just keep digging out this place. Also wait a turn here. Nice. We should probably send some scouts out in the world as well. Secure production 78. Pioneer is like 48 draft. We'll do 2 pioneers, I think. Oh, or maybe not. Because that will make our growth take a little bit longer. Let's see. Cities. We're overtaking this one, but the gap between this one and the other one's going to take a little longer, which I don't like. Honor 35, our allegiance is 57. Let's withdraw this one here and give it here. See if we can catch up with this ruler. Honor ruler is 12. So 35 at Pyre, 12 at Wordgate. Let's see how fast they are. Okay, let's see. 35 is 39, so that's plus 4, and over here it is, let's see. $12. Wait, what? It went up by 8? Yeah, okay, I don't think we'll be able to catch up with that. Okay, wow. It's not ideal. Komatsu researched. Steelfruit chant, all friendly units. All friendly units lose all stacks of plus defensive resistance and strengthen the fortune instead. Fortune is very good. Strengthen is also very good. Glade Runner. Getting the Glade Runner would be very cool. What have we given our guys? Underground Organization, Defensive, Resilient, Cold-Blooded, and Constitution. The Glade Runner is a very good unit. It's tier 3, so it doesn't cost all that much. Like, it's a range unit. It's a very good range unit. Silver Chant is cheap. Alright, we'll go with Silver Chant. So we get another book more quickly. Very excavated. Right, you chill there, and you chill there as well in the same army. And then next turn you two can get over there and conquer that. Wait, did we not get this one? City defense structures cost less and grants 5 civilian production. Huh? I don't understand why bastion builders. Oh, okay, no, I think we do get it now. Nice. Bastion's barricade next would be cool. Finding population is good and blah blah blah. Let's go with Bastion's barricades so people are a little bit happier. Either that or Sacred Meadow, Soulwell, Spelljammer. Right, Bastion's barricade. Actually, we don't need to kill out just yet. We're already doing the monolith. Oh, we can add another province. What was the high amount of cities you owned? In this game? Like, ever? Or what do you mean? Let's take this province here, or here. Let's take this province. Alright, recruit pioneer. Excellent. Ever? I would guess 5, but I actually don't know. It's been, in recent memory, it's only been 3. I usually just get a lot of vassals because I just don't like conquering a lot of places myself. And vassals give quite a bit of benefit, quite a few benefits without you having to invest all that much. Because aside from the direct, vassal tribute, they also give like, depending on your empire development upgrades, they can give you some other very useful things, which I quite like. Okay, can we just go and kill these guys without it being an issue? That is a lot of enemies though. But they do have silver tongue fruit, and I think that is one of the last things no, okay, we already have that. Damn it. It's not going to produce a tavern. This place very bad and needs to force them. Have you said about alternative win conditions? No, this is one of the story games. So it's the one where like realm overview. This one, the Crimson Caldera, with the internal battleground, the domain of mayhem, and that kind of thing. The alternative win condition on this map is just finding the Gilded Coil. I kind of want to do this through the, like, finding the Gilded Coil type without these other thingies. Oh wait, I guess that one is just like finding the Gilded type. Gilded Coil, whatever. Words are unnecessarily advanced. So Thistledown, and this one is from also from Thistledown. How interesting. Well, they're about to go thistle to death. It's really nice of them to send all these people for me to just like train my units on. Skeleton archers. They would not be bad to just like spam a bunch of, I think. Enchanted Protector, it's a tier 3 item. Stonewall, ooh. That's a very strong, that's a very useful shield item. Do you wear shields? You do. You have the mirror shield. I think I prefer the gilded shield. Yeah, we'll go with the gilded shield instead. What other items can get you? This is torso with bolstering defense. Had the spellcaster guide. Yeah, you get to get the piercing charge mantle. There's also this one, mantle of hexing. I think the piercing charge mantle is just better. Yeah. Knowing the status resistance is quite good. Mounts, which are just producing us a lot of mana. I love the equipment for the civilization trade. It's so useful. We got the remains of this one. I'd really love to get a, what do you call it? A thingy. A wonder which increases the benefit you get from having people in the crypt or imprisoned. Kill these guys. No losses, very good. Dismiss. Excellent. And close to leveling up. Okay. Excellent. Easy peasy, take the reward, go back here, and wait. Wait. And you guys just keep running around and prospect. Nice. Okay, this city is almost done upgrading. Tranquility pool, as will do. Are you even getting any resource from this? City up income. City Smogon. Okay, yeah, we are getting resource from Smogon. Oh, he was so slowly. Okay, I mean, I guess he should be good enough. Okay, screw it. We'll just wait one more turn and then we'll send him off to like kill these bastards next to us. There's a couple of things I want to do before the end of the day. I'm not sure if I do on school. Still through chat, we searched, and we get to pick another book. And I'm thinking that we will pick an order thingy. Yeah, we'll pick the order route. So we can get the diplomatic expertise. Short-term library, available tomes. Okay, what other options do we have? Tome of Inquisition, Tome of the Beacon, Covenant of the Faith. That could be quite useful. We can also begin recruiting a chaplain. The convent is also very useful, I'd say. Just have some Mending, Faithful Whispers. I think we'll go with this one. Yes. There we go.
When faith fuels the embers of one's spirit, it is...
And Staffs of Mending. Our research thing is a little bit slow, which is not nice. Area excavated with some monsters. Yay. That's always great. Monolith here. Next up, Bastion's Barricade, I think. Yeah, it's got quite a bit of distance from doing other stuff. Maybe also the arcane battlements. Yeah, since they'll be finished very quickly anyways. The Bastion's Barricade. And that should give us more stability as well. Infestation has sent some forces. I don't know why they're sending forces to us, but sure, why not? More XP and that kind of thing. I don't mind. These guys are followers of nature, which means I'll probably kill them. Right. Leaf skin. And you have some excess draft. So her recruitment of these guys. There we go. Send you over here and also explore, and send you over here and also explore. New Empire development thingy. Where? Oh, this one. Yes, let's go with that. A city was released as a vassal. Smogon. Nice. Feudal halflings. What kind of city is Smogon? They are industrious. City has to nymph, fire giant, builder's quarters, iron core, industry, blah blah blah. Allegiance minus 12. Why? Okay, whatever. Okay, you guys just go chill here in the capital. God. Okay, I don't think we'll be able to catch up with this guy. Unknown ruler, 28 allegiance. Maybe then again. Okay, trying to remember. Wordgate, 28 allegiance. And here it won't even tell us how much allegiance the other guy has. Whatever. Okay, so his thing is that he wants to slay rule in combat, and you want to just pillage. Not ideal. Do you have inspiring killer? Not ferocious killer. Could give you the murdering. Leggings, pretty sure stuff for just a little bit. Inspiring killer, ambitious killer. Okay. Let's see if they can take care of this one by themselves. They are dragons. Yay. Can you defeat the dragons? Oh my shit, they are very strong. Okay. The auto resolves us no. Let's see if they can by themselves. What do they get here? Draconic Catalyst. When a red dragon has Draconic Rage, all attacking units have... So, burning every turn? When the other one has a chance to get frozen every turn. What? When he reaches 60% or lower, it deals plus 5% damage. Okay, nice. That's... Wow. That's not ideal. Okay. So we very much need to focus on one of them at a time. Okay, put you here. Put you here. You will put, actually, so and just like so. We'll put you here. Ascended wildfire. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna enter. Okay, off to a great start, and it's gonna freeze or something. Yep. Persisted, frozen, good. Okay, and for that froze our hero. Is she gonna go down the first turn? I hope not. Okay, no, she didn't. Grand. Nice. Lovely. But she almost did. We don't have anyone to heal. I may have underestimated this enemy a tiny bit. Of course, this guy is a little bit not doing great. Okay. Static shield on her. Okay, you there, just like kind of. You are so screwed if you try anything. Just try your best. If you flank that guy, that's great. Can you, like, dominate one of these guys? Oh, that would be useful if you let's dominate that one. Do you have... no, okay. If you move, they will most likely attack you. Nice. Now you can go and... this. Who do you want me to dominate? The entire world, ideally. Most likely this dragon's gonna kill her, and that will suck, and then we're gonna be like, well, we cannot fight this fight, and then load. Did it take her out? Yes, it did. Did it take out both of them in one turn? Nice. Okay, so we're gonna load this. The forced rain in days. What? Oh, is it raining in Germland? Oh, where you are in Germland. Okay. With 2 armies might not be that good. We might be able to do it. Motion to longbow. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's see. We should be able to win this. Okay, let's see. guys just keep everyone move over here. Some good defensive positions. Excellent. And you can get some really good hits in on the enemy. Nice. Son. Okay, what was that? Cause of Glory. Okay, that's whatever. Shit, they might do... Okay, next turn is going to be the Berserk turn. So we want to ensure that our guy is actually within range of the enemy, otherwise they might hit our own dudes, which we don't want. Go over there, you go over there. And everyone else just like move up as far as you bloody can. Defensive, and you also defensive. You just do a nice strong hit on that one. Nice. And these guys teleport it away, whatever. Okay. And a lot of units are going berserk. That might mean that yeah, they're going to attack a lot of their own guys. Nice. That's good. What's it? Monarch's Decree. Welfare units gain the monarch as though they were present. Interesting. Okay, ouch. Okay, I'm glad that they did not miss that. I don't like oh come on! How many of our units got berserked? The fuck? That's very annoying. Okay, you there, please tell me you can like... Okay, nice, you can strength steal our ruler. Excellent. Okay. I mean, you can just like kill a lot of these guys in one hit. You can also heal some. Bannerman. He'd resisted that. Come on. Shit. That's annoying. Whatever. Well, we can do this and just make them suffer. And that's good enough. Nice. Wait, what just happened? Infernal Might? Huh? Okay. Okay, the healing. It's good. The longer time they heal, the less time they spend attacking us. Oh, come on. If they take out our lead, I'm gonna be very pissed. Okay, nice. I'm so glad he has an item which allows him to survive. Never mind! How are they doing so much damage? What the fuck? I'm gonna go insane. What the how does it do so much damage? What? What the fuck? 6? Okay. That. Okay, you there, build that machine over here. And hopefully they'll focus on targeting that. Nice. And you guys just keep running over here. There we go. Hopefully that will not cause too much trouble. I suppose we're about to find out. They're all popping up in one place. Okay, talk this one please. Okay, nice, very good. Can you defend and you shit. I guess like run over here and just try to like dominate that one. And they resisted. I don't know how they resisted that, but there you go. Great. And now Berserk comes in. Nice, and they're attacking each other a little bit. That's great. They're getting some critical hits. They're insanely buffed, which is grand. Love this stuff. They're attacking their own guys, which is also good. And they stun that one. Lovely. Okay, at least our guys are being somewhat useful in their attacks. Okay. Can you do strength steel on our ruler? Yes. Good. Nice, and give him a little bit more bolstering. Let's see. Let's do it here. Excellent. Most of the guys have taken their turns. How do you have such a high crit chance? What the fuck? 15%? Are they critting that much with 15%? Okay, decisive command will not be very useful in any of these cases. Rank Slayer. Does he have what does he have currently? Can he just run around them? Swift, ignore slowing terrain, and okay. Can't do that. We can just do a lot of damage here. Wait, can you not even like are there no debuffs he's going to inflict? That's annoying. These guys are also very low on HP, and I really hope they don't die. So I'm quite worried about that. You there for that turn. Moves. Okay. Just do that. I really hope that unit does not die. It will be very annoying if it does. Infectious insanity. That's not good. Misfortune. They're getting a lot of critical hits despite the very low chance of that. They're also hitting themselves and they're gonna kill him, maybe. Okay, this is very annoying. Okay, gonna load that. Loads before we went into this file. Those bastards are so annoying. These little shitsy gremlins are actual gremlins. They are genuinely the most annoying unit in this game ever. I hate them so much. They are the cancer of the earth. I hate them. with such a passion. We're not gonna do this fight because it's such bullshit. Stash, I'm just a sore loser, maybe. Maybe, potentially. Whatever. In any case, not gonna do that. Probably can't even do that also. Elements, TBH. So he's gonna move over here and prepare to, you know, do this fight instead. That is so annoying. Yeah, what of healing. That is very, very annoying. Ingmar the Blade Master. Okay. I guess you're good to go over there and kill these guys. Let's combat. What are these Aspirin Knights? They're quite cool. Dismiss. Deathcall Lance. That's a cool skin for that lance. But it's not very good by itself, so we'll take it. They produce this thingy. Domain Bastion Borders. Alright, that's working as intended so far. Soon we can do the AoW4 industry compound, and that will increase our stability quite a bit in this town. Okay, how the fuck am I supposed to win this against the Golden Layer? Some of these Ancient Wonders are insane. Like, what the fuck do you mean it has 2 dragons, tier 5 units, and a Phoenix, a tier 4 unit, and like some other shit on top of that as well? The fuck am I supposed to do against that? Fuck. Okay, screw it. I'm just gonna send these guys like off to freaking... You're going up here. You're gonna prepare to do the altar of elements without the ruler. Sure, why not? That's very annoying. Also, I wish the scouts were not suicidal. Like, why are you running all the way down here right next to this enemy city? Hero, level it up. Also, I don't know when it does that chime. Like, it seems to do it at very random times. Okay, inexorable prowess, improve inexorable cast by blah 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 blah. Unrelenting blast, resistance. So Sunder Earth, Wildfire, Lightning Bolt, okay. Kills actually target enemy units, affects cascades to enemy adjacent enemy units. The Conjure Elemental Spirits could be quite useful. Like Soulbound. The Initiate of Astral is not particularly good, I'd say, for this guy. I'm very close to resetting this guy's skills. Let's do Unrelenting Elements. Chaos Orb. Very useful item. I don't know why we have 2 of them, but screw it, we'll take it. Deals the same amount of damage in another random damage type, grants a 90% chance of inflicting a random status effect. Okay, wow, that is very strong. Area excavated. And, okay, you can just go explore now. I mean, not explore, but... Let's go here. Produce the bathhouse. Let us produce an obelisk or blacksmith. An obelisk. Movement. About level 1 spark, are you sure? Wait, what? Let me confirm. What? Sending forces. Okay. Wait, what? About to send invade. Okay, that's interesting. Thistle down. I love this suicidal unit just being like, yeah, you should go up here. Yeah, I should just go in here and stop my turn enemy terrain. That's like smart. The AI in this game is so good. I don't even mind if the AI is not even that good. It'd just be nice if they at least tell you that something the automation is not that good when you have enemies. Oh, there we go, we found another one. Begone, foul spawn of Abaddon, the righteous shard, priest skies, and shard the radiant descends from above with holy fury, you conduct disguises, blah, true sight, for any demons betrayed your purpose, the crimson hell there is an overflowing chalice of violence and death, and no drink from it, blah, 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 you shall have your war. So making fun of the AI, we never know when the AI might be in control. True. So true, bestie. Okay. Diplomatic overview. Let's see. Free cities. Okay, yeah, no, we have no chance of getting this city. Same with this one. So we'll just focus on these two that we actually have some chance of getting. You are over here. Wars with everyone else. You also. Okay. And everyone else we're at war with. So we'll just ignore them. But time for some mind thread. Mishar the Radiant. There's an old saying that what an Inquisitor fears the most is Inquisition himself. Little Nightmare speaks slowly, interpreting the glimpse of Mishar's mind. Is the zeal of Mishar. It seems that the zeal of Mishar the Radiant is driven by her fear of not being worthy herself. By calling evil, she has sent to prove her purity of faith, yet she fears true path to ascension is still hidden from her. What you need is a shrine of smiting to threaten Mishar's judgment. Yeah, these guys. The plan is good, yet where we'll find a shrine of smiting in the demonic realm. The demons of Abaddon bask in corruption, it elaborates. More than destruction, they seek to foster the inner demons of their victims. On rare occasions, those feats succeed in dragging a shrine of smiting to the demonic realm, where they bind and attempt to turn it through never-ending rituals. There's one such shrine of smiting, change the Crimson Caldera, free it, and it won't deny you the judgment of Mishar the Radiant. Sure. Where is this? Over here. Let's see. All right. I think, however, that is where we'll end it for today. Sorry for the short stream, only 5.5 hours. Let's do a stream game, save 3. Stream game 01 SO4. Save. Now let's find someone suitable to raid. Hold on, everyone. Half day stream, yeah, I'm very sorry. Stick around for the raid, everyone. Do say hi to whomever we choose to raid. And wish them a very lovely day. Or evening, or whatever. Okay, this... Alright. Let us raid DJ Mew. They are a Brit from, I think, Manchester or something. They are very cool. They have a podcast, I believe, as well. In any case, yes, use the message that Scott has posted. Now go forth and raid them in my name, say hi, and wish them a great day. thank you everyone for watching. I shall see you again hopefully soon, inshallah. Don't know about tomorrow, but maybe the day afterwards. We shall see. As always, you can join the Discord to stay updated on whenever I stream. I always post there when I'm about to stream or might stream. Though I will work towards, of course, making it a little more consistent. In any case, thank you so much. Have a lovely day and or evening. I shall see you again next time. Assalamu alaikum.